Hello there, fake nerds. We are back after a long hiatus, another break. We are just in the thick of life happening to all four of us, and so we are back once again because it is news of the news of the news of the news for Disney. We are doing D23 Expo 2022 as our topic. We're going to get into some Alien versus Predator comics. Today, I am Sparks Whitty, and I'm joined as always by Ben Magnet.
So much news. All the news. My God.
And of course, Ryan Eliopoulos.
So is it a problem that I haven't seen the D1 through 22 before being on this?
No, not a problem at all.
It's not like the MCU?
No, y'all good. Y'all good.
All right, cool.
Think of the D23 as like Final Fantasy. You don't have to worry about the other ones to get to enjoy this one.
Okay, thank you.
And then Brandon T. McClure.
Hello. I'm here too.
You are here too.
I'm just sitting here waiting for my weed to kick in.
Yeah,
it's been a rough couple of weeks. So I decided to get high today because you know what, I deserve it.
You do deserve it. Yes, Brandon's. Our hearts are with Brandon. Everything that's going on, bud. Love you.
I'll get into that in my week. Just not a lot.
Sure.
I'll mention what's been going on in my week. But we do have links before we get into the weeks. Our weeks. Just a couple of links as we all just collectively open some cans and bottles. Should I get one too?
No, it's so echoey in this room. I'm sorry.
Should have brought my Coke Zero. All right, and so Ryan has an invisible bottle.
You don't know what I'm drinking unless you're a pro gamer.
Which is really funny for audio listeners because they won't know that he's got a bottle at all. And you know what? At the same time, neither do video watchers.
It's amazing technology. Am I right, guys?
Something there.
All right, so we do have some links in the description. Last episode, I can't even say last week, but the last episode that we did, we were strapped for time, so we put She-Hulk in the episode. Our first episode of Fake Nerds Watch She-Hulk, episodes 1 and 2. We're in that episode. If you missed that episode, that has been removed from that episode and put as its own Fake Nerds Watch episode so you can experience it without all the hullabaloo before and after. So that's linked below. You can just check out our 1 and 2 episode of She-Hulk.
Got a blood transfusion to Fake Nerds Watch over there.
And we will do 2 and 3 and 4 soon. So stay tuned for that.
Can't wait.
Bapham is back. For those of you who don't know, Basement Arcade pause menu is Bapham in my book. Bapham, Ben, talk to us about Bapham.
You mean, Basement Arcade pause menu. So we had a new episode.
I've said that.
Bapham, yeah, we had a new episode drop 2 Fridays ago. And I was joined by Patrick Burkhouse of Retro Blast Podcast, friend of the show, and also Donnie G Retro from the Gamers Week podcast. And we just talked about
2 weeks ago?
That was 2 weeks ago.
Oh my God. I listened to that and I was like, that was 2 weeks ago? Man, time. What happens?
Time is a construct, my friend. And yeah, we just talked about games we didn't like. And we didn't like go too hard. I went really hard at Mega Man X7, but that's because that game deserves it. But other than that, it was a fun conversation. We just talked about it, and we also talked about a lot of people kind of go hard on games, and it's like because the internet be the internet, negativity unfortunately thrives. But I mean, hey, these are games we don't like for X, Y, and Z, and if you like them, that's cool.
Very cool. So that episode is available. Ooh, did I make that an audio? I might have not put that in audio. Audio coming soon. I forgot my laptop charger, but so it's coming soon, guys. Also, I realized recently I also didn't put Nope, or your Sparks and Ryan review of Nope on the audio feed. Very sorry. I'm gonna fix that problem. I'm gonna fix that mistake.
That's okay.
Okay, and personally wise, Ben, I forgot to ask you this when we recorded. You didn't have anything published in the last 2 weeks, correct?
Not yet.
Okay.
Although, I mean, in whatchamacallit, published electronically? No. Physical, on the other hand. I'm so glad you asked.
Oh, there you go. I didn't even know that. Very
cool.
It
actually just came out in the mail this week, and let me try and find it. This has got to be one of my favorite pictures because I only wrote a small little thing. It's a fusion fail on Mega Man X7.
How cute.
And this is I mean, you can't see it, but that's the cover. That's the actual game being sold. This picture was taken at SoCal Gaming. I want to say 2017, 2018. It was a long time ago, but yeah, I sent the picture to the editor, and they were saying, "Hey, you should." It's like, "Hey, if you can use this picture, you can." They're like, "Oh, we're gonna use this picture, all right."
So
Ben,
for
was this at the small SoCal gaming location that I went with you with?
No,
No?
this was at the Ontario Convention Center. So unfortunately, you didn't. This was the one where you guys didn't go. This was the year where the Super Bowl happened. It was like the same day as the Super Bowl between the Falcons and the Patriots. I forget what year that was.
For those listening, it was Fusion Gaming Magazine that he had an article published in the physical magazine. It's out now. Very cool, Ben. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Speaking of magazines, let me just say the Kaiju Ramen issue, my latest article for Kaiju Ramen about Dawn of the Monsters, kind of the in-depth breakdown of that game. That's still in the description below. Probably gonna be the last week it's there until the physical copy comes out, and then I'll tell you guys when the physical copy is coming out. But the digital is available forever and ever and ever. KaijuRamen.com. Link in the description, or just find the website. I had a couple things published in the last 2 weeks from Screen Rant. A Cobra Kai article. If you haven't watched Cobra Kai season 5 yet, I broke down season 4, some of the big deal stuff that happened in season 4. That was a lot of fun to revisit because I also forgot a lot of stuff that happened in Cobra Kai season 4.
Have they gotten the Cobras out of the dojos yet?
No. You know, interestingly that you said that. So we do have a flashback to Kreese's origin. Do you know Kreese? He's the guy who runs Cobra Kai and Karate Kid.
Oh.
So he comes back, and so we flash back to his origin story when he learns where he learned karate from his sergeant in the military, and then they get captured. They're captured in Vietnam and forced to do karate They're forced to do a karate for the enjoyment of the Vietnam Viet Cong, or I don't know what the military they were fighting, but they have to do it on a log over a pit filled with snakes.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm into it.
They finally did it. They finally managed to make Cobra Kai make sense.
Right, Ip Man.
And then there's 2 Dragon Ball Super articles that I published. There's one that's a just kind of the references that I spotted in Dragon Ball Superhero. I believe that list is only 8, could be 10. I don't remember for sure. But that was a lot of fun to write because I really like that movie. And I really like Dragon Ball, so that was cool. Anytime I get to write about Dragon Ball, it's a lot of fun.
Speaking of Dragon Ball, Android. What's the Android? The superhero androids' names? What are their names again? I forgot.
Gamma,
Beta, and Gamma. They got added to Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, which is a game that's almost 6 years old at this point. And that game, anytime there's Dragon Ball content, they're like, "There you go," and I'm like, "That's cool." That game just will always be supported, no matter what, until the dawn of time. I feel like.
It's their excuse for not doing
until Xenoverse 3. Yeah,
until Xenoverse 3.
And then I did a manga. I recently caught up with the manga, as I mentioned in one of my weeks in the past. So I wrote a list about some of the really cool stuff that has happened since Dragon Ball Super Broly. I really enjoyed the manga elements. I disagree with some of the fandom about Bardock's inclusion personally. So I wrote about some of the cool stuff there. So if you guys want to read that, those are all available on Screen Rant, and of course there's more going to be published soon. And then before everything kind of went to shit for me, I was back with the Infinity Saga pieces. My Infinity Saga pieces returned. So revisiting the Infinity Saga number 30 something or another. I don't remember. 33? That sounds right. Where I talked about Trevor Slattery, the Mandarin, basically just the reveal of the fact that that Trevor Slattery wasn't the Mandarin. The reveal that broke a lot of people's brains.
Ole, 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 ole.
Obviously, I really like Iron Man 3. I really like that moment. But I did talk about some of the backlash towards that moment, kind of how it split the fandom. How it was really the first time that it split the fandom in the MCU, because up until that point, like, everyone was going hot and heavy with the MCU, and then that happened, and then we started to see kind of a divide happen. So that was a lot of fun to kind of write. It's my longest so far, probably my most in depth at this point. So yeah,
that was a fun little moment in time This was before I knew y'all,
Mhm.
but I was still a nerdy little bitch. Everyone's like, that's not the Mandarin. And I'm like, oh yeah, you guys love the Mandarin. Iron Man's the Mandarin. Give me a break. Shut up. And pounding on my keyboards, Cheeto stains. You know how it was.
What was the latest thing that happened when the people were like, oh, what did they do to the Wrecking Crew?
Well, that one
This-
might be different because I might have made a black guy into a white guy. So that one's different.
Oh, that's fair. I did not
That's
notice
different.
that.
He might be a different character, but we don't know yet. But that is, yeah. But also, who cares about the Wrecking Crew? No, but that is still also true.
Okay, so that's all the links that are down below. Check them out. As things kind of settle in my life, I will get back to my writing. So stay tuned for more Infinity Saga pieces as I can get to them. That's it. Who wants to go first of the week?
I'll go. 2 weeks, not that much. I'm officially no more job at this place. I'm moving within a week, which is exciting to me. I can revisit all my friends again, all my other friends from other jobs in Southern California. Just being a place that I want to be at. No offense to the people here, I love them. But I only did a couple things. I'm still playing Multiverses. I won't talk about it a lot. They've added 2 characters. They've added Morty and they've added Gizmo. Not a big fan of Morty. Big fan of Gizmo. Love Gizmo. That little guy is so annoying. I love him. And it makes me really excited for Stripe, who is the evil gremlin who's coming later in the season. He's probably going to be more like a striker or assassin guy, where Gizmo is more of like a support. Like he attaches to your back and he fires arrows and he can make people catch on fire and shit. Really good. Multiverses is great. Continues to be great. I'm trying to watch more spooky movies, but I only got in one this calendar season of Fake Nerds podcast. And I watched Ty West X, because Pearl, the prequel Pearl is coming out soon. And X is very much takes place in the 70s, very much Texas Chainsaw Massacre inspired, but it's super sexy. It's about the porn industry in the 70s. Great performances, great character acting stuff, like cheesy porn stars with mustaches with southern accents, and super ditzy like girls in the South, like the type of fun stuff you think of like 70s exploitation movies. Really great gore and violence. Like Ty West, he's done House of the Devil and he's done a couple other things that are really like, he showed you some brutal shit. Some Ari Aster, like, oh no, you're gonna see a head get caved in. It's real bad. Great movie, and it makes me so excited for Pearl, which takes place 70 years before this movie does, which is really cool and exciting. Which doesn't really tell you anything about X, which is cool because you guys have to see how it takes place so much in the past. It's really cool. And apparently Pearl's getting great reviews, even better reviews, and I'm like, hell yeah. So excited. He wants to make a trilogy of crazy sex-fueled monster ladies. And I'm like, I'm all about it. Thank you for that, Ty West. And then I don't think I did very much else, to be honest, guys. I read a lot of comics, or just various on Marvel Unlimited. I got back into Destiny 2 for about 6 hours, and then I'm just like, I can't, just too much. I can't do this. And then I dropped it. I did something very, very spicy, y'all. I needed room because I re-downloaded Cyberpunk 2077 on the PS5, and I needed to delete a game, and I deleted Marvel's Avengers.
Oh,
it's finally time. It was finally time, and they're even giving away free MCU costumes right now, and I don't have them anyway. And I'm just like, until y'all get your shit together, I can't keep playing this game because you're taking up 100 gigs on my 500 gig PS5 system. So had to go start playing Cyberpunk again, but I'll have updates about that in the future when I move into my new house with my big TV. I'll probably think of something else I did this week. I'm sure I did one other thing, but until then, I'm still watching House of the Dragon and She-Hulk, and those are still great. But we're going to talk about those on the show eventually. So I'll pass the reins.
Has anyone? I'm sure. Has anyone started Lord of the Rings yet?
No, I'm waiting until I can watch it on my 4K. Also, Sparks has he there's a nice new big TV coming to our house, and he calls it the fuck off TV. And I'm like, ooh, I want to watch it on the big F off TV.
Good.
I'm sorry. The what now?
I said it.
It's a 77-inch OLED.
Oh
yeah, I want to watch it on that guy.
Oh yeah,
my parents have that TV.
It's a good one.
Oh
yeah, so I'm gonna wait to get my Rings of Power on. Probably
I'm going to enjoy coming over to your house for movie night. It's
Oh,
gonna be.
I looked up his house. I don't mean to make this about his house all of a sudden, but I looked up his house on Zillow after he gave me the address. I was like, "Oh, you shitting me? That's your house?"
You should have. When he showed me, like a few weeks ago, when Sparks and I went to Frankenson's and he was showing me pictures of his new place, I'm just like, oh,
That backyard is insane, my guy.
yeah. And
It's
when
an insane backyard.
I told Fanny that, hey, we're gonna be living in his backyard for a summer, and she's like, what are you talking about? And I told her, and she was like, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna live there now.
Stay tuned for future episodes set in that house.
Yeah.
Sparks is a wonderful person, and he deserves wonderful things. And I'm just happy I get to touch it. So I appreciate it.
I'm also happy I get to enjoy it. Can I go next with my meat? Because I don't have a whole lot.
Sure.
For it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just very briefly talk about Lord of the Rings. I love it. I'm having an absolute blast. I think it's great. It's absolutely gorgeous. It is definitely the most expensive television show ever made. I haven't watched this last week's episode, like the most current episode, but episodes 1 and 2, I really enjoyed. Pretty much all the people who are saying bad things about it, you can F off, and I think it's fun. I'm having a great time with it.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm really glad to hear that.
Yeah. So yeah, House of the Dragon also really good. But the cool thing about Lord of the Rings and House of the Dragon is that got me really into Elden Ring again. I didn't undownload it, but I haven't touched it for a while because I was playing Cult of the Lamb for the longest time. I also have a review of it coming out in Fusion in about 2 months, and it's and I got back into Elden Ring, and Elden Ring's so good. What can we not say that we haven't said 20, 50 times on the show already? I reached Millennia.
Yep.
Ryan knows who Millennia is.
Yeah, that's the only boss I haven't beat yet.
I know who Millennia is. I know.
Yeah,
I haven't seen her.
yeah.
I know her.
You know who she is. You just know by proxy.
I personally, as a character in Elden Ring, have not encountered her.
Yeah,
Because
she's hard as hell.
Oh, yeah.
The first time I fought her, I summoned 2 extra people in to help me. We got through her first stage totally fine. I'm like, cool. And then her second stage happened. I'm like, I don't know what's gonna happen. Second stage, when she goes into her second phase, she just dive bombs you and like kills you instantly.
Yeah, she bad.
So I'm like,
bad lady.
Yeah, I was this close to beating her. I haven't beaten her yet. I was this close, but I got too greedy and she got me.
This is Ben's new Valkyrie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty like when
I
she.
got that reference.
She is. She definitely is my new Valkyrie.
Melania is tougher than the Valkyries. She might be the toughest boss in any video game I've ever played in my life.
I was streaming with Grayson, and Grayson was talking about Melania, and he was like, dude, what if Melania and Sephiroth fought? I'm like, I'm pretty sure someone made a Sephiroth-esque character in Elden Ring.
They actually are pretty similar, yeah. Wings.
They are.
Yeah.
You kidding me? Her sword, Sephiroth's sword, they're the same. They're almost the same thing. So when she popped up, Fanny was watching me fight her, and I was just like, Sephiroth.
So Brandon, Melania, she has a prosthetic arm, and she has a blade, almost like Baraka, but it's like detached, and it's attached by like an anchor, and she can like whip it around, like almost like a scissor, and use it as like a weapon. She's so cool.
She is.
That's really cool.
That's why she's in all the cutscenes. She's the coolest.
Yeah. Let's see. Besides that, Cult of the Lamb also really good. I'm on the last boss for Cult of the Lamb, so almost ready to beat that game. And yeah, that's pretty much all I've been doing, media-wise. Just been watching Lord of the Rings, trying to play as much Elden Ring as humanly possible, getting some writing done, planning because I am officially going to Portland next month, so that's gonna be fun.
Right, I saw that. Ben, I forgot to ask you again before we started recording. Do you have a pen and paper near you?
Yes.
Take minutes when we do segments. Write down the time codes because I don't have my second laptop, which is where I edit these episodes. I'm gonna need you to at least upload them for me.
Okay.
I appreciate it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk more after the show. Sparks,
I can go. Yeah, I don't have a lot. My life is full of moving and school and work, and then 2 of my best friends having a baby. So like, it's been a whole thing.
2.
Yeah.
2. Who's the second one? Wait, they're a family.
Michael and Megan are both
ya.
my best friends.
I'm with you.
The people I was formerly living with, their son is here. I I have not met him yet, but he was born 2 days ago, so super exciting. 3 days ago, my bad. Yeah,
Jesus, he's so mad you got that wrong, bro.
probably he's never gonna let me forget. Yeah, so all I've had time for is a couple of things. One, we talked about it. Maybe we didn't. One of the classes I have right now this semester is called Inside the Movies, and during it we have 3 hours allotted for it, and we watch a movie, and then after the movie we have a Q&A with someone who worked on the movie. The very first week of my semester was Birds of Prey, and we had the props manager on there. The second week, and we didn't have it this last week because it's a Monday class and it was Labor Day. The second week, though, when we didn't come back for the podcast, we had a film from Sundance called God's Country, which is not out yet. It's out September 16th. And we had the director, the screenwriter, the production designer, the composer, and one of the actors there. This is a modern neo-Western starring Thandie Newton. And it's a absolute tragedy. And it's in the sense of like, it is a tragedy film. You just have a sinking feeling in your stomach that is just getting worse as the movie goes on.
Oh, it's not bad tragedy.
No, it's good. It's good. I really liked it. I've been thinking about the last shot of the movie for pretty much since I saw it.
That's much better.
Highly recommend. Part of the whole thing of like us having the privilege of getting that as students is that we are supposed to be, like if we liked it, we're supposed to like be creating buzz, like saying go to the theaters, check it out. So listeners and anyone else, like go to the theaters, check out God's Country. It was pretty cool. I especially really liked Thandie Newton's performance. She's incredible. I'm not going to say it's a perfect film, but I do think it's very good.
Very cool.
I was really happy with that. I haven't started Lord of the Rings, but I have been getting ready. I have gone through the Silmarillion.
Wait, you read the Silmarillion?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Hey, tell me everything you know about Celebrimbor.
Oh my god, it's I can't. It's so much. There's so many names. It's like having Wikipedia for Lord of the Rings just put into my brain. But what an experience! I'm so primed. I'm Amazon primed, if you will, for the Rings of Power. I'm really excited.
Jeff us $5 for that.
It's really cool to have been through. I'd never I've heard pieces, but I've never taken in the entire text. It is very much like summation. There are a few moments in there where you get like actual exchanges between characters. Usually just very pivotal moments where they decided it was very important that you knew exactly what was said by Morgoth or the dragon or Sauron. Generally, it tends to be the bad guy voices. But you almost never hear, huh?
Melchior. Is that a guy?
Melkor?
Melkor.
He becomes Morgoth.
There you go.
When he puts too much of his essence into all the monsters that existed in Middle Earth, he becomes.
I was like 11,
mortal,
and I was
and
into
he becomes
it.
Morgoth.
That was a long time.
Sauron isn't his first name. I mean, I know it's his name, but like he had a different name in the first age, didn't he?
Yeah, but they don't cover it in Silmarillion. When Sauron shows up, he's just acknowledged as Sauron. So that's in other tales and other like history of Middle Earth stuff. It's very weird how Sauron comes into play in the Silmarillion because he comes in pretty early in the once all the elves and everything start actually appearing on Middle Earth. Before Sauron is there, and they're like, yeah, and he's Morgoth's lieutenant, and that's all we're gonna say about him for now. And then he doesn't show up again for like
hundreds,
100 pages.
He got busy doing magic.
And then he shows up again. It's like Sauron's still his lieutenant, still doing things for him. And you're like, what was he doing? So that's exciting. And I'm pumped. And I think over time, I'm probably going to want to engage with more of the other unfinished tales.
It reminds me of, because Fire and Blood, which is the George R.R. Martin book that House of the Dragon is inspired by, is just like a Silmarillion. It's not an actual book; it's more like a history novel. Yeah, and like the most recent episode, it's based on literally one line from that book.
Yeah,
an entire hour and 10-minute episode is based off one line of like, oh, the secret war between these people, and that's what the entire episode's about. And I'm like, man, it's so cool what they can pick and choose what becomes important and what doesn't.
Well, I know you listen to Ringerverse, so you know that like the core premise of the Rings of Power is almost entirely driven by a single like section from the Lord of the Rings, like one little paragraph that they've expanded into. Anyway,
It's
yeah. So
real quickly, it's Mehron was Sauron's original name.
right, okay, yeah, they do not address that in the Silmarillion. That comes from somewhere else, which shocked me, but it's cool. It's cool to have all these absolutely useless, unless I'm really giving some lore to somebody or trying to acknowledge it in the show, facts in my brain now. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the only thing I really had time to consume lately, is because Megan and I were finally in the same place. We wanted to start knocking out some shows that we have been putting off. And so the first one we took on was Lock and Key, which we've now finished. Lock and Key is over. And I really, really like that show. And I really want to stress that. I think the show is super good. I think they went out strong. I think they had a good ending. I think they did a lot of good work. I feel like it was a 4-season show that got cut down to 3.
Oh, it's too bad.
And when that happened, they decided to keep every idea that they had for a 4th season and still try to touch on it in season 3. And so it just feels like it's moving through things at a pace that is not as steady and consistent as the first 2. That being said, it's still super good. They found a way to work back in every major character from the series in some fashion, one way or another, for an appearance, which I was stunned by. I won't get into how, but because of that, because of like reintroductions or new characters that they bring in, there's this energy of, in the previous seasons of Lock and Key, we would have like unfurled the story with this a little better, but we are just like clipping through that like it is a 1 episode. Okay, here's the thing, boom, gone. There's one specific character who we've heard passing mention of before, and I think only in season 2 and near the end, and then they become a very focal point character in the second to last episode of the series, and it becomes like really, really centered around them. And I'm like, man, this got really, really quickly about this person. And I think that in a 4-season run, it would have taken more time with building that up. That being said, I'm really glad that they did it in a time where the little boy who played Bodhi looked the right age throughout and didn't get too old out of the role. So he was able to stay a young boy, and that worked. I think the cast is great. All the cast is doing a great job. I want to get people excited about watching Lock and Key, so I'm going to tell you that the big bad of the last season is played by the actor who played the villain for who we were going to get for Swamp Thing. The doctor who we were watching the whole time, and at the very end of the season got turned into the monster.
Oh, I know that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. The guy who's the Blob in the Wolverine movie.
Did you just call me Blob?
Yeah. He is the ultimate bad of Lock and Key, and he is just eating up that scenery.
His name's Kevin Durant.
Yes, Kevin Durant. He's just eating up the scenery, and so it's very lovely to have him as the final boss, essentially.
Does he have a spooky, silly accent?
Yes, because he's so
good at dumb accents.
He's a British soldier from the 1700s revolution.
Unfortunately, like, I'm sad that it's over, but now that it's like over, it's easier for me to want to like get to it because like I don't feel pressure or anything.
It's 40-minute episodes, and it's 24 episodes total, and that's the whole series. And it has a solid, strong ending that I think was a good choice. I don't know how much it reflects the story in the comics, but I think it was a good choice for the show.
Right on.
Cool.
Yeah, very happy with it. Very, very happy with it. Highly recommend Lock and Key. It's worth the venture.
Very cool.
That's my time.
I played a lot of Fortnite. I'm level 90. Darth Vader is almost in my grasps.
I have to play so much Fortnite this coming week. I have to play so much. And then multiverses.
So, part of the reason why we skipped last week was on my end, and I do want to mention it just a bit. My dad passed away, and we weren't prepared. We got a call in the morning saying that he took a turn for the worse, but we really thought he could get better. We really thought he broke his hip a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if I mentioned on the show. And we thought the doctor was very confident he was going to be fine, but he just declined really fast, and I lost my dad. And it's been a rough time. I don't want to put a damper on the show, but that is kind of the explanation. This part of it influenced a lot of my week. That is kind of the explanation for one of the reasons why we skipped last week, because it had happened then. So I don't want to say too much more about that. I just miss him a lot. We relied on him for a lot of things, and I loved him dearly, and I hate that this happened.
Yeah.
89 years old. It's good innings, though.
Yeah,
as we like to say on the show.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, he got both of his parents passed away in their like 50s and 60s, so he didn't think he had that long.
Yeah. Mine died at 49. So
yeah,
everyone has a different time. Yeah.
Yeah, we're all feeling for you, bud.
Yeah.
I know. Just thank you guys for your support. Thank you to the show, to the people who watch and listen, for the understanding that we've been going through some stuff.
Marvel news can wait.
Marvel news can wait.
It's just comic book news, baby.
Okay, but that's all. So before everything happened, I got a chance to watch the latest the new DC animated universe movies, Green Lantern, Beware My Power. I quite enjoyed that. I thought it was really good, and I think it smartly transplanted John's origin into Kyle's origin. Like they keep he is still military. He is still coming back. He's coming back from the military, but Kyle's origin of him being found by Ganthet, given the ring after someone had Parallax had destroyed the entire Green Lantern Corps. That is now John Stewart for this universe. So Hal Jordan had already existed in this world, and he's now supposedly dead.
Sorry, Kyle.
There's a lot of really cool stuff. I love how they visualize the rings. The ring abilities are so gorgeously animated. That's where I think they put most of the money from their budget, and that was the right choice. Because it looks awesome.
Real quick, one of the reasons I got back into Destiny 2 because the newest expansion is adding Green Lantern like weapons.
Oh, I saw that.
Where they're like manufactured like and I'm like, God damn it, they got me, but they didn't get me. Sorry, guys.
They were close.
They were close.
So Green Lantern Bureau of Power has John having to, like, he doesn't want to be a Green Lantern. Ganthet just kind of gives him this ring and says, "Hey, sorry," and then just disappears into dust because he was close to dying when it gets there. And then he meets the Justice League, which is Martian Manhunter, Vixen, and Green Arrow. It's super weird that they introduced Vixen and Martian Manhunter like this, because Green Arrow was actually introduced in Batman Long Halloween briefly. But like these characters had not had movies. So it's not characters that we've seen like Batman, Superman, or Flash who've all had movies. It's like different characters. So that's really weird. But once you kind of get over the fact that this universe just jumped like a decade from Batman Long Halloween to now, it didn't. That's an over exaggeration. It's actually a lot of fun because Jon Stewart and Green Arrow are incredible together. Their banter makes this movie. They are so much fun to see on screen. They kind of have like an enemies to lovers thing, which is really great. I really dug it. It took some turns I didn't expect. I recommend it. I think it's a good Green Lantern movie and a good expansion on this universe.
Excellent.
I will say that apparently they have retroactively added a Adam Strange short film that came packaged with Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. Not originally meant to be part of this universe, but it is now. Because Adam Strange shows up in this, and it's like right after that short. It's that Adam Strange, and it's really strange. It's really weird. So check that out. It's a good short, but it's weird. Okay, let's see. I'll do this one next. I watched two documentaries that dropped on Disney Plus Day. Obi-Wan Kenobi, A Jedi's Return, I believe it's called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then the Marvel's assembled Thor, Love and Thunder. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed both of those a lot. Thor, Love and Thunder is mostly just fluff, but it's fun. It's really fun to see just Chris Hemsworth and Taika Waititi and Natalie Portman and Tessa Thompson just talk about how much fun they had on set and how just a great time this movie was to make. I think that's really cool. There's not really a whole lot that you probably didn't know about the movie already. Jedi's Return. If you are like me and were kind of lukewarm on the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, it's probably not going to work for you. However, I think it's really worth it for the Ewan McGregor, Hayden Christensen footage, which I think is very good and just a joy to see.
Yeah.
So I recommend watching that purely for them. He reiterates the story of, I think we've heard online, where he talks about how seeing Hayden in the suit for the first time and it's just like sprinting out of fear because Darth Vader's coming at him. So that's a good time. I recommend it mostly for that. They use the volume a lot more than I thought on that show. It's actually
really wish that show looked as good as Andor looks.
Me too.
It's so baffling where like they decided to put the budgets on certain shows. Like they should be switched, but whatever, I'm hella excited for Andor.
Yeah.
I will talk about Quantum Leap. So I talked about how kind of losing my father influenced some decisions. I started 2 shows over that I hadn't watched in a very long time, and in one of them's case I didn't even finish, which was Quantum Leap. I didn't get to finish Quantum Leap when I first started watching it, so I'm kind of going through it again with the intention of finishing it. Really good show, really weird show. The last episode I watched, he leaped into a woman, and his friend Al, Dean Stockwell's character, is like super turned on by him, and it's very homoerotic in a way that I don't think they meant for it to be. Mm-hmm. It was a weird but fun episode. And then I started rewatching for the first time in decades, Dragon Ball Z. Whose phone is that?
That's the security system in this house. Sorry.
Oh my god, are you being robbed?
No, that was Megan getting home.
Oh, okay. Hi, Megan.
I tried to mute it and then I was too late.
I started rewatching for the first time in decades Dragon Ball Z. I forgot a lot about that show, and I was just kind of watching the Dragon Ball Z abridged commentaries that Team 4 Star are doing right now. And I was like, oh, right. Your Raditz really seemed like a big deal at the time. I want to watch the Raditz arc again. So I decided to start. I downloaded the Funimation app, and the free Funimation app, you can watch at least the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. So I was just like, yeah, screw it. I'll just put that on. So I've been going through that kind of an episode or 2 a night. Guys, Dragon Ball Z is a great show. Who knew?
Everyone that isn't Ben. Ben still needs to watch the whole show, and then he'll know.
Yeah. I forgot everything about the Raditz saga. A couple episodes that Raditz are in the show.
The Radix introduction.
Yeah, because like he shows up and he's like, we need you, Goku, Kakarot. He says Kakarot. Like, we need you to help us sell this planet. That we want 4 Saiyans. It'll be easier with 4 Saiyans than with 3. And then he says the wildest line that I never caught as a kid, which is 3 years ago our planet was destroyed. And I was like, excuse me, I have seen 3 retcons that say otherwise. I did not realize that the original intent was that Planet Vegeta blew up basically yesterday, and they're just kind of going around just 4 Saiyans. So yeah, then how about this one? Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, Dominion. That's the last thing I watched. I watched the extended cut. I was very curious if the extended cut would make. You remember? I want to like this movie.
I understand. I saw the tweets happening, and I'm like, he's having a rough time already. I don't know why he's doing this.
We have so much time in the world, Brandon, and you don't.
I'm like, why is he punishing himself right now?
Locust
times. Yeah. I'm even more positive about that movie than you are, and I'm sitting there like, what's he doing? This isn't the way.
This isn't the way. Yeah, so I decided to watch Jurassic World Dominion. My biggest thing was that it was free on Peacock. My parents had Peacock, and I was like, I can just do that because
I'm glad you didn't pay money, because then we'd have problems.
Yeah, because like I was thinking to myself, I was like, I don't want to buy it, right? I'm sure I'll eventually own it because I own all the Jurassic films, but like I don't want to buy it just to watch the extended cut. And then they were like, the extended cut's coming to Peacock. I was like, cool, I'll do that. You know, Jurassic World Dominion's a movie, guys. They do the extended cut does add it's really front loaded. The back wasn't extended, like the last half wasn't really extended, but the front was. And I actually really thought it makes the setup of the movie a lot better. I think that the setup of the movie, it sets up a completely different movie. And the extended cut just makes that better, and then it derails by the time you get to Malta, which is where the most boring action sequence in all the Jurassic films happens. So like, although we do get more of the Allosaurus, which is pretty good. It adds the prologue back into the movie, and I really like that prologue, so I was really happy to see it on the kind of this really nice screen. And you know, that all ends with the T-Rex in the what's it called? The drive-through. The T-Rex in the drive-through. I thought that was good, and it does. I was right. It does help the Alan Grant moment of "this isn't about us" work a lot, because you kind of have the audience. You kind of have to think of like the audience. Oh, right, I remember. I saw that prologue. It's weird that it's Alan Grant who does it, though.
I disagree. Still, I think that the logic that 65 million years ago a T-Rex fought this other dinosaur, and now they want to do it again.
And the lifetime of Rexy, it's only been 30 years.
Brandon, they're not the same dinosaur.
They are the same dinosaur.
They're not, though.
Genetic memory.
You can't say that they are the same dinosaurs with genetic memory and also say, but they're actually not very accurate dinosaurs, and we actually kind of just made shit up as we went. You can't do both.
Frog DNA.
You can't do both.
What the fuck?
So I'm never going to watch this movie, but I did watch one of my favorite YouTubers do like a 40-minute analysis. And y'all, some of the shit in that movie, it has some like nice special effects, but man, like some of the writing, that's my biggest problem with Trevorrow as a person. I think he's a terrible writer. Yeah. I think that dude's awful. And some of the character work, like you're telling me Ellie Sadler is gonna make like he slid into my DMs joke, and she's like a 50-year-old woman. Get out of here! You don't know how to write people. You're a robot.
The thing about Jurassic World Dominion is, like, again, I think the setup is really good because it sets up this idea that, you know, like, nobody's interested in paleontology anymore. Dinosaurs are around in the world, and there's this great scene with Maisie in a construction zone where they help herd the apatosaurs out of the construction zone. I think that scene is great. I really like the setup with Blue and Beta. I even like Chris Pratt herding Elvis's
Parasaurolophus.
Never gonna do it.
There was a scene I saw where both the clone girl and Sam Neill did the hand things, and I was like, no.
That's at the end. At the end.
No, I wanted to burn my computer on the YouTube video I was watching because I can't. And it works on only one. It's not all of them.
Yeah, that's the thing about this movie that it really forgot, was that the hand thing worked not very well and only on Blue.
They turned it into a meme. That's all I'm saying. They did it themselves.
Yeah. So again, like, all the extra stuff works for me. It makes the beginning a lot more engaging and I was thinking to myself as I was watching this, I was like, oh, maybe the extra stuff will actually help this movie along all the way, because I'm actually really enjoying what I'm seeing here. There's some good setups here. There's some good ideas here. Cool. And then it really derails once it gets to Malta. Once you're in Malta, the whole movie just like takes a giant turd. And there are decisions in that movie that I just cannot be okay with. There are just narrative decisions, not even like decisions about characters and stuff. There's just the direction that this movie goes in that I just think are the most baffling and insane decisions I've ever seen in my life.
Watch our Jurassic World Dominion review out now.
Okay, so like, I don't want to be rude, but there's this Asian actress who shows up for the scene in Malta, and like pretty much anytime she shows up in a project, I'm like, all right, so this scene is going to be dull as shit, because for some reason she's just cast in things where her characters bring nothing to the table. They're just yeah, mm-hmm, yeah, nothing.
And Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., she was Skye's mom.
Yeah, I stand by everything I said.
Okay.
I don't mean to be rude. I think it's more a writing problem than an actor problem, but it's a consistent problem.
That is my 2 weeks. Let me just acknowledge Pies in the chat. In the chat, I just want to say hi, Pie. Hello, sir.
Hi,
It
Pie.
says Marvel news can definitely wait. Yeah, except it won't because we're getting into it now. Who wants to do the thing that we do?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Do we want to go into the bread and butter?
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
Okay, cool.
That's not.
This week we ordered too much bread and butter for the table.
That's
Spilling
true.
all over. It's going to be
That's
our
why
lunch.
it's the topic.
I did not put this in the news. I just wanted to real quickly mention there were some Emmys that happened, and I just want to quickly mention Arcane won the Emmy for Best Animated Series.
Would have been a crime otherwise.
100%. Very happy about that. Very, very happy about that. Chadwick Boseman got a posthumous Emmy for his work on What If. That's very cool. Glad they did that. Chip and Dale won Best TV movie. That's cool.
That is cool.
I like that movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was up against, but
And Obama won an Emmy. And I'm not going to mention why I think that's really cool, except to say one president is very upset that they don't have an Emmy, and Obama has one.
Teddy Roosevelt needs to settle down. Okay, get off that high horse.
Oh, Teddy. Okay, so let's get into
Real
it.
quick question: Prey is Prey an Emmy movie because it didn't go to theaters?
Yes.
Fuck
Yeah.
off!
Yeah, the same
It's not
way
gonna win
that
awards, but like, then it can win an Emmy Best TV movie though, right?
it could. It would be up for next year.
Yeah, I was about to say it came out way too late for this year. so-
Unfortunately, it came out so early. I don't know if people will.
Well, not
Push it
I
up.
don't even mean
Yeah,
that. I just
sure.
mean, like, what would it be like nominated? Like, I mean, it's like
No,
'cause,
I'm
like,
with.
in the immortal words of Harry Styles, Prey is like a movie, you go to film, like you go to films to watch movies. That's what Prey is.
I'm sorry, what?
Don't worry, darling, out now.
Ben, we'll catch you up later, but the Don't Worry Darling press tour is a nightmare.
Oh no, I mean I saw the clip where he allegedly spat on Chris Pine. So
Yeah,
That was
there's-
pretty good.
There's a different clip where he says that the great thing about the movie is that it's a movie.
oh god,
Ryan,
Feels like a
I
movie.
I was in the same place as you with Prey. The moment he brought it up, I'm like, I would say Prey should have won, and then I was like, no, I couldn't qualify. But Prey's a TV movie, and that sucks.
Yeah. But the big win for me was Arcane. Just like,
Oh yeah,
hell yeah, Arcane.
it was in the bag.
Cool. Comics then. And if anyone else wants to look up the Emmys, look them up online because
Ooh,
there's a
real
lot of
quick,
Emmys
quick.
happening.
I just want to say I love that there's no sad news this week. Nobody died this week.
Nobody died this week.
I love
Crazy.
it. Thank you. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Didn't want to touch on that. Okay. Danny Phantom, A Glitch in Time. Have you ever thought to yourself, man, I wish I can consume Danny Phantom without putting it in Butch Hartman's pocket?
I
was
mean,
pirated.
after I listened to a certain episode about him, I was like, yeah.
Well, now you can. A comic book is
Yay.
coming. Danny Phantom, A Glitch in Time. This apparently Hartman has no involvement in this. They're doing this without him completely. It's going to be written and drawn by Gabriella Epstein. And basically the story is that so when the gang starts experiencing time travel glitches, Danny's arch nemesis Vlad Masters arrives on his doorstep with terrifying news. Dark Danny has escaped his prison.
Vlad Masters is a pretty good name.
Mm-hmm. I really like Danny Phantom. I think this is a really cool premise. I might check this out.
I'm curious, and this is a direct sequel after Phantom Planet, right?
This would be the next story after the series and the movie. Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, I really like what I'm hearing. Dark Danny was a cool concept. His evil future self.
That was a really cool movie. I really liked that movie.
The
I'm just-
Flash. Oh, go ahead, Ben.
I was gonna say I'm glad we're getting more Danny Phantom.
Sure.
I mean, Butch Hartman aside, Danny Phantom was definitely one of those shows that I really enjoyed as a kid because I thought it was cool. It was such a cool concept. And then as the series went on, because you had like the Monster of the Week for the first season, but then once the second season hit, it started going into more of a long form storytelling. Like
There
Avatar.
are times in my life where I remember thinking that a TV show just fundamentally changed everything about itself, and that was when Vlad Masters showed up in
Yeah,
Danny Phantom. I was like,
yeah.
oh shit, there's
Yeah,
another one.
Yeah, there's another one. I love Danny Phantom. That's definitely the one Butch Hartman show. I mean, as much as I love Fairly Odd Parents growing up, but I could watch Danny Phantom beginning to end, no problem.
There's
I
so
love
much.
watching that show.
There's so much Fairly Odd Parents too. There's that new
There
show on Paramount
is.
Plus that's live action. There's too much Fairly Odd Parents, not enough Danny Phantom.
I mean, I love the Fairly Odd Parents, but it's just like SpongeBob. I love early. This is gonna make me sound like a pretentious hipster. I'm sorry, but I love the earlier stuff. Like the newer stuff is fine. Like the second Poof came into the picture, I was like, okay, I've dropped off. What happened to who was this new little baby
Oof.
that Cosmo wanted to have? And like even with SpongeBob, the newer animation style or the late 2000 animation, crisper animation style of SpongeBob was like, I mean, it looks good, but I kind of miss the old school SpongeBob. But that's just me. That I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not shitting on the newer stuff. I'm sure the newer stuff is fine. I just
Shit. Okay, The Flash.
Real quick, hold on. Icky Vicky, you're so icky. Just the thought of you being around makes me feel so sicky.
You know what? Shiny Teeth and Me is a banger.
That is a banger. That song has been going.
I love that. That's a good show, y'all. Sorry.
Okay. So what? Oh, that's right. Oh God, when
Butcher,
Sparks and I
whatever.
were at Frankenstein's, there was like a little thing for anime days, and one seller had made like a bunch of air fresheners, and one of them was Doug Dimmadome with the tall ass hat and everything.
I have never forgotten. This is the ride. My whole life, I will ever quote that.
Fairly Odd Parents has like crackhead energy that like not a lot of shows can replicate, and I will forever love it for that because it's just like we have the power to do whatever we want anytime we want. What do we do? And I'm like, hell yeah.
Remember when the human chin? What's his name?
The Crimson Chin.
The Crimson Chin when he had an existential crisis when he found out he was a comic book, and so like the whole comic book was just him in a fetal position.
The Arnold Schwarzenegger guy.
Oh
yeah. All right, we got it.
Yeah, let's move on.
To The Flash. Flash number 790 will launch the new story arc called The 1 Minute War. The book is going to start being published twice a month and will take place within the span of a minute. So 60 seconds, the Flash will be... So the Flash is facing an armada of aliens who are also connected to the Speed Force. So it's him against a Speed Force, well, him and the rest of the Flash family, against a Speed Force alien army, and it's all going to happen within the span of a minute.
Who's the team? You got the team?
Yeah, so it's written by, of course, the team that is writing The Flash, Jeremy Adams, who's been writing The Flash since this series launched with Wally, and then Roger Cruz is on art for this arc.
Okay, I'm gonna pick this up. I haven't read a Flash book in good golly gosh, almost probably a decade since Buccellato left that New 52 book, that really hot looking New 52 book. So that gotta go. Because this sounds awesome.
Is it Joshua Williams? Was he the last? Am I pulling that out of my butt? Who was the most recent on?
He wrote Flash before this guy, I think.
Yeah. That was a good. There was a lot of good story in there.
That must have been Joshua Williams. Yeah.
There was a lot of good story in that Flash run from what I got to read.
So this guy, real quickly, because I'm plugged into the internet a lot of the time, at least in my circle, I'm hearing nothing but praise from this guy's Flash run. Apparently it's like, true to form Wally West, bringing Wally back into the fold, fixing a lot of problems that DC had made with Wally since the New 52.
Family centered. Yeah.
Very family centered. Yeah. I'm hearing nothing but good things. And so like when I heard about this, I was like, oh, this could be the jumping on point that I've been looking for.
Yeah, 100%. Because I... growing up in the 2000s, Wally was my Flash, and if you watch the Justice League cartoon, Wally is your Flash. Mm-hmm. And then things happen. I'm just glad he's back, and he gets to be gets to be himself again, his goofy ass self. I'll definitely pick this up. And my favorite episode of the Flash television show is an episode called Flash Time, where the entire episode happens in a span of like 1 second, and it's a really cool, tense episode. And it really reminded me of that idea. So like an event happening in a span of a minute sounds really cool, and I want to see how they pull that off in 6, 8, however many issues, because you got to make that like last. I think that sounds really cool. I'm interested.
Yeah. Avengers
It's
Assemble.
a shame. It's a shame it's coming out too late to be the last season of The Flash on TV.
Right?
Yeah.
That would have been a pretty good season.
Oh well.
Avengers Assemble will be the upcoming story arc within Avengers and Avengers Forever. It's going to be a crossover story arc that will end Jason Aaron's run on Avengers. It's going to be a team up with the Avengers, the multiversal Avengers that are in Avengers Forever, and the Avengers 1 million BC. And we'll launch with a one-shot called Avengers Assemble Alpha. No word on who the villains are, but if you've been reading the series and if you see the covers, Doom Supreme is one of the villains, and Mephisto has been a big villain throughout the series. So perhaps I bet he'll be a big player in this final arc.
Jason Aaron does love him some Mephisto.
Don't we all
Cool,
love a
man.
little bit
Hey,
of
man.
Mephisto?
He gets to. Everyone deserves to finish their run with a big spectacular go out. So like, happy gets to do it.
Yeah, I believe I was the only person on this who is still reading his book, but I haven't read it in a very long time. Very far behind, but maybe I'll catch up before this happens. The Massive Verse. I know I'm the only one who really reads like Radiant Black, Rogue Sun, and the other books within that series. But I just do want to mention some things that some of the news items that happened there, which is Inferno Go Red, which was announced a year ago to have a Kickstarter. It is part of the Massive Verse. She was in the Supermassive crossover that happened. And there's been no news of whether or not it's going to be published outside of Kickstarter. Now we know it will be published as 3 oversized issues starting in January, which will be collected again in a collection in July.
Right on.
So I'm really happy to see that because I really like that character. It's cool design. I loved her in Supermassive. I'm glad I get to experience that story. This is written by Matt Groom with art by Erica DeRusso. Ryan, did you ever read Cowl?
I sure did. CAL stands for the Chicago Organized Workers League. It's old school superheroes.
So Cowl has now been retroactively added to the Massive Verse. It's written by Kyle Higgins.
Isn't Massive like big bombastic, like Power Rangers, like big boom stuff, right? Cowl is very much like the Shadow, like old school like superheroes, like Watchmen.
So
okay.
it started as if anyone's familiar with Radiant Black, it started as a comic book that was in universe that was adapted into a movie that the main characters love. They love the Cowl movie because they love the Cowl comic book, and it was like the super faithful adaptation. And then it turns out that comic book was based on real events. Mm-hmm. So basically making Cowl like the Justice Society era of the Massive Verse.
That makes sense. I never got far enough to know if they added like giant world implications. But that's really cool that like he gets to bring one of his creator-owned things in like almost like a decade in later. That's really cool.
I don't know if you guys saw, but I retweeted this pretty heavily when this was announced. But there was a short animated film. It's just a short like 10-minute thing that was the main character, the main superhero from Cowl against Radiant Black, and Radiant Black was voiced by Wilfred L. It's super cool. A really great animated thing. If you have not read Radiant Black, it's still super impressive. I recommend that.
I will check that out after this. That's cool.
And then Radiant Pink will be the latest spinoff of Radiant Black. If you guys don't, they're Power Rangers. There's all sorts of colors. There was Radiant Red that happened. She can like turn matter into like armor, which is really cool. Radiant Pink will be written by Melissa Flores, who is writing the Dead Lucky, which is another Massive Verse series. Wow. And Emma Kubert, who recently wowed everyone with her miniseries Inkblot. That's the one with the little black cat. It's going to be another 5-issue miniseries. Radiant Pink, for those of you who don't know, is her Radiant. She can teleport. She can make like portals, and she teleports. And she's a YouTube influencer. She does like Twitch streams and things like that. So when a charity appearance is interrupted by a squad of mercenaries hunting for the Radiant, which gives her her powers, that powers her, Ava will find herself very far out of her comfort zone. That's basically all we know. Sounds cool. I like that character. I'm excited for more Radiant Black.
It's incredible that it has this many crossovers and it's still going. Like it must be doing well.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised it's doing really well. It took Invincible like ages to get its first spinoff. And Radiant
That's
Black
true.
was like, 10 issues in, we get like 4.
Yeah, it's true.
Guys, I'm sorry to drop this on your lap, but Warner Brothers Discovery.
Oh, God.
We're back, baby.
We're back, baby.
Wouldn't be a week.
This ain't so bad. There's not a lot here. Thank goodness they shut up this week.
Oh, good.
So Dan Lin, who we talked about previously in the previous episode as kind of the guy that Zaslav really wants to be their Kevin Feige, passed. Does not want to do it. He's like, I'm
Incredible. Incredible news.
good. I'm good.
How bad is Zaslav that like, hey, do you want to run DC? No, I'm good. Like,
Dumb.
that's real messed up. Good for Dan. He saw the writing on the wall. Good for that guy. Don't get entrapped. Because like I can see in 10 years from now, like he'd be the most hated man in the DC world because he had to work under Zaslav and he had to like listen to him directly. So like he probably dodged a bullet, to be honest. Despite him being the guy who's probably right for the job.
If producers have agents, I don't know if they do, but if they do, his agent definitely said, maybe you keep your exclusive deal with Universal. At least you're guaranteed a movie.
Yeah.
That's true. He had that option. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would agree. Dodged a bullet. Because right now, I feel like as long as Zaslav's in charge, nothing is going to... I mean, stuff will come out, obviously, but
no one is safe.
no one is safe. No one's safe. No one's safe. I feel like if I were to go into a thing with a Zaslav, I have to have it in writing that all my moves are going to come out no matter how against it he is.
Yeah. I think that's what Matt Reeves did.
It is like a double-edged sword because like I don't want Zaslav to just appoint one of his dudes to do it, right?
Exactly.
So like you want someone like Dan Lin, but also like he probably again sees a writing on the wall like I can't get anything done under this asshole. So like I don't think we're gonna win anyway.
Sparks really hit the nail on the head that not only do you have to be a geek or a nerd, you have to be a good producer and you have to be a good person to do what Kevin Feige did. That's the magic formula that Kevin Feige really like made this Marvel Cinematic Universe work. And if Dan Lin is in fact that guy, there's no way he would thrive under Zaslav. Yeah. None. He was right to do this. Are you guys like eager for the hierarchy of power in the DC universe to change?
You know,
yes.
Depending on the day, I'm willing for it to change. I don't know anymore.
So, are you eager to find out what happens after the hierarchy of power in the DC universe changes?
Look, I've been overhyped ever since The Rock posted a social media video of himself hearing Black Adam knocking on the wall on the other side, and I'm like, oh man, we're getting into like dual personalities.
I don't think that's what that was.
Oh no, he's adopted his alter ego. Go for it.
Well, unfortunately, we will not be able to find out what happens after the hierarchy of power in the DC universe changes because DC Fandom has been canceled.
Oh, okay.
Zaslav considered it a waste of money.
Well,
damn you.
I'll be honest. He's probably right.
He is.
He is.
In the scheme of business, yeah, it is probably like a net loss. But in terms of like getting people to be buzzed about your properties, remember the first fandom? How that's like the best thing, like they like better than any Marvel thing ever. Like
yes, but here's the thing: I think fandom worked really well the first time because of the pandemic.
Yeah,
and I think the second year they forced it out, and they didn't have enough to show.
True.
And I'm saying that about movies, shows, but I'm also saying that about comics. We didn't get like a lot of big, good comic things in the fandom either, and that's the thing is like it wasn't. Maybe they should have done the D23 route and been biannual, but like the fact that they tried to push it that second year and they had nothing to show.
And they've canceled so much
was
stuff, so they don't have anything to show.
They
right,
have-
right. But
They have much less to show this year.
But
Yeah.
that was the thing, is like I remember finding Fandom overall pretty underwhelming.
Yeah.
This last time around, there were some nice things, like they dropped the Batman trailer and a couple of other things, but like overall, we were all like, this made more sense in the pandemic time.
I just wish like the wording would have been like, "Hey, we're skipping a year. We'll come back next year." Because like I think I like Fandom. Like I like
Yeah.
the Comic-Con presentations and like getting hyped for stuff. I think especially when done well, it works for marketing 100%.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Like I don't necessarily want there to be a empty void of none of that. I just think like last year they didn't show up for it, and I understand looking at that and going like, that's a waste of money.
Yeah,
I get that. I do get that. And especially like looking at it and being like, well, what the hell are you going to sell next year?
Yeah.
2 movies that you've already been selling all year. Like, it's not going to work.
It's true.
Yeah, what would they really show at this point? And they've got so much bad blood coming off of Batgirl being canceled. There's at this point.
And what are you
sinking
going to
ship.
show us footage of movies you just delayed 6 months to a year?
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
But speaking of writing on the wall, Legendary wants out. Legendary Pictures, as you guys know, has co-produced a bunch of films with Warner Brothers. Dune, most recently. They were doing, I don't know if they're still doing the DC movies, but they were doing them for a while. The
lot of genre
Monsterverse.
stuff.
The Monsterverse.
Yeah.
They are planning on splitting with Warner Brothers and looking for a deal with either Sony or Paramount. And I know which one I'm picking.
Ooh.
Ooh. Paramount.
I got it. I really hope it is Paramount, just so that joke can be real. Like, oh damn, Paramount's back, baby.
Yeah, Paramount's back.
This was surprising. Like I didn't think like this is something that could just like happen. Like, oh, we're just gonna bail. Like we went like a partnership, we're gonna bail.
Notably, this is not the first time this has happened. They did split from Warner Brothers. Like they were within Warner Brothers. They were not an independent company, and then they became an independent company, and then partnered with Universal. Nothing came of that. The only thing that came of that was that Legendary stole the rights of King Kong from Universal and gave them to Warner Brothers to make Kong Skull Island.
Rip. That's crazy.
Which is a wild story. But yeah, originally Skull Island, not Kong Skull Island, Skull Island with Jordan Vogt Roberts was not supposed to be a MonsterVerse movie, and it would have been Legendary Universal, and then it was moved to be a MonsterVerse movie.
You look at
Realistically, like if you bend the canon enough, anybody can make a Kong movie. He's in public domain.
Exactly.
You just got to be willing to bend over a little.
Yeah, Disney, get it.
What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. So the whole thing about I'm essentially just be like, run, be free, escape, get out of Zaslav's grip.
Now, very importantly, this does not mean the MonsterVerse goes with them. The MonsterVerse rights belong to Warner Brothers. They own the rights to Godzilla. Legendary was just using them. Dune is the same way. So if they move from Paramount, these movies don't have Legendary's support behind them anymore. However, I think they might still have the Pokemon license, which they would take with them to Paramount. And I'm just saying that the Paramount also has Sonic. Just throwing that out there.
Paramount would 100% make a Pokemon TV show real quick.
Would definitely see the Red and Blue movie that people have been wanting for a long time.
So look, if Legendary wants to do that, go to Paramount. Just saying. Sony is kind of also hot garbage, but Paramount's pretty great.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we could see a Spider-Man movie produced by Legendary. Weird.
I doubt that.
Superman and Lois. The actor who played Jonathan Kent, Jordan Elsis, we talked about, had left the production. Well, they've replaced him with Michael Bishop, who will be taking on the role of Jonathan Kent from here on.
Neat.
Very cool. Good for
him. I don't know the kid from anywhere, but he looks a lot more like the brother now than unfortunately the actor who left. So I'm like, man, now they look like twins. That's all right.
That's why I thought they were adopted. That's why I thought one of them was adopted when the show started. I was like,
Nah,
surely. All right. House of the Dragon news. Co-showrunner Miguel Sapochnik is exiting the series. So it's him and Ryan Condal who are the showrunners for the first season. This guy will leave. Ryan Condal will serve as the sole showrunner on House of the Dragon from here on. Is said to be working very closely with George R.R. Martin.
That sounds good. Yeah, he's just as involved, so that's cool. I have faith. Miguel Sapochnik is going to go off to do other things. He's directed a movie before. He directed, I don't know if you guys saw, Repo Man, Repo Men, the Jude Law Repo Man movie.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
see
the
it,
one
but I know
movie
what
he
you're talking
directed.
about.
Yeah, and I thought that movie's pretty slick. Not a great movie, but I think it's pretty slick. It's like that guy's got a great style. So like he did his season of Game of Thrones. He's gonna go off to do other things now. That's great. Happy for him.
He's like, people who do Game of Thrones long enough, they don't get other jobs. Maybe I leave.
Bounds while it's still hot. Let me tell you, real quick, the latest episode of House of Dragon, incredible. I am so in. I love it.
When you say latest, do you mean today or
No, I haven't watched
last
today's.
week?
What's episode 3, episode 4, whatever last week's was.
I think today is 4, so last week was 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
incredible. Love it.
Yeah, I agree. It was incredible.
Love it.
I'm behind.
Don't worry,
Harley
we don't have to-
Quinn.
we don't have to talk about it, so you're fine.
Harley Quinn. In a shocking move, Harley Quinn was renewed for season 4. Sarah Peters will take over as showrunner. Justin Halpern and Patrick Schumacher, who were the showrunners up until this point, with Jessica Goldstein and Chrissy Pietrosh, I believe is her name. They are leaving to focus solely on the Harley Quinn spin-off series, the Kite Man Cheers spin-off series.
Cool.
So Sarah Peters is taking over as showrunner, and she's actually written some pretty good episodes of the series so far. So I think it's a good fit.
I'm glad. One, the show's still going. The show is doing well enough that the spinoff is still going. That's great, because I know that show. Obviously, it's a good show, but the numbers have to be good enough because it didn't get canceled.
Right.
So that's really nice.
Zaslav has a pride flag sheet with all the shows that have LGBTQIA plus representation, and he's just crossing them out. And he's like, "Wait, Harley Quinn? That's not gay, right? No, it's not."
No, see, here's the thing. It is, but it's the #1 show that everyone watches. So he's like, "Well, I can't cancel that. Then they think I'm a bad person.
I don't.
Then
think
they'll
he cares.
know me.
Then they'll know who I am."
Then they'll know I'm a bad person. And right now, I'm getting by with maybe just a minor annoyance.
Listen, I'm just doing my job.
Look, all I'm saying is that the Batgirl cancellation was blown wildly out of proportion by the media.
If you really think about it, a movie that doesn't get seen isn't really a movie, really.
I got a guy in my Twitter mentions about that tweet that I said. It was like, no, I don't think it was blown out of proportion. It was just like the movie was bad anyways. Like, sure, believe that if you want. I don't believe that. I think those were planted.
So disappointed with how incompetent some people are on Twitter, because there are people seeing the Corridor Digital joke video and thinking that it's a real trailer for the Batgirl film, and they're like, well, this looks terribly made, and it's like, you dummies.
You dummies.
I watched that video. That's a good video.
It's a good video, but like
People are dumb.
How about the Game Awards? Let's talk about that. No more Warner Brothers Discovery. It's the lightest news for Warner Brothers Discovery. Good job, guys.
Until next week.
You skated by 2 weeks without anything major happening.
Jonathan Majors.
The Game Awards are introducing a new category called the Best Adaptation category, which will look to award basically The Last of Us when that airs.
Yeah. Come on, $70. Get out of here.
No, it's the best show for like shows or movies that are adapted from video games.
and
Makes
so
sense.
Sonic 3 will have a chance.
Sonic 3 will have a chance. Sonic 2 will probably have a chance this year. Halo, sorry, Halo, you're not getting it. And if you do get it, I'm rioting.
Yeah, if Sonic doesn't get it, I'm gonna be pissed.
It would be Arcane this year, probably.
Okay,
Arcane is a video game. You're right.
Could be Cyberpunk 2077.
Could be Edge Runners.
No, because Cyberpunk came out 2 years ago.
Edge Runners.
The
Or last
Edge
year.
Runners
It came out last year.
adaptation.
Oh,
The
adaptation.
anime.
It came out last year.
Because it's best adaptation.
Yeah, but it's an old game. It's not new.
I don't
Well,
think that matters. It's
Right,
what's a
doesn't-
good adaptation of the game material into another thing. So we're talking movies, TV shows, anime adapted from games.
Sorry, I'm just thinking Game Awards, strictly games. Got it.
No,
it.
they're adding this category specifically
Yeah.
to acknowledge video game, movie, TV show adaptations.
Then yeah, Cyberpunk will win.
Yeah, it could.
And,
Oh, yeah.
What The Last of Us is good. Netflix.
What they
Speaking of adaptations, Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft has partnered with Netflix to create an Assassin's Creed live-action TV series.
I don't feel like we are not getting into it right now, but I don't feel like I've seen this deluge of Assassin's Creed news in a while. That was a lot.
Well, it's because it's been a while, and this was like their E3, so
Yeah.
they've been building to it. I mean, if this was the first attempt at it, I'd go like yeah, whatever, I guess. But like this is the second attempt, so I'm like, just go for it, baby. That couldn't be worse than the first one. Like,
Man, that movie's finale still sits with me as just like baffling.
that movie has a lot of potential. It starts real hot.
Oh,
and
it does.
Like
It does,
it's
and then it's really that third act that just like sinks it.
That movie wouldn't have got the best adaptation award.
No.
The worst.
Don't give it to Halo. Anyway, Star Wars: The Acolyte. Lee Jung-jae is cast in, who is in Squid Game.
The lead of Squid Game
has been cast as the male lead of Star Wars: Acolyte.
Good.
He's awesome. He's incredible.
I'm very happy about getting more international stars in Star Wars.
Yeah, so far
in general, but in Star Wars.
And so far, this is a really diverse cast. So I'm all about it. And it's High Republic, or like before all the prequel stuff. So I'm about it.
Before
it's like
the Phantom Menace.
It's like the end of the High Republic, I think, was what they said.
So like, I think they said it's 100 years before Phantom Menace. So it's like at the end of the High Republic. Yeah.
And then rumor has it that the Wonder Man TV series will also star Ben Kingsley, reprising his role as Trevor Slattery.
That 100% makes sense if they're going to go with the route that he is a actor, which if they're going to put Trevor Slattery in, makes sense. Why is he hanging out with Wonder Man, who may be a superhero already, or he's an actor who becomes a superhero? Why he's hanging out with him already is another story. How does he get involved? I'm just happy he's there. This also confirms that they're actually making a Wonder Man show. I'm just like, God, it's really nice to be a comic book nerd, because eventually they'll hit all the stupid characters.
I became more convinced of the potential of Wonder Man and what they could do with Werewolf by Night, which we'll get into later.
Ooh,
but that made me like, yes, okay.
Mag is in the chat. Hello, sir.
Hey, Mag.
Definitely going to rewatch this later on after celebrating Disney Plus Day, after watching Newsies in theaters and Jaws in 3D. Wow, what a day.
Awesome. Yeah, Cinemark's playing Jaws. I was just looking that up. I'm like, oh, yeah, cool.
And Pi, Armidapus 16 in the chat says, more Asian/Middle Eastern representation, please. Yes, sir. Ben Kingsley. All right, anyway. Star Trek Day happened.
Gandhi
Wasn't what he was
himself.
responding to, damn it.
I know. He played Gandhi.
Favorite.
that one of the more questionable casting choices of Ben Kingsley.
What do you mean? Ben Kingsley's my favorite Indian man. Come on.
Okay. Star Trek Day happened. I don't want to talk too much about Star Trek Day, take too much time out of that. But bless you. Bless you. Is that Ben? It's funny. Okay, so Star Trek Day happened. Real quickly, just to talk about kind of the overview of what Star Trek Day is. Every year on September 8th, which is the day that Star Trek premiered in 1966, they do kind of a day, kind of a DC fandom, if you will, and just basically like talking about Star Trek, what the current shows are doing, some tributes and things like that. In the past, it was really good. This year, not so much. I was pretty disappointed with this year. There wasn't a lot. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's a real shame that they tried to take Disney Plus Day's time from it. They should have just moved the day.
It's just Disney Plus Day. So Disney Plus Day was really awkwardly staged. There wasn't a lot to show.
Star Trek Day
was really awkwardly staged. There wasn't a lot to show as far as like new footage goes. There was one thing. They started really hot, and then they really just like really didn't work. The stuff that worked though were like the Nichelle Nichols tribute, which I thought was really sweet, and had Celia Gooding, who plays Uhura currently on Strange New Worlds. She introduced that. I really wish they were able to get Zoe Saldana. I'm sure for certain reasons. Oh wait, Avatar 4 is filming. So like they couldn't get her back. No, so 2-3 is coming. So 4.
I thought. I don't want to go down the weeds in this one, but I thought that 4 and 5 were on hold until they saw to turn a profit.
No, they just announced at Disney Plus at D23 that Avatar 4 had started filming.
Oh, okay.
So Zoe Saldana, who also plays Uhura, she couldn't be there for various reasons.
Ryan, you're muted.
I wasn't saying anything important. Don't worry.
Okay, got it.
So that Nichelle Nichols tribute was really sweet. Outside of that, the host Tanny Newsom, Tanny Newsom. Oh, what's the girl's name? Tanny Newsom, I think so. She plays Mariner on Star Trek Lower Decks, and Paul F. Tompkins. They hosted the thing, and they were fine. They were really fun. The teleprompter went out way too much. The music was awkwardly placed, and quite frankly, bad. It was Reggie, one of the late night show hosts, Reggie Watts. I saw your mouth move.
Now you inverted the mute.
No.
Reggie Watts. Really just terrible music. Awkwardly placed. There was no flow to the show at all. It was not a good show. Very disappointing. That said, there were some things that I do want to talk about a bit. There was a clip that was revealed from Star Trek Prodigy. They also announced that October 27th is when the final 10 episodes of season 1 will start to air. Very cool. I'm excited to see that show come back. The clip looked really fun. It introduced there's hologram Janeway finally gets to meet real life Janeway. That's something I've been excited for. And then they also, Ryan, as the only one who's like watched early Star Trek: The Next Generation, I'm curious if you remember the cool guy, the pirate. What's his name? Thadian Okana. Look him up. I'm wondering if you remember him, because he's shown up in Lower Decks again, and now he will show up this time with his voice, with the actor reprising his role in Star Trek Prodigy. He's got a cool eye patch. He's a cool character. So yeah, that was cool. Was really happy to see that.
What's his name?
Thadian. So think of like Thaddeus, but like Thadian. Okana. Okona.
It's not giving me something. Just give me a second.
All right. He was a pirate in Star Trek: The Next Generation. He was a cool character, and now he's got an eye patch.
Ooh.
Sparks, did you watch the Strange New World clip?
Yeah.
I really dug that.
Yes, I'm very. Anyone who knows that we've talked about Strange New World season 1, Ortegas was given the shaft too much in season 1, and they seem to be aware of it because there is clearly an episode coming up that is focused on her.
Yeah, the clip was I thought it was really good.
Mm-hmm.
That show is coming back, I believe. No, February 2023? No, later. Sometime in 2023. Excited for that show, though.
Strange New Worlds is good.
Oh, Carol Kane. That's the final bit of news for Strange New Worlds. Carol Kane, the Ghost of Christmas Past from Scrooged. She will be the Enterprise's new chief engineer on Star Trek Lower Decks. She's playing a character called Pelia.
Legendary comedian. She's so good. That'll. I'm definitely gonna start Strange New Worlds eventually, probably before season 2 starts.
I think you'd really like it.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy. I'm so ready. I'm so glad Star Trek's back.
Well, Ryan will be living in this house, and my mom has to watch it too.
Oh. So there you go.
Infinity and beyond.
Ben, how far are you in Lower Decks?
When I text you, I haven't picked it back up again, but I'm gonna finish it this week.
Cool. Star Trek Con. Nicholas Meyer came on stage to talk about how he never got to make his 3-episode miniseries prequel to Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, which told the origin of House Khan, of how Ceti Alpha 5 became that desert wasteland. So basically bridging the gap between Space Seed and Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. Nicholas Meyer had the whole thing written out. They were ready to go. This was early Discovery days. Discovery hadn't even happened. They were like, well, this is also going to be a show that we're going to do. Paramount never greenlit that show, and it's just kind of been sitting there until now. They're going to adapt it into a podcast. I guess better than nothing.
Yeah.
Would have been really cool to see that as a show.
Yeah, I think like an audio drama centering around Khan will really work though, because he is kind of like a charismatic guy you want to listen to talk. Like you don't go to Star Trek for action, right? So like of all the things to get turned into a podcast, I think it works pretty well. Obviously I would love to have seen it like live action, but I think the actress passed away as well, right? Because he's Holden passed away.
Caught him on man, yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's a cool idea. I'm glad that they're going to all the different avenues. Like kid shows, adult comedy podcasts. I think it's cool.
I think it's cool that they decided to do this as a free podcast. It's going to be it's going to be fully scripted, it's going to have a budget behind it. That's really cool. And they did say that it will start life as a podcast, which probably means they're hoping that if the podcast does well, they could get it adapted into a live action show or movie. So I'm excited. I will listen to it wholeheartedly. I love Nicholas Meyer. I'm so down for more Nicholas Meyer Star Trek.
Yeah.
And then Star Trek Picard. The first trailer. Whatever that was, the last thing. The various gifts that they touted out as a trailer. The first real trailer for Star Trek Picard season 3 premiered this week at Star Trek Day, and that was kind of like the really the big thing they did, and really the only thing of note that Star Trek Day did was to see that. Did anyone watch it?
No.
Okay, so I won't talk too much about it, but it looks great. Like, legitimately looks incredible. I love seeing we get glimpses of all the returning cast, kind of a bit more of the plot. Beverly's in trouble. Picard is like, "Hey, Riker, let's go save her," and then they get on a ship that 7 of 9 is now the commander of, and it's a new ship. It's called the Titan A. For those of you who know Star Trek, actually, we've all watched this movie. There's a commentary about Star Trek Nemesis where Riker goes off to command the Titan, and the Titan has shown up with Riker in command in lower decks. The Titan A will be introduced in Star Trek Picard, and it is called a Neo Constitution class. That's basically just like a new version of a Constitution class starship, which was what the original Enterprise was. Beautiful ship. I love ship porn so much, and seeing this ship fly through the starbase. We get to see the Earth space dock again, which was the kind of this jellyfish thing, if you recall, in Star Trek: The Next Generation. For anyone who's watched that, we get to see that, but it's like souped up and bigger, and it looks beautiful. And watching the ship fly through it, love starships, people. It looks great. I'm really excited. I'm hopeful for a good season. I think the fact that they had to change writers halfway through season 2 really hurt that season, and I think a consistent writer. This is the guy who did 12 Monkeys, the TV show, which was highly praised. So like I think alone he can do one good season of Star Trek, and I really hope for a high note on this one.
Let's hope.
Trailers. Thank you all for letting me go through that Star Trek Day.
Of course. The biggest trailer park of all.
Mighty Ducks Game Changers. No one really needed to watch this one. I just wanted to briefly mention it, though.
I watched it for about a minute, and I'm like, nah, I'm good.
So I watched the whole thing.
Ben,
you like the Mighty Ducks.
Ben,
what?
Are you better now? They are the Mighty Ducks now.
Oh my god, I watched enough to see like, oh, Ben's dream.
They did it, Ben.
Yes.
It's on their jerseys and everything.
Yes. I get it.
They didn't need Gordon Flambe or anybody.
Gordon Flambe.
So what is Gordon Flambe like? Coach Bombay's chef.
It sounds like a parody of Gordon Ramsay. Like you're making a parody.
Yo, hockey playing's awful.
Gordon Flambe. No, that's what they should have called Josh Duhamel in this trailer. Josh Duhamel joins this cast, and it looks like they've got an in for bringing back Emilio Estevez for the next season if he's up for it, because they're going to summer camp to learn hockey. I really like that first season. I legitimately think it's one of the best shows that is on Disney Plus by a country mile. I think it's wonderful, and I think Ben would really love it. I'm excited for the second season.
Hell yeah! It looks charming. Just just not for me.
Yeah. Sonic Frontiers.
What new trailer was there?
Was this the overview?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I might have. Did it come out this week or last week?
It's not really a trailer. It's like an overview, like a guided discussion and it came out 10 days ago.
Okay, I think I probably watched it then.
And it's like a guy narrating through like, this is essentially the plot summary, and this is how you'll go through zones, and like kind of how the abilities will work and that kind of thing. I'm still middle of the road on this.
But you're not as negative, right?
I'm about the same as the last time we talked about it, especially because in the context of this, what it made it look like is all the cool level stuff we saw happens early when Sonic's going through the cyberspace, and then he escapes and he ends up on this barren island, and that's the rest of the game. And I'm like, neat.
Well, I imagine it's going to be like Super Mario Sunshine and Mario Galaxy, where you'll enter a portal and you'll get transported and do a level, and there'll be a bunch.
I thought that too, but they didn't ever elaborate on that in this, which is why I was kind of surprised. You do go through things to another place, but you're going to the different Starfall Islands, which are these barren open landscapes, not to levels like what we see at the very beginning, where you're like on the highway and going through Green Hill Zone. That looks like that's all early game stuff.
Yeah, I would still say I guess now I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, I wasn't super upset about what I saw. That last trailer was like a better trailer. But I will say I'm definitely going to wait till a bunch of reviews come out. And if the general consensus is that this is a great game, then I'll consider picking it up.
I remember you saying, Ben, if it gets an 8 or lower, you're not going to get it. I remember you saying that. It has to get an 8 or above.
If it gets lower than an 8, yeah, I did say that.
I think I remember you saying that. It's going to 8 or above.
The bar for this game started so low that it's like, yeah, of course we're getting like better, but like I don't know if I'm gonna buy it better.
Oh, it's a sale game, baby. Oh, no matter what. Sorry, Sonic.
Meet cute.
Yeah, this is
time loop ideas never fail, guys. So let's give it another whirl.
Definitely Palm Spring vibes, but like I love it. I love Pete Davidson. I think that dude's hysterical. I think this looks really funny. I love the premise. Again, like you said, Sparks, like it's almost impossible to like make one of these time loop movies wrong. It's got comedy, drama, everything you'd want in these type of movies. Yeah, it looks like a good time.
Yeah.
Kaylee
I think this looks really great.
Gets obsessed with the first date and just feels the need to perfect and repeat it.
Kaylee Cuoco, that's her name. That's right.
I can fix you and I can erase your pain. Ooh.
That's not your job. You shouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah.
Kaylee Cuoco is really impressing me lately. Having only watched 2 things. I watched The Flight Attendant, her show on HBO Max. I don't know if I ever mentioned that. But she's really great in that, and then obviously she's great as Harley Quinn. So yeah, hell yeah, I'm in for a movie with this.
It took me, just a side tangent about Kaylee Cuoco. It took me a long time to realize it, but I remember watching her, which I want to say was her first big acting job, which was 8 Simple Rules for a Day of My Teenage Daughter with Kay Segal and John Ritter. Do you guys remember that show?
That's the entire name of the show?
Yes, 8 Simple Rules for a Day of My Teenage Daughter.
Starring Katie Segal and Jason.
Do you guys remember that show? That's the title. That's the title.
I don't remember.
Wow, you really spelled Garfield wrong.
She's in Garfield? I don't remember Garfield.
You don't?
No, I never saw the movie.
What about part 2 where he went to London and he went to the big Bentley?
While we're on the subject of Kaylee Cuoco, she obviously is the Priceline negotiator now. She was introduced as William Shatner's daughter, and now they have retconned William Shatner out of Priceline. We were introduced to her parents, and it was not William Shatner.
Bro, damn. Beef. Shatner beef.
Deadstream.
This looks awesome.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay, yes.
This is the one I was
really
talking
good.
about where I was like, I never heard of this. And apparently it played at a bunch of festivals already, and it's getting insanely good reviews. So I wasn't sure if it was like, if it knew it was in on the joke. And then it said it was a horror comedy.
Yeah.
Then there's a moment where there's a monster crawling and it's got a GoPro on its head and it goes, ugh! And I'm like, oh my God, no way. So excited for this haunted house horror comedy. I'm about it.
I don't want to die with everybody thinking I'm a douchebag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this looks great.
Yeah, Shudder original.
Yeah.
The Peripheral.
Yeah.
Chloe Grace Moretz.
I love The Matrix. I love Westworld. I want to love Chloe Grace Moretz things. So, like, I'm on board for it.
The concept looks cool.
Yeah.
Nothing about, like, they didn't give me enough of the story to grab me. I'm interested by concept.
Yes.
I was mostly really interested in the visuals of this when I first saw this. I think it looks really visually interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of like giant Gothic statues, not Gothic, like kind of like Greek heroic statues that are just littered throughout the city, and kind of like this geometric explosion that happens around her at the end. I thought all that looked really cool.
Yeah, the premise is cool because like halfway through the trailer, she's like, or someone's like, what you're experiencing is like the future. So like they're living in like they're going to some virtual reality or some other world, but it's like their world in the future or something.
Mm-hmm.
And that idea alone is like, how does that even work? What's going on? What magic is this? I'm like, I love high concept shit. And again, Westworld, they always swing for the fences, and sometimes I really really miss. So I'm hoping this is the swing because it looks really cool.
Wendell and Wild.
I cannot wait to see this movie.
Yeah.
Henry Selick. I'm so sorry, Henry Selick, that people don't know your name and they think you're Tim Burton. I'm so sorry this has been your life for 25 years. But you're the man.
Or if I had a nickel for the many times I've seen that people think Tim Burton directed Coraline, I'd be rich.
More importantly, Nightmare Before Christmas, because that is one of the most influential movies of all time.
Because of Nightmare Before Christmas, because it says Tim Burton presents Nightmare Before Christmas, people think obviously Tim Burton directed that. But Coraline was marketed as from the director of Nightmare Before Christmas, not Henry Selick. It was from the director of Nightmare Before Christmas. So that retroactively made everyone think that Tim Burton directed Coraline.
It's a shame. Henry, you're back. This looks great. This looks incredible.
Co-written by Jordan Peele.
Hell yeah.
Sparks?
No, I really look forward to it. I just wanted to look up something before I said, because it's Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas, and it's not even Tim Burton Presents, it's Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. When you say it like that, I get why people assume he's the director. I do understand it.
No, 100%.
But yeah, I'm glad. This looks really good. This reminds me of not just like it's got Henry Selick style, but this has mildly convinced me, which is no knock in any way. But when Nia DaCosta did Candyman and we got the little paper images of the story, there's some similar imagery being done here, which makes me think that was more Jordan Peele possibly influenced idea.
Yeah.
Because there's like one where it's like this looks exactly like the paper art that we did for Candyman. Which is that's fine. It's still Nia DaCosta's film that Jordan Peele produced. It still looks great, but like I'm getting that kind of vibe mixed with Henry Selick, and I'm really into that.
What's it called? Wendell and what?
Wendell and Wild.
Wendell and Wild. Yeah, it's like, what if the Fairly Odd Parents were all messed up? I'm into that.
Yeah, I think this looks really great.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to this for a while. I love Henry Selick. Coraline is a fantastic, fantastic movie.
I'm just sad that it's on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah, Netflix original.
Is it a TV show or a movie?
Movie.
I think it's a movie.
Okay. I could have swore it was a TV show, but I could be wrong.
We'll double check.
While you do that, why don't we go to a TV show? Quantum Leap. Quite frankly, what took them so long?
Is he gonna leap into a black man this time, Brandon?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure he'll leap into a black man.
Wendell and Wild is a film.
Cool.
He'll leap into a woman. They're gonna leap into all the things.
Leap into Jesus Christ again.
Yes. Have any of you guys seen the original Quantum Leap?
Nope.
I think I saw half of an episode, but no.
What did you guys think about this one?
I feel like streaming has ruined network TV.
Why?
Because I feel like network TV is not putting the money into this.
Yes.
They don't have the faith in it. Because I'm like, I know network TV didn't look this bad like 8 years ago, but this looked kind of bad. And I mean visual quality wise more than anything. I'm like, this looks cheap in a severe way.
Yeah, I am 100% into the idea of rebooting this and making it like high and cool.
It looks like it was made on NBC at the same time as Heroes. And I'm like, it is 2022, my guy. We're nearly 2 decades past that. It should not look like this.
Unfortunately, it doesn't just look cheap. I found the trailer to be fairly generic in terms of like what the characters are doing and saying. It just looks like, if I was looking away from just like what the premise is, like it's just like another generic like network TV show to me, to be honest. I would love for it to be good, for your sake, but like to me, it didn't do anything to draw me in, really. Yeah. Like I would much rather prefer to watch the old show, if anything.
Ben, did you want to share a thought before I went? No, no, I'm good.
I got nothing.
I don't disagree. However, I did really like this. I am more hesitant than when I first heard about the show because it's a sequel series, and I'm really happy that it is, because I think you have a potential to really to not fix the ending of Quantum Leap, because the ending of Quantum Leap is deliberately depressing, but like help that ending kind of help Sam Beckett, Scott Bakula's character, have the closure he needs. Because now if he is truly leaping until the end of time, then he has lost Al. Al is dead, and he is alone for the first time. And it would be really sweet to kind of have this show resolve this, which I do believe it was the initial premise of the show.
Yeah,
I'm sure it still is, because this is again a sequel series. Ernie Hudson even plays a character that Sam had leaped into in the original series. So there's that kind of crossover there, which I thought was cool. There's a lot more in this show. In the original show, we never see the future. We don't see like all the what's going on Al's side of the screen. We only ever see Sam Beckett's
Well, that makes sense.
perspective, because like they didn't have the budget back then. So now what I'm actually really intrigued by is that we're seeing a lot of the what's going on the other side while this person is leaping through time, what's going on within the Quantum Leap project. I was actually really happy to see that, because that was something that I regret that they couldn't do in the original show, and I'm glad that they're kind of doing it now.
It looked like the platform from Terminator Genesis.
A little bit.
Genesis. Yeah, in a similar way to what Sparks was saying, like, it is a bummer that this is on like basic TV, because the budget is pretty low, and like we are in a generation where like, again, like going to Westworld, that old school 70s show was put into a multi-million-dollar, like, now it's an epic about robot apocalypses, right? And like, I'm not saying every show needs to turn into that, but like when I think Quantum Leap, I want a reboot that's like, yeah, baby, give it to HBO, give it to FX, make it like hardcore science fiction and cool. And this looks just like kind of like my grandpa would watch it, like, and that's fair. Like, again, you can have like fluffy shows like that, but like, it's not doing anything for me to be like, hell yeah. Like, there are other sci-fi shows I could be watching that are giving me more meat.
For me, it's just the fact that like it's so it feels like a step backwards for network television in general. Like this should be one of the things that they're trying to get people to step away from the streaming service to watch. And yeah. I don't think they brought it. I don't think they brought it as a person who has never engaged with Quantum Leap before. And it feels like the only thing, just kind of based on what Brandon was saying, that it really has to hang its hat on is that it is connected to Quantum Leap. Not a remake, but a continuation. So, like, you got all the people who want to see more of Quantum Leap are going to get not a remake, but more of Quantum Leap. And, like, that seems to be its only value. At least it's not selling anything else to me.
Yeah. The last thing I just want to say about that is that in Quantum Leap, the show, quite honestly, lives and dies on Scott Bakula and Dean Stockwell's chemistry. Their kind of partnership throughout that show really kept that show moving. And the trailer did not show me that they've recreated that with these two new characters who are lovers. They're a couple, and it doesn't look like they've managed to create a convincing relationship for me to care, or even recreate the chemistry that Dean Stockwell and Scott Bakula had.
They again seem like generic, handsome TV people. Like, they're like, not that the guy's like not charming, but like, it's like, I don't watch this trailer and go, I'm gonna catch that next week. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't immediately grab me, which I wanted it to do, because again, the premise is really, really cool.
Yeah, that's like, they just didn't make me connect with the guy, and like, it's one of those things where I'm like, I just don't understand why this isn't a Peacock like focused show. Yeah, it's going to be streaming on Peacock, but it's an NBC show first, and I just don't understand how you had Quantum Leap and you didn't put the effort in, the budget.
Yeah. I agree.
That's weird to me.
I will still catch it next week. I'm interested.
Congrats for you, man.
I hope it's good. I want it to be good.
Yeah. I hope it's not a Halo, man.
Oh, Halo broke my heart, man.
Yeah, I hope Quantum Leap doesn't do that.
Halo butt cheeks. Yeah.
The Fablemans.
It's neat that Spielberg can finally just make a movie about his childhood.
Man,
I was gonna ask that. I was gonna ask, is this like a Spielberg?
It's a Spielberg biopic that he's directing. Yes. I'll be honest, y'all. This trailer got me a little emotional. I thought this looked great. Spielberg, obviously one of the greatest directors of our time, of our generation. This feels so personal, and it just like to quote Harry Styles, it feels like a movie you go to watch in the film. I know what he was saying when he was trying to say that, but like this does look like, man, this looks like a real ass movie, man. This looks like Spielberg's like the heartstrings, the acting, the cinematography, like the music. It's like shit. This looks like a good ass movie.
I think it's really nice to have a Spielberg film coming out where he's getting to do his love of filmmaking as text and subtext. Yeah. And he just hasn't gotten to do that. And like his last few films have not been on the level of expectation attached to Spielberg, I suppose.
And generally like Lincoln, Ready Player One, like bigger movies. So it's nice for him to be like, we're going to make it perfect.
I know people really like West Side Story. The internet loves West Side Story. Yeah. I did not care for it. I understand that that's mostly biased against the story of West Side Story. But this is the movie I've wanted Spielberg to make for decades. I've always known his relationship with his dad was really rocky. It's why most of his dad figures in his movies are absentee dads. And so to finally have him do that in a fictional setting, so he doesn't have to, so it's not actually a biographical film. It's fictional. It's a fictional version of his childhood, of growing up. I'm super here for it. I've been waiting for Spielberg to do this for years, and I'm so glad we're finally here.
I remember 15-year-old Brandon saying, "Boy howdy, can't wait for Spielberg to make that."
Boy howdy.
I'm honestly Jones. Like everyone, there's a lot of great people. I love anytime Seth Rogen it does drama, because that dude does got it. And like he's in a Spielberg movie, that dude's bringing it, and I'm like, oh hell yes, get it, Seth, hell yeah, get that Oscar nom, baby.
Yeah, I think the fact that like he's doing it through a lens of being able to play with fiction rather than trying to feel like he's recreating something is really smart. I think it'll win out as a good film.
Yeah.
Speaking of recreating your own fictional youth,
I'm being hijacked?
No, I just thought it was a good transition.
Oh.
I know that trailer's here. Recreating your own fictional upcoming.
Oh, we mean Weird Al.
I do.
That wasn't next, but sure. Weird. And the Al Yankovic story.
Oh my god. Y'all. Oh my god. I never thought they would make another Dewey Cox movie. I never thought it would happen. For real, just making this have you thought about giving up on your dreams and stop being who you are? I'm like, oh my god, they're making Dewey Cox. Oh my god, this looks incredible. I can't believe I'm going to watch a Roku movie. I can't believe it. That stock is going to increase on Roku for one day. It's going to be great.
The line of I just want to write lyrics to already existing songs.
Yeah, it's taking the piss out of itself 100%. Oh my god, Evan Rachel Wood from Westworld. She's playing Madonna. I think you're a bad influence on me, Madonna. God, I'm so excited for this movie. I can't believe this is a Roku movie. For real. Good for Dan. Good for. I was about to call him Daniel Radcliffe.
I'm still surprised that Daniel Radcliffe is cast as Weird Al Yankovic.
I'm not.
Nah, bro. Have you? Well, I mean, I'm going to say you haven't, but he's been making weird shit for the last.
Oh decade. No, I know he's been making weird shit. I'm just like, man,
it is weird because I kind of understand what you're saying, because if you told 11-year-old me who was watching Harry Potter that this guy was going to be Weird Al, I'd be like, you're crazy. Sure. But now having kind of followed his career, I'm like, no, it makes sense.
I've seen him as a farting corpse, so his range for me is the unfathomable.
Yeah, Pi rightly says, based on the Funny or Die skit of the same name. We mentioned when it was announced that it's the director of that Funny or Die skit. He is now making a kind of feature-length version of that.
Love it.
Daniel Radcliffe is not singing.
No,
which I was surprised by. He's a good singer. I thought they would do it, but it's even better that it's Weird Al dubbing it.
Yeah, I obviously I always love when performers can do their own singing and stuff, but Weird Al has a very unique voice.
He does.
A very nasally voice. So I think this is one of those times where I just don't think he could do it, even if he's talented enough. It just wouldn't sound the same. So
but even so, that's part of the comedy of the show, is that he's overdubbed by the real Weird Al.
Yeah, I almost feel and he's so ripped. Yeah. And I'm like, Weird Al was ripped in the 80s. It was weird. Yeah, this looks just like a great time. Like I'm so excited for this.
I think it'll be a fun, weird time.
Yeah. Cyberpunk 2077. Did you want to talk about Phantom Liberty? I remember you wanted to. You didn't want to take it out.
It's a 1-minute trailer that's just a teaser for a update that's coming in like 8 months. So we don't really there's nothing to talk about really.
Then there was the Edge Runners update, which you suggested.
Yes, they did release a Cyberpunk update for the game in tie with the anime. They released a trailer showing the co-op stuff between that. Did you guys watch that trailer? Please tell me you did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I love it. It's my favorite trailer of the year, and it has nothing to do with anything. It's just showing, hey, here's the exact locations from the game. They are in the anime. Characters are showing up exactly as they are. It is 1-for-1, anime driving, game driving. And I'm just like, as a bad editor, Sparks, I enjoyed it. I was like, damn, this is really good editing. I really liked it. And the song is an original song from the game. It's a great bop. I love listening to it on Spotify. I was just like, oh my God, like the care that this anime they're putting into it. I'm just like, I'm so excited. And this is the reason I re-downloaded Cyberpunk and I deleted Avengers. So
yeah.
I'm just like, I'm so stoked. They added like 20 guns and a bunch of new costumes and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Yeah, baby.
Well, yeah. I would talk about one of my most anticipated things of the year, Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
And real quick, before we talk about the anime trailer, what I love about Cyberpunk and the world, we have the trailer for Edge Runners update for the game. That's about love and peace and how friendship is what keeps us together. And then you see the anime trailer. And it's
violence,
gore, murder, rampage. Oh man,
this is Trigger truly unleashed.
My mouth was agape watching. Like, we've already watched like 2 or 3 trailers at this point, but like there is some insane shit that I've just never seen before. And like Trigger is like, hey baby, no budget, unlimited budget, just make the thing. This looks so insane. I can't believe there's this much violence. And it's also going to be a story about characters loving each other. Like,
there was a scene that I was not prepared for in this when it's a sex scene where the girl's on top, and like there's something that happens that I can't. This is a kid show. Ben's gonna bounce back out.
Kid show.
This is a kid show. And I was like, oh, all right, that's the kind of show I'm about to watch, and I'm so ready. I love this director. I love Trigger. Give it to me.
Yeah, excuse me. This is definitely probably like my most anticipated thing out of anything. Like I know it's going to be good. Just like, how good is it going to be? And yeah, again, it got me jonesing to play that game again, which is a really powerful thing to do to make me want to cross media.
I mean, it's really powerful, the fact that like I have no real interest in Cyberpunk 2077, but I'm massively stoked for this show.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're a huge slut for Trigger, so they had you.
Oh, Trigger. It doesn't work very well.
It's not even a flirtation. You just spread them.
Watch Promare now.
Yeah,
all right.
It should be good. I'm excited to watch it. It's a toss up on if this is going to be the hot anime of the year or Chainsaw Man. We'll see. They're going to duke it out.
Ooh, I read the first chapter of Chainsaw Man.
Oh.
Only the first chapter though, but that's
cool.
It's only one.
Yeah.
Speaking of the hierarchy of power in the DC universe changing, Black Adam released a new trailer.
Yes, it did.
What have you feeling?
How are we feeling, guys?
I really like the visualization of Cyclone's powers. In fact, I like the visualization of all the Justice Society's powers.
I am 100% with you. I think the visualization of the powers themselves, really cool. Dr. Fate looks great. I love Big Man getting big. Hawkman, never look cooler.
He looks so good. I'm so happy for Alice Hodge.
Ben, how are you feeling about Black Adam?
No, he's still delayed. Ben, you might
Never
have to
mind, Ben. I don't need that opinion.
You might have to turn your computer off and turn it back on again.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
So one of my fears about this movie, it almost got worse because like who's going to be the real villain, and it's going to be like, I always forget their names because I just don't care. Like the dudes on the bikes.
Yeah, I might have. If you guys can hear me, I might.
Oh, Ben, you're gone.
Oh no,
and you're gone.
Yeah, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay, bye, Ben. Sorry. Brandon, what's the dudes on the bikes? What's their names again?
I believe that's Interpol.
Interpol, right? Or Interpol? That's a real organization. It's like a stupid DC name. Never mind. Anyway, there's dudes on flying bikes. And we all thought they were going to be the villains. I'm like, well, that seems kind of weird for a Black Adam movie. Now we know it's Sabak, who is an interdimensional demon. No ties to Trigon.
Spicy.
It is spicy. That is cool. But I fear he's going to be a third act reveal villain. And it's just going to be like, oh, they're all going to have to team up to fight that guy, which is what's going to happen. And I'm like,
I don't love how it's implied that the Justice Society are working for Waller like the Suicide Squad do.
oh, you
and
mean the
X-Men?
That is maybe the most baffling thing I've seen in a comic movie recently. It's like it's not even that they do the thing where like it opens up and it's a plane. That just looks like the Blackbird, not colored differently. That's just the Blackbird. I'm like, what's going on? What are we doing with the Justice Society? What's happening?
I won't lie. I kind of was excited to see Waller. I know it doesn't
I love
really
Waller.
doesn't really
Absolutely.
make sense or anything, but I was like, yeah, okay.
I give it up to Waller, but like, why do they have an X-Men plane under their mansion? Like,
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm kind of liking the brutality that we saw from The Rock in this trailer. I did enjoy that.
Mhm.
I love the visualizations of all the Justice Society members. But there's just something not clicking with this movie right now.
It's the fact that like there's no sense of an arc to Black Adam really present in this trailer. Like this movie's about him, and I feel like he's very plain and clear cut as a character, which is that he's going to wake up, he's going to be kind of pissed, want to use his power. He's going to meet Dr. Fate, who's going to be like, but what if power for good?
Mhm.
And he'll be like, I'm not really into it. And then a demon will show up and he's like, well, okay, I'm into it against that guy though.
and then and then
And
they'll
that's
have
the
to
movie.
fight.
And that's the movie. And like, there's no complexity to that. There's nothing,
And The Rock's to his own detriment at this point. His whole thing is like, I'm not a hero, guys. I'm not a hero. Me, hero, I kill people. I'm a bad boy. We know at the end of this movie he's going to team up with the good guys and fight the bad guys. Like, there's no world where that doesn't happen, right? This isn't going to be a reverse psychology where he is the villain and kills. That's not going to happen. It's The Rock. So, like, I'm just like, he's going to be an anti-hero. He's not a villain. Like, he's going to...
Also,
they're going to leave him. They're going to leave him in gray space.
Yeah.
Not committed one way or another. And I'm just, for a first outing for Black Adam, like I don't mind him ending up in anti-hero status at some point, but like for a first outing with him, that's just not interesting.
Yeah.
You can bring yourself back. I just don't love the.
Am I good?
Yes, you're good.
Yeah.
All right.
Most of the. He always says like, "Oh, I kill people. I'm a hero who kills people." Like most of the heroes in this universe kill people.
Peacemaker.
That's the thing. Like a lot of his, like half of his lines were just like, "Look how badass I am," and I'm like, "You don't need to tell me. You just,
Are we
just
talking
do
about-
the thing."
Are we talking
Black
about
Adam.
Black Adam?
We
Yes.
are.
Ah, okay.
Get
do you
in
have
there,
any-
Ben.
Do you have anything you want to say about Black Adam before we move on?
The Justice Society looks freaking awesome. Hawkman looks great. I am so ready for Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. And honestly, I mean, cool. Rock as Black Adam, neat. Honestly, I'm going to go for the Justice Society. That's what I'm going to the movie for.
I'm kind of with. I think Ryan, you like this tweet on Twitter I saw. It's like where it's like, I realize that's how nth metal works, but I'm so sick of that effect, which is
It
like
is
the
just-
nanite effect.
It is unfortunate. It's almost like the John Carter Star Wars thing is like, Anthem Metal is one of the original ones to do it, but like it's the
It's
last
just-
to do it.
Everyone does it now. Everyone does that nanite mask effect. I'm
I
so
really did like though the mace swinging down, turning into the axe. I thought that was
Mhm.
good.
done. Hell
I
yeah.
think Hawkman's gonna get like the type of buzz. It's like, oh, spin-off time for this guy. I think he's gonna get like the type of
Oh yeah,
juice.
because
Yeah.
that actor's hot, and I mean that in both like talent and desire wise,
Yeah.
and also
Aldous
sex appeal.
Hodge, I believe.
Aldous Hodge, fantastic actor.
Isn't he the voice of Green Lantern in that movie, Brandon, or am I wrong? I want to say that's what I heard on a podcast, but they could be lying to me.
Where my power? I could. Someone look. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm on it.
I just reckon the voice of Green Arrow. It's the voice. Oh, who's the kid in Cowboys and Aliens? That's a horrible poll. I'm so sorry.
No.
He's Green Arrow. He's a really good actor. What's his name? I forgot his name.
Yes, Aldous Hodge is the voice of Jon Stewart.
Who's
Cool.
the voice of Green Arrow?
You got it right there. Look at that.
I don't. I just looked up Aldous Hodge Green. Hold on.
Take that, Wikipedia.
Move on. Move on, and I'll find it.
Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery.
Yay!
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll watch this movie.
yeah, hell yeah. I think
Yeah.
this looks great.
It's another murder mystery, new location, new characters, same
Jimmy
old blanc.
Simpson.
Jimmy Simpson.
Jimmy Simpson.
Yes.
He's the
He's the young version of the Man in Black from Westworld.
No, I know that. I just like I forgot he was in
Cowboys and Aliens. Yeah.
Yeah. Always in a cowboy thing, but look at that.
As soon as I pulled that out, I was like, I couldn't think of any other movie.
That's funny.
Yeah. Anyway, Glass Onion. I love Benoit Blanc. I love Knives Out. Knives Out, one of my favorite movies of all time. I'm so excited for this cast. They all look like they're having a good time. They all look like they're going to be fun characters. Dave Bautista, Edward Norton, Kathryn Hahn. Ooh, Bugs from The Matrix, the current Iron Fist.
Jennifer Henwick.
Jessica Henwick.
So real quick, because sorry, I'm backtracking us a little bit. I did want to double check this because I thought Brandon was wrong and I was correct. You were thinking of Paul Dano, who plays the kid in Cowboys and Aliens. Jimmy Simpson isn't in it. Jimmy Simpson is not in Cowboys and Aliens.
Paul Dano is in The Fablemans.
They look a lot alike. In my head, apparently, they look a lot alike.
Sure. I get it.
Okay. Yeah, super stoked for Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery.
Yeah, this is coming to select theaters, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to see that theater if I can.
Great cast. I'm very excited about it, but I wish his accent changed.
No, I never liked that theory.
I love that idea.
I want Southern Daniel Craig all day, every day. I love his Southern voice. I'm so here for it.
Compelling.
Wish he changed it.
It's like a hole in a donut. A donut's hole.
Apparently, he had to go back to a vocal coach because he could not do the voice again.
That's funny.
Oh wow,
that really bad.
He couldn't remember how he did it or how he got there.
He bought this in the 80s. What a terrible accent. I love Knives Out so much. I'm so excited for Glass Onion. Bring it on. And Rian Johnson, like, I know Netflix bought 2 movies, but Rian Johnson, like, as long as Daniel Craig will not block me on his phone, I will make Benoit Blanc movies. And I'm like, you do that. I want 50 of these.
I'm totally okay with that. I'm ready for all those murder mysteries.
Yeah, I want them to go so long that they have to that they can finally drop a Knives Out mystery subtitle.
I wish they already had. I think everybody would have just been fine.
Netflix was stupid for that. They were like, no one will know. It's like everyone's gonna know.
Everyone knows. It's if you just say another Rian Johnson who done it, it's like, oh cool, we know what this is gonna be again.
You see Daniel Craig. Daniel Craig is the only person on the poster.
The only argument to say that anybody wouldn't recognize like what it is if they had in fact had him change the accent, but they didn't. So no, you don't need Knives Out mystery.
Benoit Blanc I believe the plot is Benoit Blanc is taken to a rich billionaire, his island. He made puzzles. That's where all the puzzles are coming from in the trailer. And there's a murder on the island, and Benoit Blanc's there. One of these people is a murderer. Okay. All right. So, shall we get into more news? Should I play the main topic theme?
Yeah, I mean it's our topic.
Let's do it. Let's be wild tonight.
Wendell and Wild.
We're just a bunch of wild boys tonight.
Oh, that we are.
D23 happened this weekend. A lot of cool stuff happened for it.
Nerdy stuff.
It's on Sparks' screen. So we're gonna break down the news from D23. Starting with Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur.
Yeah, good trailer.
Finally got a trailer for this.
We had seen a clip before, but now we have a trailer. Looks great.
This looks awesome. I love the animation style.
I agree.
Yeah, me too. I think it looks really energetic, really fluid. And
black as hell.
Yeah, it looks really great. I'm sure it's not like catered to me, but like this would even be something that I would check out as for the animation alone.
Right.
Yeah. Is this? I know it's a silly question. This is Disney Plus, right?
This is
Disney
a
Junior
channel, Disney Channel original, and
I'm not going to watch this.
And it will be coming to Disney Plus just like Owl House and other Disney Channel shows have after the season comes to an end, or maybe mid-season, depending.
Cool.
They haven't said one way or another, but it is a Disney Channel original, not Disney Plus.
Very nice.
So it was not a stupid question.
Cool.
Grayson live in the chat. Hello, sir. Hi guys, happy to catch you all. Hope you're doing well.
Hi, Grayson.
Go back to the beginning of the episode for the answer to that question.
Talking about nerdy news.
Let's move on to American-born Chinese.
I'm stoked that there's a Disney Plus show about the Monkey King.
Me too.
That's wild.
Somebody, when I was watching this trailer, I was looking at the comments. It's like, this reminds me of like a live action American Dragon Jake Long. And I was like, ooh, that's a good pool. It's a
really good pool.
This looks really fun.
Yeah, I agree.
Michelle Yeoh, right? Yes.
Michelle Yeoh's here.
Michelle Yeoh.
They go ahead, Ben.
No, that was the only name I recognized. I was trying to think of something else, but I couldn't think of it.
Is he really quiet to you guys?
Yes, he is.
You're
Ben,
so low.
You're very quiet.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it.
It's weird because Ryan got louder and Ben got quiet.
When Ryan leans close to his mic, he gets very loud.
Yes.
The hierarchy of power. DC
Brandon, what do you want to say about this show?
I think this was all just kind of a featurette, but I'm really stoked. I didn't know what this was about when I first heard about it. I didn't know it was a Monkey King type series. I'm excited. I'd love to watch this.
Yeah, same. Ben, did you have more thoughts on this one?
Ben is now muted.
I mean, I did, but my microphone's being a little bit of a bitch right now. So I'm trying to
Ben, you're having so many.
Ben, are you
problems.
coming through your headphone one?
Oh,
okay.
We
didn't hear that at all. You
didn't
just
hear
tapped it and we
anything.
didn't hear it.
All right.
Oh, we have fun here.
We'll
Grayson-
come back to Ben.
Grayson says just mime it out. But can you just imagine the whole episode of Ben just miming things? How do you
Our audio
mime?
listeners will be so upset.
How do you mime? Is this miming?
Yeah.
Am I miming?
You got a 1 and 2.
No, you're
Alright.
voguing right now.
Voguing.
That's just voguing.
The Santa Clauses.
Yeah. Fun.
Yeah.
I was kind of shocked that there was no look at Kumail in this.
Yeah.
Not even a
little
little.
bit. I'm happy to see that Tim Allen still kind of like does his Santa Claus thing.
He's got the energy.
Yeah. I'm glad to see that he still has it. I think this trailer peaks when he says, "I'm retiring," and the entire shop goes insane. That was very funny because there's a person just like choking, like, "No!" and someone just crying in the background. That's really funny.
Yeah.
Right.
We did get a look at Bernard.
Yeah.
Weird.
Interesting.
I'm kind of looking forward to the show. I almost said excited. Excited is not really the word. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm really interested. I really am. I'm really interested in how they're going to do Kumail taking over the role.
Mhm.
I'm just very interested in how that's going to go and how that's going to play out.
I want an acknowledgement that he's saying he wants to retire because he doesn't want to die.
I want to be pushed off a roof. That's the only way you're stopping Santa.
Okay, you guys hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, you're great.
You're great. You're gravy, baby. Gravy.
Bounce in and out. Okay. Grayson even just texted me. He's like, "Do you think they could patch you through somewhere else?" I'm like, "Oh, it's just my freaking."
That's too much effort.
Ben, any final thoughts on American-born Chinese?
American-born Chinese looks really good. I kind of want to read the Jean Lin Yang's graphic novel and maybe get some more context for it. But other than that, it looks pretty good. I like the martial arts and the magic look really cool. So that's all I have to say about that. The 90s kid in me is really happy to see Tim Allen as Santa Claus again. I will not lie.
Sure.
I mean, yes, there are some problems with Tim Allen, but outside of that, it's like
Tim Allen. As soon as Tim Allen got the show, he shut the F up. He was like,
did?
"I got Disney money. I don't want to ruin this."
Yeah. Yeah, I grew up with Tim Allen as Santa Claus. Like, to me, my on-screen Santa was Tim Allen, and I also thought it was just absolutely hilarious when he said he was retiring, and all the elves start crying and just like, no. And he's like, "Hey, we have an on-site therapist, right?"
You guys can have this one. I don't want it.
And Pi sent me an interesting, a very weird text that I'm more to come, maybe.
Okay.
All right, National
Shall we
Treasure.
continue? Yeah.
National Treasure. Edge of Mystery. History. Edge of History. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like this. I do like this. I like that it's I was nervous it was not going to be as fully focused on like this new family story or just these new characters as much. I thought this was going to be kind of like Riley gets his kid gang to go solve a thing, but that's like it's working in the reverse direction of what I was anticipating, and I like that a lot more. Hey, if it's a good, well thought out like National Treasure style history mystery, I'm gonna have a good time.
Me too. I mean, seeing Harvey Keitel again, that's like always good to see him. He's had his secret this whole time. I want to watch this. I love the original National Treasure movie. I really enjoyed the second one. I just want more National Treasure. I want more treasure hunting movies.
It said one of my least favorite lines. You guys know what it is.
Everything you knew was a lie.
Everything you knew was a lie.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but I get it because it's a mystery show, so I'll allow it.
Well, she's been lying
I
to
also-
her whole life.
I
No,
also-
know, I'm just kidding.
I also allow a little bit of lax when we're dealing with American history, where literally we teach wrong kind of history.
Oh yeah.
So
Definitely goofing.
I'm like I let that one go a little bit on this kind of thing.
I think this looks well made. I'll be honest. A lot of National Treasure for me is Nick Cage. I think the premise and like the execution is really well done, but it is a little hard for me. Not that these kids look bad, but it is a little hard for me to want to go on this journey sans Nick Cage.
I'm kind of endeared to these new main characters. This trailer we've talked about a lot of trailers and we're going to talk about more, but this one did things that like Quantum Leap's trailer couldn't do, where I'm like, I can see following these kids. I can see following these characters. They seem engaging and fun and like someone I actually want to do a history mystery with. This has the reverse effect, I think, of the Santa Claus trailer, where like I was kind of glad that Riley was just in it for a moment, not looking for him the way I was looking for Kumail Nanjiani.
He feels more like he's going to be a smaller role, probably, with the way he comes in at the end. I don't think he's going to be in it a lot.
Yeah.
I think I'm kind of with you, Ryan.
I keep saying Kumail
understand.
Nanjiani. Sorry, real quick. I keep saying Kumail Nanjiani and nobody was stopping me, and it's Kumar Patel who's in. I was mixing them up, and it's Kumar Patel from Harold and Kumar who's coming into
Kumar's
the
not his real
Clauses.
name either. That's not his real name either. It's Cal Penn.
Cal Penn, thank you. Yeah.
We're all right today.
Cool. I kind of understand where you're coming from. Like, you know, Nicolas Cage is one of the reasons why those films are so charming, are so endearing, because of Nicolas Cage's just Nicolas Caginess, honestly. But I'm kind of intrigued in this film to see if like this world could work without Nicolas Cage. I know that they said like they've left the door open for him to return to the series, and they are still actively working on the third film, or trying to get that going. So like there is still Nick Cage out there. I'm curious if this can work without him, and that's kind of where I'm going with. Plus, I also agree with Sparks that I'm kind of endeared to it as well. I really hope for something good here.
In a slightly related tangential vein, I just wanted to ask that anybody look at a trailer for it. Came out the day the trailer dropped for us was for Disney Plus Day, and then it was put on Disney Plus at the same time. I didn't really want to recommend the trailer because the trailer is dubbed, and this is a Argentinian show, but it's Tierra Incognita, which is on Disney Plus right now. It's a horror mystery show about them going back to this abandoned amusement park where these kids lost their mom. And it's got like all these spooky, like for a show on Disney Plus. I'm like, there's some really cool imagery going on this show. It looks kind of cool. I would watch it in the native language because the dub does not look good. But I just wanted to bring that up because like that just dropped on Disney Plus Day, and like never heard of it before, and then it was there, and then boom. Just wanted to mention it.
Oh yeah. Percy Jackson and the Olympians.
Man, I'm so excited. There's not a lot to say about this trailer. Like it's all just like kind of giving you the vibe and setup, but like the vibe is correct. I'm really, really happy to do Camp Half-Blood. I'm glad that things look just a tad more faithful than the initial film did to the books. I'm just super excited.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. already I'm endeared. I guess word of the day, endeared to Walker Scoble as Percy.
Mhm.
I really dig it. I'm excited to see more.
I'm excited for it. This teaser was just a teaser, so it's hard for me to really like. Yeah, that's I've seen the movie. I remember it looking like that. So like, I need more to grab onto.
Most importantly, I liked the Athenian armor that some of the kids were wearing at the camp. I thought that was done better, frankly, than I thought the armor at the camp was in the film.
Oh yeah.
Haven't read the book, haven't seen the movie. Okay.
Okay, we got a really bad movie night for you coming up. No, I'm kidding.
Done.
We're gonna shove the book in your mouth that while the movie is playing.
No, he has to eat it page by page. It's better.
I might have a book. Because like Ryan and Ben have both picked books that we've had to read for the show. I might finally have a book.
Oh yeah, I'll read that book.
I'll
We've
read
had
Percy
books.
Books.
I'll read Percy Jackson. That's fine.
That's an easy one.
Yeah. It's not as
It's no Dune.
It is not Dune.
We started at a 10.
I really love the
No,
the,
we started at Ready Player One. That was not a 10.
the dynamic of like starting with Ready Player One, then Dune.
Yeah, what a shame.
That's a jump.
Love it.
Oh man, we got the whole spectrum. Now we just got to fill in the middle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Willow.
Guys. This
Guys.
looks so good.
Yeah, fantasy
looks incredible.
What a year for fantasy, for real.
I can't believe that this is on Disney Plus. It looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
I want more things to look this
Why
good.
don't you put this budget into your Star Wars movies, guys? Right.
Like this looks like the kind of like dedicated equivalent of Andor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then not much else that's been put on Disney Plus would I hold on the quality level that I'm seeing on the screen here.
I really loved the first trailer that we saw. I've never seen Willow. I should preface that.
It's time.
It's time. I want to. Like I'm watching that movie before the show comes out because I think the show looks incredible.
Same.
Or we wait until Sparks gets his big F off TV and watch it on that.
Well, it's gotta be as long as it's before the show.
When's the show come out?
November.
Oh, but yeah,
Yeah, we got time.
it's months away.
We got late time.
Yeah. I love that we have like specifically this year we have like Willow, which is like kind of like family friendly fantasy, Lord of the Rings, which is like PG-13 fantasy, House of the Dragons, rated R fantasy. Like fantasy is covered this year, y'all.
Yeah.
I love it.
It feels like
not only that, Ryan, Elden Ring kicked it off in February.
I think they've done a good job with keeping the like family friendly humor tone that Willow has, but like also dark fantasy vibes still present in either visualization or character hints. There's a great little banter bit between the gentleman and the lady that captures him, where he's like, "You think what I'm thinking?" and she's like, "I don't think so." And then it's like, "Send him to my tent and have him tied up." And he's like, "I don't know. It sounds like we're on the same page."
It sounds like it, yeah. That's what's great about like those like 70s and 80s kids movies. Like there's a tinge of like darkness and like spookiness. That a lot of those movies, like, cause like being scared as a kid is like what helps you grow and like develop. And, like, being spook's part of life.
I always talk about all dogs go to heaven. There's the final act has him go to hell and fight the devil.
Oh my
like
God.
that movie is dark.
I mean,
So rude.
Look at Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. You go through hell. And
That's
yeah.
I think that's what's endearing me towards this movie so much. Which is that like towards the show so much, which is that like it looks like a kid's movie that I would have watched as a kid. It looks like it's mixing those dark fantasy with those kind of family friendly fantasies. Whenever modern day things can encompass that really well, I get really excited because that's really a lost art that we've got kind of like lost. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I just saw this, and I know nothing was said about it for Disney Plus Day. I know it's still in the news, but we know they're working on it, and I know it's Lucasfilm, or I know that this project Willow is Lucasfilm, but seeing this really cool fantasy thing is giving me a lot of hope for the Aragon show that's going to be on Disney Plus soon.
Oh, sure.
I think Percy Jackson is probably the equivalent.
You keep that hope, babe. I think my biggest like comp for this is the vibes I'm getting and like execution wise is the Dark Crystal
Yes.
Age of Resistance from film to television show, the way that it like recaptured what the film did and expanded on it. That's what I feel like we're seeing here with Willow.
Yeah.
Like instantly stepping right back into that mode.
What's getting me really excited, because I didn't know like who's making it and stuff. So it is being made by Jonathan Kasdan, who worked on the original, and the music is by James Newton Howard. So returning cast, everybody. Also, I'm sure you guys noticed Erin Kellyward she was in Falcon and Winter Soldier and Rogue One. She has the big red hair.
Mhm.
Showing up in so much Disney stuff. She's so good.
Yeah.
I'm super stoked for this. I cannot wait.
Yeah. And I watched Willow as a young kid, so I'm not even pretend that I saw it because it was too long ago. So like I'm excited to rewatch it again. Yeah.
Ready for that Willow rewatch.
Yeah.
I'll segue into the next thing by briefly mentioning that about it. I just want to say it's really nice to see Harrison Ford excited about something again for the first time in decades.
Yeah, this one's actually good, y'all.
Yeah, he's talking about like he's choking up. He's like, "Yeah, this is my last time. Like, this movie is fantastic. I loved work. Phoebe Waller-Bridge is amazing." And I'm like, dude, where have you been?
Because he doesn't give a shit about Han Solo, but he likes Indiana Jones.
He likes Indiana Jones.
That's the thing.
There have been clips and stuff about D23 going around all over TikTok, and so one of those clips was Harrison Ford on stage talking about Indiana Jones, and he was pulling back some motion. I'm like, man, he's happy to be here.
And then afterwards, he got a picture with Ke
Huy Quan.
I got a picture with him. Man, I'm so happy for you, Harrison Ford. You get that good movie.
That was really nice. Yeah, I'm super pleased with all of this. I'm ready for everybody to get on the Phoebe Waller-Bridge train. Yeah, let's all go.
I'm ready for a really good Indiana Jones movie, guys. James Mangold.
Me
All right.
too.
Disney news, starting with the Muppets Christmas Carol. What? Hark! The Muppets Christmas Carol is a movie that came out decades ago. But recently, not recently, the song When Love Is Gone, which was in the extended cut of the Muppets Christmas Carol, which has not been seen since the DVD release of that extended cut, has been restored. They have found, and the negative's lost. They can't find the negative. The interpositive, a good interpositive was found that they were able to upscale to 4K, and they're going to be inserting it into the Disney Plus version of Muppets Christmas Carol. So now that film is once again complete.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's cool.
I adore that song. I'm so excited to see that song in 4K.
The lyrics are going to be popping off the screen.
Sparks, you've heard When Love Is Gone, right?
I have the DVD. I didn't let go of the DVD because of that.
Yeah.
I have the cut of the movie that does that.
Me too. I also didn't get rid of it for the same reason. I love that song. It's such an interesting tone shift for those of you who don't know. It's such an interesting tone shift for the Muppets Christmas Carol because it's really sad. And like Michael Caine is sobbing and you're sobbing with him, and it's a kids movie. It's wonderful. I'm so glad it's back. So glad it's back.
Michael, list of movies to watch during Christmas this year.
Have you not seen Muppets Christmas Carol?
Never seen it.
Ooh, buddy. You gotta. We'll watch it. Haunted Mansion. The next Haunted Mansion movie. They did some stuff at D23, but the important thing is Jamie Lee Curtis is playing Madame Leota.
Yeah. I'm for it.
That's awesome. Do you have the full cast list, though?
You know what? I couldn't find it after I lost it, so I didn't put it in. I do know that Jared Leto is the
most important name on that list, though, y'all.
Jared Leto.
Jared Leto. So it's really hard for me. I really hope he's the. You know what really scares me? He's not at the bottom of the list, y'all. He's top of the list. He's top of the list. Oh, give me that Eddie Murphy movie again, I guess.
Look,
hey, he's been in movies and not ruined them.
No, but if he's the lead in them, I don't want to watch them.
I don't think he's the lead.
Isn't Owen Wilson the lead? Didn't they already say that?
Owen Wilson, I believe, is the lead.
Okay, fine.
I think Jared Leto is probably playing the husband who's been
murdered,
decapitated. Mm-hmm. Okay, the one who becomes the Hatbox Ghost.
I'm saying more than 7 minutes of screen time, or we're gonna have issues.
No, it'll be like a Blade Runner 2049 length.
Oh, he's really good in that too.
Yeah. So excited for that. Should be good.
But very happy that Jamie Lee Curtis is playing Madame Leota. I think that's great.
Yeah. I'm glad that movie's happening.
I loved how they introduced her that she was in a Dune buggy and they turned it around. That was really cool.
Barry Jenkins is directing the Mufasa movie, right?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Yep.
So they did some things for that, and they talked a little bit about it, and they revealed that it will be told through a dual narrative in two time periods. The first will be Rafiki, Timon, and Pumbaa talking to a lion cub, about Mufasa's rise to power, rise to king, and then the meat of the movie will be that story.
Yeah, that's fine.
There you go.
I'm open to the possibility of an engaging story about Mufasa. I'm open to it. I'm not optimistic about it, but I'm open to it.
I'd be far more open to it if this was animated.
That's the thing.
It is.
If it's gonna,
you know what I mean.
That's the thing. If it's gonna look like the last movie, I don't care how good the story is. Like there's no emotion in those characters.
Yeah.
That's true.
So
that's true.
It's really more than any other movie. This movie's fighting an uphill battle for me to care at all.
Yeah.
Sorry, Barry.
Some miscellaneous trailers. Disenchanted.
Man, this looks great. I'm so glad they got James Marsden back.
Yeah.
Me too.
I like the idea that, like, against her will, she is giving into the evil stepmother trope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what's on. I'm like, this is a cool idea, and I think that there's, like, what I really like is I feel like they found a good way to keep her relationship with being a stepmother to Patrick Dempsey's daughter really focal point. There's a whole sequence that's clearly there where they want to give a Idina Menzel song, which is fine, but the notion that she is kind of trying to comfort her through a time where she's not able to connect with Giselle is really appealing to me. Mm-hmm. I'm really thrilled. Jayma Mays and Yvette Nicole Brown are also joining Maya Rudolph in this, and I think that this is a well-rounded cast. I'm kind of into it. I think this could be really cool.
Maya Rudolph.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't think it's a reveal. At least I hope not. But they show Maya Rudolph in a evil queen outfit, and I hope that's not a reveal. That, like, oh, she's actually like the evil queen from another world, like from her world or something. I hope that's just like
we were told she's the antagonist for this piece when she was cast.
Okay, that's fair. But still, like, I feel like I hope it's not in a movie going to be a reveal. That she's like, actually, I'm a queen.
I think that what the trailer shows, whether or not what you're saying is the case or not, what the trailers definitely shows is that whatever wish Giselle made to make the world kind of slowly turn into a fantasy world, which is making her lean into the evil queen trope, whatever that is, turned Maya Rudolph into an evil queen.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
You solved it. Thank you, Brandon. There we go. 10 out of 10 movie.
I'm super stoked. I've wanted more Enchanted for years. Patrick Dempsey rocking that silver fox look.
Yeah.
Did you see his actual pictures from D23? He's full blown white now.
Insane gray.
Yeah, he's not even gray. He's full blown white at this point.
Oh, it's insane.
Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say I did not realize how nostalgic I was for Enchanted until I saw this trailer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, I rented it from Blockbuster. I used James Marsden's character as like inspiration for a character I played in high school, and I was like, I only saw like the 2 times. I was like, oh yeah, Enchanted, whatever. Now that I see this trailer, it's like, yeah, actually, Enchanted was pretty damn good.
Enchanted's great.
It really feels like they slipped right back into these roles, and I'm super excited. I was significantly. We had never got confirmation one way or another if James Marsden or Idina Menzel were coming back, and so now seeing them in the trailer, I'm very, very happy.
Same
too. I'm so happy we're here. Hocus Pocus 2. Hocus Pocus took us.
I'm incredibly excited for this movie to come out, and I want it to be good. I don't know if this is a good trailer or not.
Yeah,
I
hear you.
There was so much of the sisters like, we're back and we're evil. Remember the things we did before? And I'm like, yes, no, I know that's what we do when we remake movies and stuff. But like, I like the new leads a lot. But like, I just don't know if this was a well put together trailer for me.
Sure.
I think there's some good gags. Like the last gag with her like stretching. I like that.
Spread out.
Big fan of that. Yeah. But overall, I thought this was kind of like maybe just a poorly made trailer, but that might just be me. But like, I'm excited for it still.
I hear you, but I think there are nuggets here that give me good hope that like, I'm honestly, to be honest, if I just get some good like new Sanderson action and quips and things, like I'm gonna be fine. Because you've got that bit where he's like, "Can we just nix the soul stealing part?" And Bette Midler's like, "No." I'm really happy to see them back in the parts, and they all look great.
Yeah.
I'm really stoked about it. What I'm really interested in and curious about from this trailer is the opening, which is when they're
Kids.
young and in Salem. Yes. And I'm like, are we doing a Black Adam? Are we doing they were quite like tricked by Satan or something like that. And they're actually not so bad people, even though they've killed many children.
Hundreds of children over the years. I got a feeling it won't be
but
that.
It's okay. They're not that bad.
I got a feeling it'll be more like Agatha Harkness, where like she tastes power and then it's like, ooh, actually, I'm bad.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see where they're going with that origin.
Doug Jones.
It kind of reminds me of what they seem to be doing with John Kreese and Cobra Kai, like the idea of like, okay, but this really bad villain who's like killed children actually has a tragic backstory, and we should kind of feel bad for them. It's like, nah, I don't want to. I don't want to feel bad for you though.
I have a feeling they won't do that. At least I hope not.
Yeah.
I think that'd be weird.
I'm still super excited for Hocus Pocus 2. I love it.
Hocus Pocus took us.
Hocus Pocus.
I'm sorry, Ben.
I'm sorry, Ben. You were saying?
I'm excited for it. I mean, there are worse. I do hear what Ryan's saying. There were some parts in this trailer I was kind of on.
Yeah.
But other than that, my hype is just over. My hype is too high. I'm excited. And they all look great. I like what Spark said. The spread out gag I thought was great. Even when they're like going through a store looking at all the makeup, it's like, do you think we should get some salt? Why? So we taste better when they eat us?
I really like her because she wrote a vacuum cleaner in the last one, and now it's Roombas. She's got the two Roombas that she's on. I think that's a great bit.
That is.
Unfortunately, I never remember the third sister's name, but she looks even crazier than ever. Her jaw shape's like I'm like, she's straight up just like insane. I'm like, I love it. I am excited for it still.
Matt, hold up. Mag is in the chat as well. He's saying something that I also agree with, that they better have a new song, which I 100% agree.
Yeah,
I'm sure they will.
I Put a Spell on You, but like, don't just remake the movie again.
They clearly have their stage moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was I Put a Spell on You written for Hocus Pocus?
No.
Oh.
That's a Sinatra song, I think.
It's a quite old song.
Oh, you're right.
Oh yeah, it's been covered by so many different people, and so many different bands.
My favorite version is by Screamin' Jay Hawkins. He was a voodoo singer from the 70s and 80s.
Mine was Creed's Revival.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just because Ryan said his, because the version that I love the most is Creed's Clearwater Revivals.
Yeah.
Speaking of covers, The Little Mermaid.
So this is one of the live action adaptations where like you kind of get me interested just because, putting everything else aside, even if it is one for one, you have to film it so interestingly. We're talking like on the Aquaman level because it's live action underwater stuff, and I'm like, that already is like kind of a feat to see.
Yeah.
So I'm already a little more on board with doing it than I would be with some of the other properties. I have no reason to. There's not a lot to pick out here. I have no reason to think that Halle Bailey's not going to be great in the role. I will say I agree with my fiance that you don't need to vamp in the song to make it different. I didn't think that was necessary. I hope there's not too much of that. Yeah, exactly.
There are new songs in this, and I know that they premiered one of them at D23. Halle Bailey sang one of them, I believe.
Menken worked on this one. Is that true?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna double check. I think Alan Menken came back for this one.
He did the original, and I believe he came back for this one, like he did Beauty and the Beast.
Lovely.
I thought this looked really pretty. I really like the four-finned mermaid tail that we see that Ariel has. So this is directed by Rob Marshall, who did Into the Woods and Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides and other films. But he's worked with Disney a lot, to the point where I think that like I don't think I trust him more than I trust like a Robert Zemeckis.
Yeah.
I think that this one looks charming and pretty to look at, and I hope like the movie is good, because not because of that, but I hope that the added element of it being good is there.
More importantly, Rob Marshall directed Chicago, which won him an Oscar for Best Movie.
Movie's great.
Great pull,
So, like,
Ryan.
I'm not worried about Rob Marshall directing like a.
Also notably, real quick, it is Alan Menken. Alan Menken did come back and compose the new songs.
Cool.
And I don't believe that any of the live action app reinterpretations that we've had outside of Beauty and the Beast have been full musicals.
They tried with Pinocchio.
Did they? Oh, you watched it?
I watched it last night. I forgot to mention that because I was so hyped on
it. Is it just a shot-for-shot remake?
Almost a shot-for-shot remake.
When was the last time you watched the original Pinocchio before you answer that question, Ben?
Over 20 plus years.
Okay, so maybe not the best judge. Like, I can't even say. It's also over 20 plus years for me. I was talking to Megan about this, and I'm like, if I'm going to watch it again, I kind of want to watch the Disney Plus one first.
Yeah.
Just so I go into it without the original in my brain, because I'm like, there are genuinely parts I don't remember.
Aladdin had music, but I don't think it was.
Oh, good point. Yeah, Aladdin also falls in that. Lion King, like, I'm thinking of like the brand new songs. Like Beauty and the Beast had new music for it. And
Aladdin had Aladdin had the one new.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, but it's a water musical. I'm into it.
Yeah.
It looks pretty.
Again, I like Rob Marshall, so
I'm just excited to see. I love Aquaman. I love seeing underwater shit. Like, I'm just excited to see underwater kingdoms and castles and fish thing.
I'll put it this way. I do subscribe to the idea that regardless of like how realistic you're trying to make Under the Sea look, that song should be colorful.
Oh yeah.
And I hope even if it violates the texture of like what you've done and like how very true to how dark Down Under the Sea is, when you get to that song, it should be very colorful, even if it goes back to what it is after. And I hope that they're not afraid to do that.
Ben, did you have any final thoughts on Little Mermaid?
Looks pretty.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Disney games. Probably blow through this. Disney Illusion Island for the Switch.
Very interesting. This is
awesome.
Yes, this looks very good, and this is a big new step in Disney gaming. We have not had something like this.
We haven't had
in a long time.
We haven't had a classic Mickey Mouse platformer in a very long time.
Since Epic Mickey, right?
I was actually, yeah.
Epic Mickey was like a decade ago.
Epic Mickey 2. It was about 10 years ago. Yeah, you're right.
We haven't. It's not even just like the Mickey thing. Like, Disney has not been making dedicated games for a while that are not straight to mobile kind of games. Like, it's this and Dreamlight Valley, and even then Dreamlight Valley is a game designed to be shared between mobile and console services and kind of ape on Animal Crossing. This is something wholly new, which is very surprising, and it looks very good.
And the art style, it almost looks like Cuphead. Like, it's beautiful, man. Like, I can't believe like I'm almost shocked. Like, wow, they're putting this much like effort into a 4-player platformer with old school Mickey and Donald and Goofy. Like, it's awesome. I can't believe it.
Well, this is based off those newer cartoons, which have that retro-esque style.
But it's still got its own twist on it. It's not 100% aping that style. It's kind of making it its own.
Oh, speaking of games, is that other one on here?
I just remembered. I didn't put this in the news, but there's a Mickey Mouse documentary coming to Disney Plus in November.
Oh yeah, sure.
All right.
Oh boy.
Actually, Brandon, can I vamp real quick on another game that's not on the list? But there's a Disney trading card game coming out next year called Lorcana, and they released the some of the trading cards for it.
It's their version of Magic the Gathering.
Yes, and I want it. I want to play it so bad. I am all for it. Like,
the artwork is they released the first like set of cards, what it looks like. And I'm like, all right, y'all are putting effort in. This looks really good. Okay, damn it.
I am definitely going to be a Maleficent main. I am definitely going to have Maleficent in my deck one way or another. She's going to be there. I don't care.
Oh no.
No.
She's going to be the worst card, and Ben's going to be like, I don't care.
You lose if you play this card.
Can you imagine that's a card ability? You lose if you play this. If you have this card,
fail.
You've lost.
I hate playing this game.
All
right.
But because they did release, because like Brian said, they released some of what the cards look like. I think it was Captain Hook, Elsa, Stitch as a rock star,
Robin Hood,
Maleficent, and as a D23 exclusive, Brave Little Tailor Mickey. You can only get that card if you went to the convention.
Damn, I really thought you were about to say Brave Little Toaster.
Nope. I mean, they
Really
might.
Really bummed you didn't say it.
But yeah, War Hunter looks good.
Gargoyles is getting remastered. The 1995 platformer is getting remastered for consoles and PC.
That's
yeah,
cool.
baby. I love every great 80s and 90s platform brawler is getting remastered and updated. So like, hell yeah.
I'm excited.
Bring back Gargoyles the show next.
Fudge, yes. Thank you.
I'll take it.
Thank
I'll
you.
take it.
I just want to hear Jonathan Frakes as the bad guy again.
Xanatos.
Xanatos, thank you.
Yeah.
Tron.
No, I was gonna say there's a lot of Star Trek alumni in Gargoyles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Marina Sirtis and Marina Sirtis was Demora. She's right. She's Troy. Tron Identity, described as a visual novel adventure that follows Query, a detective program that must solve an unprecedented crime in the grid.
So this is made by Mike Bithell of Bithell Games. He is an incredibly small, sometimes solo multi-person developer. So don't expect a big game from this. Even says they're a visual novel. This is going to be a low-ass budget game, but it's awesome because he puts out incredible stuff. He made a John Wick game that's like a puzzle shooter that's like for mobile phones and like a Switch and stuff. This is really cool. Like the fact that Mike Bithell. Ben, real quick, there's a podcast you should listen to. It's called Play, Watch, Listen. It's with Alana Pierce, Troy Baker, Austin Winnery, and Mike Bithell, and they're all different people from the video game industry: writer, actor, director, and composer. And they all join forces to talk about video games. I think you'd really like it. But Mike Bithell's on that podcast, and I listen to him literally every week, and that dude is a literal genius. And if he's willing to take on a Tron game, I'm very excited because that dude is smart as hell.
Also, if it's a visual novel, you don't have to do a whole lot to, not to say that visual novels are easy, they're not, but there's not a whole lot of stuff you need to do with the game.
Yeah, you just got to be a good writer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hey, more Tron stuff.
Yeah.
Always exciting.
That's awesome.
Midnight Suns released a gameplay trailer.
Yes.
As well as the announcement that a number of animated shorts are going to be created and released on October 31st that will lead into the game.
Have you seen what they released for the first of it? What the animation looks like?
The intro to it. Yeah, it's sick.
It's incredible. Sparks, did you see this? The animated intro?
For Midnight Suns?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks great.
Oh
very
my
excited.
God. It's so metal.
I'm very, very excited. I saw all the Midnight Sun stuff and I'm very, very happy. And that those prequel shorts, once I saw the animation, I'm like, oh yeah, give it to me. I'm so happy.
Hell yeah.
That looks great.
What's incredible about this game was it got delayed to next year, right? Then it got undelayed, and now it's coming out December of this year. So they wanted to give themselves enough buffer. And they're like, oh, we actually don't need that extra couple months, so it's coming out December now. So like, I get this for Christmas, baby. Whoop whoop. It is. If you're listening to this for the first time, Midnight Suns is a card game like XCOM. It's a card game strategy game, so it is not going to be for the everyman, the every Marvel fan. It is a strategy hardcore RPG. But for nerd ass bitches like me, oh my god, give me those choices, give me those cards, baby.
You mean for nerd ass bitches like all four of us?
I don't know if you guys are into strategy card games like this.
I'm not crazy about them.
Yeah, I remember Brandon saying that, so I'm not going to speak for him. Yeah.
I'm excited to play this one.
I'll watch those animated shorts.
Hell yeah.
All right. Uncharted creator Amy Hennig's company, Skydance New Media, are developing a game centered around Captain America and Black Panther, specifically Black Panther Azuri, which is T'Challa's grandfather. Gabriel Jones, one of the Howling Commandos, and Nanali, the leader of the Wakandan spy network, are also playable characters throughout various points of the game.
Yeah, this is wild.
This is so incredible for so many reasons. First of all, Amy Hennig, she hasn't been able to get a game made since Uncharted 3 came out, and that was almost a decade ago.
She was trying to do a Star Wars game that got canceled.
She was working on Ragtag, which is a team-based a group of Ragtag like bounty hunters going on a narrative Uncharted adventure. That game got canceled. She's been trying to make games for years, and they've all been canceled. And she is so talented. She created Uncharted. She worked on the Legacy of Kain series on the PS2. She is like one of like the most influential like women in video games, and she hasn't been able to get any video game made for like almost a decade, and it's so sad. And the fact that we're finally here and she has a team and this is like really happening. We're about to get like an Uncharted style game, guys, that we're gonna be playing as all these characters narratively on the PS5, like playing as Black Panther and like a Dora Milaje lady and like a Highland Commando and Cap. Like I couldn't be more excited. I could not be more excited.
This is very exciting.
World War II? Come on.
I'm stoked for this. I love the Uncharted games, as I mentioned. So as soon as I found out she was doing this, like 100% down.
She did an interview after this and she was like, if you guys know what type of games I've made before, you're not going to get any surprises here. I'm making that type of game. Yeah. So like it is going to be a narrative, single driven game where you're beating the shit out of bat, probably a bunch of Nazis and hijinks. I'm like, yeah.
And that is A-okay with me.
Yeah.
By me.
A-okay.
And like to be bold, to have like two of your playable characters not be like big important characters. Like you're playing as just like a random Howling Commando and a random like Dora Milaje spy lady, but also not to be playing as like a notable Black Panther. Like that's really bold and cool to play as his grandpa. Like, man, good shits, man. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
Like it's probably 5 years away.
I'm very excited for this. My only issue is kind of the same thing about like, hey, there's nothing about the Wolverine Insomniac game or Spider-Man 2. Like, it's because these games are very far away at this point. Well, not Spider-Man 2. That's supposed to be soon.
That's next year.
Well, it's also because even though, you know, like that's Disney affiliated, those are Sony projects, so they're not really gonna step on promoting them at D23, I think.
It's a good point. But like still, like the point is that these games are far away. And I'm happy to know that they're coming, but I kind of wish you waited until you could show me a bit more because it's on the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Ben, if you want to pull up the latest comment before we move on to Disney parks.
Yeah, so John Riley says super pumped for it, but I wish they'd at least dropped a title on us.
That's also that. We don't know what it's called.
There was a comic. I have not finished. I read the first issue. It's called Captain America Black Panther Flags of Our Fathers. So I doubt it'll be called that, but it's probably going to be something similar to that.
Yeah. Be a good game, good title for a game.
Yeah.
Actually. All right, so Disney Parks, Avengers Campus is developing a third ride. But guys, there's only one ride at Avengers Campus. You're right. They still can't get the second ride off the ground. But a third ride is being developed at Avengers Campus, which will be about the multiverse Avengers. So if you saw the artwork, a lot of multiverse heroes that we're familiar with together. 2 different Hulks, 2 different Spider-Man.
Man-Thing was on there.
Man-Thing was on there. And this will be all of them fighting King Thanos. Which is really sick.
One of the villains.
One of the villains, yeah.
One of the main villains will be King Thanos.
Donny Cates is getting paid so hard right now.
the way they talked about this made it sound like this is going to be like Star Tours. Ooh. And every time you go on it, you'll encounter different heroes fighting different villain things. So they're going to create several scenarios.
They got me hard.
That's cool. The way they're going to be able to incorporate all of these different heroes, and like that there's going to be many more than what you see in the piece of art, is because over time they'll just keep adding in different scenarios, because it does sound like it's going to function in many ways like Star Tours.
That's so smart.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I think this looks really cool. The artwork specifically, I really dug that artwork. Like on its own, I just thought that was a dope piece of art.
Yes. Everybody who was at that panel got that print for free.
Oh,
damn them. All right, but that's cool. Very excited.
Yeah.
Cool. Also on that note, real quick, did you guys get a look at the Hulk outfit coming to?
I did. Come on.
The character, the mascot, is coming to Avengers Campus. Hulk.
I thought that looked so ridiculous.
I feel for them because they have to keep him in the helmet so that you can't see that he isn't talking.
Yeah. It's like how they do like Megatron and stuff, right? Universal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's quite big though. He is quite big. He's showing up next week for a few weeks.
And we also found out that the Mandalorian is coming to Galaxy's Edge.
Yes, with Grogu in his satchel.
Has he not shown up yet?
No, because we've been time locked until recently.
Oh, that's right. Thank God that's changed.
Yeah, that's weird because I remember last time I went, I saw Boba Fett.
Yes, that had just changed a few months ago. That they untime locked Galaxy's Edge, because those were the first 2 characters added that weren't part of. We exist in between The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker.
I'm so glad that's changed. That's so good.
Pacific Wharf will be turned into San Francisco from Big Hero 6 with a Baymax meet and greet.
Yeah.
Aw.
This is
That's
a
cute.
cool. This is a cool cosmetic change. That'll be
Wait,
fun.
forever or temporarily?
Forever.
Permanent. So the bridge that walks over to the Pacific Wharf is going to become the San Francisco Bridge. It's not clear how much beyond just the Pacific Wharf area is going to be affected by this. The other restaurants in that area might remain the same, but certainly like that's going to be the motif of the Pacific Wharf area. The restaurant, as far as we know, is not changing.
Well, I mean, like it still is like San Francisco based, and like the Bay.
Yes,
has,
so
like,
now it's just going to be
Wharf,
San
so-
Francisco to provide opportunity for some merch, some different food items, and the
Baymax.
cosmetic style leading up to the restaurant.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm into it.
Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Now that's Splash Mountain, right? Splash Mountain
Yes.
is becoming
Yes.
Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Well, it was. They talked a little bit about it, saying it's a tribute to the spirit of New Orleans, and it's going to follow Tiana looking for that special ingredient that she's missing to a dinner that she's making. We're going
Alcohol.
Alcohol.
Moonshine.
We go
Tabasco.
on. Oh my god, we go on that journey with them, with her, and most of the voice cast are returning, including Anika Non-Rose, who is the actress for Tiana.
Yes. Which is not surprising because most of them have returned for that Tiana show that is being made for Disney Plus.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Well, we haven't talked about it since last D23.
I'm excited for that show.
Oh no, that was a Disney Investor Day. Disney Investor Day.
Disney Investor Day, the day we all felt a little dirty talking about Disney. Should I know this?
Okay, I also, it's not the thing, but I also heard something else that they're also going to put Tiana's Palette or Tiana's Place, the restaurant, in Disneyland.
I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear that either. Would that be in Cafe Orleans?
It would either be Cafe Orleans or it could be a redress of Hungry Bear because it's right there.
I seriously doubt that,
Yeah.
but I will look into it. I'll look into it right now. Go ahead.
Do it,
Talk.
Sparks. Dino Land.
Fact checker, even when I'm the one that's wrong.
So the area Dino Land at Epcot, right? Epcot.
Don't you mean Animal Kingdom?
Animal Kingdom. Thank you. The Dino Land area in Animal Kingdom that has the dinosaur ride is going to be redressed. It's gone. No more dinosaurs. Instead, it's going to be Zootopia and Moana themed.
But I love the dinosaur ride.
Go
Yeah,
Universal.
probably. It is the same. Well, we don't have a ride like that. It's mostly like the Back to the Future ride, right?
Well, actually, it's more Indiana Jones, but it's less
You're right.
intense.
You're right.
I mean, Indiana Jones is more of a thrill ride, whereas this one is more of a slower but scary jump scares because you have a bunch of dinosaurs jump at you.
Mm-hmm.
But dang it.
Yeah, I'm a big dinosaur guy. It's kind of a bummer, but hey, Zootopia and Moana are cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Real quick. On the Tiana's Palace thing. So, some Imagineers have said this was not formally announced on the stage at D23 or anything. Some Imagineers have said that they are looking at reimagining one of the restaurants to Tiana's Palace. They do not know which restaurant, and they are not saying it's 100% happening.
Okay.
A lot of news outlets are starting to say that, yes, it is 100% happening, but that's not what they said.
Okay, gotcha.
And then we're talking about Dino Land and Animal Kingdom, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, like, it's pretty much a dead area at this point.
Yeah.
So they needed to do something with it.
I mean, the only reason why I go to Dino Land is just so I can go on Dinosaur 5 times because that has like the shortest line.
It's so much space that's just not being used for anything. And I think it's a good idea to put in these kinds of things, especially these things that play well with that area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then finally, we're going to talk about, there was a lot of Disney stuff, but like, Disneyland Paris is getting a Frozen Land and things like that we didn't really need to discuss.
No.
But
a lot of Disney Park stuff for you,
yeah.
Disney Park aficionados and freaks.
Epcot is getting an attraction called Journey of Water, which is going to be inspired by Moana's connection to water.
Love it.
So, Disney Animation. Iwaju. We've heard about this show before. We briefly heard about the show before, but it's an all-new original long-form series created in collaboration with Pan-African comic book entertainment company Kugali. It's described as a love letter to Lagos, Nigeria.
Lagos.
Lagos. It's described as a world bursting with color, unique visual elements, and technological advancements inspired by the spirit of Lagos, which is physically divided into an island and a mainland separated by both water and socio-economic status. We now know that the series will follow Tola, a young heiress from the wealthy island, and her best friend Cole, a self-taught tech expert and loving son from the mainland.
Yeah. So this is an Afrofuturism series. That genre has been getting increasingly better and better stories. I'm excited about this ever since they announced it at the investor or whatever they did. I can't wait. I think this is going to be really cool. I'm just glad that they're getting to do something so different, and that they're collaborating with the group you said, the African-based group. I think that's going to be great.
They came out and talked about the show and how important it is to have the show. It looks, from the still that we saw, it does look like there's money in this, which is great to see a Disney Plus show actually put money into their shows. I don't mean to say Monsters at Work is cheap looking, but it is. All right. Strange World, which is the next Disney animated movie.
Yeah, I love that first trailer.
Yeah, the full cast was released. So we already knew Jake Gyllenhaal was the lead. He plays Searcher Clade. Dennis Quaid is in the movie as Jaeger Clade. Jabuki Young White as Ethan Clade. Lucy Liu as Callisto Mal. And Gabriel Union as Meridian.
Interesting.
Cool.
No word if Alan Tudyk is in it, but probably somewhere.
And he's like a monster or an alien or something.
Yeah. I'm really excited for this movie. Waiting for another trailer this Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Gobble gobble.
Coming up.
And then after Strange World, they told us what the animated film after that will be, which is Wish.
Right.
Which they said it's like, how did the wishing star upon which so many characters wished come to be?
Mm-hmm.
So it's about it's set in Rosas. The Kingdom of Wishes, where wishes can literally come true. It follows Asha, who sees a darkness in the kingdom and decided to wish on a star, and then the star comes to life. So the star kind of comes down. They go off on an adventure together.
Right.
Or in the star.
Stardust.
Stardust. Oh my God, it's Stardust. Just less sexy. This is directed by Chris Buck and Fawn Vera Sunthorn. It's a great name. They also co-wrote the film with Jennifer Lee, who's like the head of Disney Animation. Ariana DeBose has been cast as Asha. So she was
Ariana DeBose.
DeBose, sorry. She played Anita in West Side Story, Spielberg's West Side Story.
Right.
So yeah, she sang a song from the movie at the thing. I didn't see it. Alan Tudyk will be in this one. They actually had a fun little tribute to him because they're like, he's our lucky charm.
You said this was directed by Chris Buck, and I immediately went to the guy who made Inhumans. That guy's name is Scott Buck. So I was like, wait, is the guy who's making Inhumans making this? And it's not. No, Chris Buck has made a bunch of good stuff.
Yeah. Man. Julia Michaels wrote all the songs. Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about Alan Tudyk. They had like a little tribute to Alan Tudyk and revealed that he's in this movie. He's playing a goat who can talk and wears pajamas.
Okay.
Really, something that I'm excited for is that it's going to blend watercolor with 3D animation.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see that.
I'm hopeful.
I've seen him in 4 years.
It's their next one, so it's probably late next year, 2024.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of excited for this. I think it's really. I like the idea of them doing all these movies and then being like, what if we did the thing that our whole company is based on, Wishing on Stars? What if we just did? It's like if DreamWorks made a movie about the guy who fishes on the moon.
The boy in the moon, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it's like that. Like I feel like it's like that, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm actually on board with you doing this.
Yeah,
I would so watch a movie about the boy on the moon.
Sure. Yeah, I'm appealed to this idea.
Endeared, some would say.
Appealed.
Pixar.
Mm-hmm.
Win or Lose, which is their first animated show,
Yes.
Ooh.
The baseball one.
announced Will Forte has been
Yes.
cast as Coach Dan.
Yes. I'm so
This
excited.
is by the guy who did Luca, and
Yes.
Luca. La Luna was the short film I was thinking of. So the series will follow a softball team, and each episode will focus on a different member of the team and show their point of view of the same week. And each episode will have a different animation style.
Into it.
Well done, Pixar. You already got me so intrigued by this.
Yeah. I'm pumped.
I always like it when they experiment with animation. All their shorts are always animation experiments. Yeah, hell yeah, bring this on. I really like their Spark shorts, what they were doing with animation there too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's cool. Elemental, their next film, right? Yeah, their next film.
It's the next Pixar.
Is going to be a love story between a fire and water elemental who can't ever touch.
Y'all
Ember.
ever heard of a show called Pushing Daisies?
It's going to follow Ember, played by Leia Lewis, and Wade, Mamadou Ethi.
Yeah.
June 16th, 2023.
I'm excited. It sounds like it has good potential. It's Pixar.
Well, can you
it's an
keep
original.
It's an original. But can you keep that same enthusiasm for Inside Out 2, which was the other film they announced?
I can.
Which was actually
Yes.
leaked. Which was actually leaked prior to this.
Yes, I can. I'm super stoked. I think it's really great that not only are they going to do it and they want to like push forward with Riley's evolving emotions, which I think is a great idea, but that they are letting a female director and female writers take the reins. And Pete Docter fostered that and stepped aside from his baby so that they could do that because this is about Riley growing up. And it's great that they're doing that. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I think of all the movies I'd probably would make sense to make sequels to, like Inside is one of them because like you're always dealing with emotions and they only get worse as you grow up. So you can make it so much more dramatic now that she's, you know, however old they want to make her, whether she's still a young adult or she's a straight up adult, like who knows?
Right.
I believe she's either just turning into a teenager or is a teenager in this film. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, there you go then.
Which one? Amy Poehler is back as Joy, obviously. However, this was not stated in D23. This was part of the leak from when Inside Out 2 was leaked. That Bill Hader and Mindy Kaling are not joining the film as a. What did Bill Hader play?
He played Fear.
Oh, I was about to say Anxiety, but I guess it's the same thing. Kelsey Mann is the director. She did not direct the first film, as Spark said. She, however, did work on a lot of Pixar work before this. Some short films, some. She wrote one of their movies. I forget which one, but she's directing this. And then Meg LaFave, who was a co-writer on the first film and is now the writer of the second film, is writing this film.
Groovy.
Summer 2024.
So I will say, just because you mentioned that was from a leak, the Bill Hader and Mindy Kaling exit, I will say that I don't know 100% if that's going to be true, only because when Amy Poehler came out and announced Inside Out 2, she said all the emotions are back, which I guess could mean just all the characters are back if they're played by different voices, but that would be kind of surprising.
Yeah. And Elio was the next film they announced.
Yeah.
Directed by Adrian Molina, who's the co-writer of Coco. Will follow a boy who is transported across the galaxy and mistaken for the intergalactic ambassador for Earth. Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
America Ferrera will play Olga Solis, and Giannis Kabrib will play Elio. Spring 2024.
He's a neat little young boy. They brought him out on stage. It was very much like when they cast Miguel for Coco.
Yeah, that's cute.
We found this wonderful little talent.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. I'm excited for all of these. Honestly, I think this was a good Pixar lineup.
This is a great Pixar slate. Only one sequel in the bunch, and it's a sequel that absolutely makes sense.
Yeah. And then a great sounding TV show.
Yes.
Lucasfilm.
Mm-hmm.
The Bad Batch.
Mm-hmm.
Season 2 will premiere January 4th. A little later than I expected, honestly.
With Andor, like, you don't want to compete.
Yeah, it's true. Ahsoka. This was not from D23. They did show some Ahsoka stuff at D23. We did not see it. It was not released to the public. There was some Ahsoka footage shown. But all kinds of says look good. But the leak that happened before D23 was that Iman Esfandi was cast as Ezra Bridger.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool.
It's very cool. I'm very excited to see my I was about to say my Rogue One boys, my Rebel crew. The guy who plays Aladdin, I forget his name, but he's like kind of been like the fan cast for him. Yeah. For Ezra, and he wanted to do it really badly, and then he came out saying after this announcement, I was like, "Hey guys, thanks for the support. I really didn't have a chance at all." Yeah. And I'm like, "Oh, damn it!" That's so sad.
Like honestly, he was my choice. Like I thought he would be perfect. This guy looks great. He looks like Ezra. Everyone kept saying Raul Coley, but I was like, "Nah, too tall." Ezra's kind of short.
Also, wouldn't he be too old?
Yeah.
It depends on when Ezra came out of the time stream.
Oh, that's true. They could just make him older. Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Cool.
Man, Ron.
Ben's like, the what?
Space whales. Don't worry about it.
What's Rebels? Trailers.
The second we zoomed out, we're coming back to trailers.
Yeah, there's a lot of trailers. There's a lot of trailers interspersed. So these are the Lucasfilm trailers that aren't Willow. I put Willow up top because this is Star Wars.
Yeah.
Tales of the Jedi finally got a first trailer, and October 26th release date. The entire series will be out October 26th.
I really like it.
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch it. I really like who it's about. I really like the cast. I think it seems good. Really, really on board with that. I hope there are more in the future that are about other Jedi.
Me too.
Because of the impression from the first time we heard about it was like we knew there was an Ahsoka story, we knew there was a Dooku story, but I thought, we're gonna get like all kinds of new different, and it's like no, just those two. And I'm like,
like more of an anthology.
Oh, okay.
So there's 3 episodes for both for Ahsoka and Dooku, and each one is like a different time period. So as far like we heard, the Ahsoka one was like her as a baby, her training, and then her after Clone Wars. So like Dooku would probably be like there's an early Dooku when he's training Qui-Gon, there's like a middle Dooku, and then there's a Dooku who turns.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch this trailer with subtitles?
Yes.
The first time I did.
Did you catch that the masked Sith
Inquisitor
is an Inquisitor?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a really cool Inquisitor. I really like that mask.
Like a Purge Inquisitor.
Yeah,
I'm really excited for this, and I find myself not really excited for the Ahsoka stuff. I love Ahsoka. I'm so into more Ahsoka, but I kind of know the story already.
I'm with you. Yeah.
But the Dooku stuff, I'm so sold on.
Yeah,
like, I'm really excited for the Dooku stuff.
Yeah, I really like Ahsoka, and like I'm sure the story is going to be good. It's not necessarily a story I really want to see. Like it's certainly not more interesting than Dooku shit, and how Dooku like became the gray to evil Jedi. That like I'm so excited to see that in young Qui-Gon. Yeah. I'm very excited for half the show. Not that I think it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
There's a part of the Ahsoka story that I am really stoked we're getting to see, which is when she's taken by the Jedi, because that's something we've never been given in anything but comics or books. It's not something we've seen in a visual medium before, the moment where they're taken as a babe.
Yeah. The Dooku one, I was actually really impressed with young Qui-Gon.
Mm-hmm.
Like looked just like Liam Neeson but younger. I was like, wow, you nailed that.
Why, guys? Yaddle.
I'm excited.
Yaddle is
you are Yaddle, the one Yaddle stan.
I'm not a Yaddle stan. I just think it's really cool. I get
just
to see
don't
her
need
fight. I get
Yoda
to
in
see
a
her.
wig. I just
Oh my
don't-
god. Dooku has now fought both Yoda and Yaddle. Guys, do you know what this means?
It means he has an EGOT now.
It means that Yoda and Yaddle know Grogu. No, I'm just pulling bullshit out of my ass.
Oh my
now.
god, he's gonna fight a little baby.
Dooku's gonna come back from the world between worlds to fight Grogu.
Grogu had to have a mommy. Just saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
He's
saying.
50, y'all. It's not Yaddle.
Yeah. How old is Yaddle? Like 102?
I don't know.
Yeah, this takes place when Count Dooku's young.
Yeah.
I don't know anything.
The timeline would fit.
Stop it. Don't make it real.
I don't want to think about this anymore.
Listen, I can't imagine like Yoda going Yaddle.
No, I don't think.
can't do it.
I don't think
Tales
Yoda,
of the Jedi, indeed.
I don't think Yoda is Grogu's dad, but I do think that Yaddle is somehow connected to Grogu, just because I think that's something that Filoni would do.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
I just really think that Filoni would pull that out of his ass in like Mandalorian season 4.
Yeah. Babysitter Yaddle.
Ben, how do you feel about your Yaddle?
He didn't even know about Yaddle. Remember when we found out about Yaddle?
I do remember when I found out about Yaddle, but I don't know.
Yoda with a wig.
Anyway, sorry, Ben. You're getting more
Gotta hold
Yaddle
that-
content.
gotta hold
I
that
just flashed back to some video I saw a long time ago where someone was doing Yoda impression about behind Yaddle. I'm like, oh no.
Do you know how to unlock Yaddle in Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga?
Kill the younglings.
How?
No, that's how you unlock Anakin. You unlock her by going to Tatooine and dancing in front of a crate dragon to distract it so that Yaddle can take the meat.
That's my favorite piece of Star Wars lore.
If we readily had a fake nerd TikTok on hand, I'd just be creating a loop of Ryan going like
Yaddle. All right, The Mandalorian season 3.
Woo. Yo, guys. Bo-Katan's looking spicy. I'm saying she's looking Cersei.
I was watching this and I was like thinking about like Book of Boba Fett and how like how much I didn't like that. I was like, oh, maybe they lost it. You know, maybe they don't have it anymore. And then this happened. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, Mandalorian rules.
No, they got it with Mando. They figured it out with Mando. Thankfully.
They got it.
Thankfully. One of these shows.
We're going to Mandalore. We're seeing that dome like destroyed. Oh, is Bo-Katan on like the ruins of Mandalore?
Yeah,
That'd
bro.
be so cool.
I'm getting feisty vibes from her. I think bad shit's gonna go down, and she's gonna be the cause of it. Like for real.
We get to see more Mandalorians with like Clone Wars era helmets now, with like that kind of angular. Oh,
there's one beautiful like it's not like a long one shot, but like they're in like a carrier, and then the thing opens. They'll jump down together. And I'm like, yeah, Mandalorians, yeah.
Oh,
We also got Bo-Katan. Is it Bo-Katan or Bo-Katan?
It's either or.
Yeah.
Well, no. You got her talking to Mando about his cult and how it divided the people. And also, I saw this other theory how the armorer was a follower of Darth Maul when he ruled Mandalore because of the Horse helmet.
We think that as well.
Oh, that'd be so sick.
So I'm like,
bring the Death Watch back.
I want more Mandalorian
Ben, what you're talking about is the Death Watch. It was it was run by Pre Vizsla. And his son is in the Armorer's cult. Death Watch was taken over by Darth Maul, because he still got the Darksaber from Pre Vizsla. So that theory kind of fits.
Yep.
But one of the things that I thought was interesting about this trailer is that like it was doing this thing where it was like, where were you when Mandalore fell? And then we see the drop ship of those era not clones, those Mandos, and that kind of matches what the Mandos looked like when we see glimpses of his childhood during the Clone Wars.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking we're gonna get the full flashback of when he became a foundling.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I think there's gonna be. There was speculation of like after season 2, like this new season is gonna be heavy Mandalorian lore stuff. Like heavy, Bo-Katan is here. We're gonna go into it. We're going into the cult stuff. Very stoked. Very excited for this.
Keep the Jedi away.
Yeah.
We're good.
I still do lament that we had no time between Grogu leaving and Grogu coming back.
Yeah.
I still wish
thank
we
you,
could have got
Ryan.
that season. That being said, it looks like a great season of television. So like, I am glad to still be here.
I'm so glad you said it because I that was going to be one of my things is that I'm like, man, I still really wish exactly what you just said. Yeah, it does. I'm happy to explore all this stuff.
Boba
I just
Fett.
kind of wish there was a bit of story before this moment that wasn't Book of Boba Fett. That was about him being separated from Grogu.
And I swear, if that kid gets kidnapped one more time in the season, I swear to God, we can't do this again.
No, now he can use the Force and bounce.
That's true.
But people won't know that if you don't watch Book of Boba Fett.
Damn it.
What a bad idea. Andor.
And/or what?
Andor the show.
This was cool. That last trailer was better.
Oh yeah, hardcore better vibes last trailer. But not that I thought he wasn't going to bring it, but Stellan Skarsgård is definitely bringing it in this trailer. Hardcore emotions and acting in this one from this guy.
Oh yeah,
I was already sold. You can't sell me harder on this show. I just want to watch it.
I don't like. So I'm kind of split. The first trailer is much better, but I really like the Mon Mothma stuff in this trailer more than the last trailer. I thought that stuff was really intriguing, mostly because we do get more of it in this trailer than we did in the last one. I was really happy to see more of that stuff. I would say that's most of what I'm excited for anyway. Not to say I'm not excited for it, but like gonna get the politics, baby.
Oh yeah.
Brandon
Going to
just wants
Coruscant.
Brandon just wants his new mommy.
Mom Mothma is there.
Ooh.
I'm just still like so impressed by how the show looks. Like it just looks like, man, like they really tried. It's so nice. Oh, I love it.
Cool.
It's one of those things where it's like, when you're a student and they're like, yeah, don't always push out your A+ work or they're always going to expect that. And I'm like, we're seeing some A+ work here. I'm always going to expect this now.
Yeah.
Lucasfilm.
That's yeah.
Disney Plus.
Well, do you want to talk about Marvel?
Yeah.
I got all these mother effers behind you for some reason.
I don't know. We did say it can wait. We can vamp for a bit if you want.
We did say that.
All right, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever had some stuff going on. So Marvel she just leaves. So Marvel had some stuff, and they talked about it, like how cool this movie is, how excited they are. So I just kind of pulled out some nuggets from a lot of the stuff that we can kind of chew on, which is Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. They talked about how this one will be about how the world kind of is trying to like strip Wakanda of its resources now that they're at their weakest because their king is dead.
That's awesome.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, and from the trailer, like people, like you can see from the trailer, people are like taking out like there are murals of ancient Wakanda and Atlantis fighting that the people are looking at. So like they have a rivalry that has been going on since like their civilizations have like been around. So like we're definitely gonna get some history between them. And now that they have an opportunity, like, oh man, their king's dead, let's steal all their shit. We hate them.
Like the whole world, it really feels like a hopeless situation for Wakanda. It makes them kind of the underdog in the situation because not only is the whole world that they opened their doors to at the end of Black Panther, they said, hey, we want to share our resources. Now they're like, okay, we'll give us more now that you've done that because you're at your weakest and we can exploit you. Not only is that happening from around the world, but Atlantis has now come to wage war with them at their weakest time. So they're kind of being assaulted on both fronts. And
with all of these rumors coming true, there's Atlantis might not be the only country going after them, and not as a main plot point, but there might be a certain dictator who shows up in the end of this movie, and Latveria is like, "Ooh, what if I had some of that vibranium, sir? Thank you."
Does that person happen to be over your right shoulder?
Huh? Oh man, there's a lot of characters.
Oh, there's so many characters over there.
I can't see
He's
his
right there
behind me.
He's right there above Daredevil.
It's Dr. Doom.
I see Taskmaster.
It's Dr. Doom.
That's Taskmaster. No, that's Dr. Doom.
It's Dr. Doom. I can't. There's like a 700 characters. Yeah, I'm just so excited for this movie. I just Namor, man. He just looks so hot. Can't wait.
Ironheart.
Oh yes.
We got the confirmation we were thinking of. Anthony Ramos is in fact playing the Hood, and the show is going to be about magic versus technology.
spicy. This is a very interesting one to do this with. Not just because like science and magic is like a Doctor Doom thing, but like that's not what any of this is about. It's interesting that it's going to be Riri Williams versus the Hood. Two characters I think they have met in the comics briefly, because like he is like a C-list, like a C-list kind of villain guy who tries to be the next Kingpin. But he is going to be the magic version of the Hood, which is very exciting because he deals with demons and shit in that evil hood of his. It's going to be interesting. Wong's going to show up, Wongers, our guy Wongers. I'm just excited. Ironheart's showing up in Wakanda Forever. Ryan Coogler transitioned from Wakanda Forever into Ironheart, which
he's a producer on this, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But the big news about Ironheart is that Jim Rash will be returning as the MIT guy that he was in Civil War.
Love it.
That's cute.
Makes me really happy that they're not getting rid of Riri's. She's an MAT at 15, like she's a genius. She's a Tony Stark genius. And now we got Mr. Funny Man, Community Man. Love it.
And Ryan Coogler executive producing is going to be cool.
Yeah, love it.
I'm glad that he's carrying that over.
Did I talk about? I do. Okay. Okay. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. It talks about how it's going to lead directly into Avengers Kang Dynasty. It's very important going into Kang Dynasty. Makes sense if you heard the footage description, if you saw the footage description online. Scott has to do a heist in the quantum realm so that Kang... So he's doing a heist for Kang in the quantum realm because Kang has taken Cassie. That's kind of like the inciting incident of how the movie starts rolling. Randall Park is returning as Jimmy Woo, and I cannot tell you how excited I am about that.
Hell yeah.
It's great.
Show off his up-close magic skills.
Getting involved in that quantum realm, baby.
This will be his third entry into the MCU, and we're still waiting for his second in the DCEU.
Oh, yeah, he's an Aquaman too, but that's going to be December 2023.
Exactly.
Wow.
I love Jimmy Woo, so I'm rooting for him to come back.
Yeah, them describing this like them saying like this is not like the other Ant-Man movies. This is essentially like an Avengers big level movie with Ant-Man, which is exciting to hear. I mean, you got Kang involved. Like I don't expect it to be small.
I'm so sad we don't get to see the footage. It makes sense. I get it, but I really wanted to see that footage. I'm so excited for this movie.
Yeah, just hearing Jonathan Majors just like, yeah, man, he's killing it. He's a big bad boy. He looks just like Kang in the purple outfit and everything. They're saying he doesn't have a purple mask, but I bet he will. He will. It'll be a retractable mask because he has a retractable mask in the comic.
I think it's be interesting. I think we're gonna see. I still kind of stick to Sparks' theory that every Kang we see could be a different Kang.
Oh yeah.
So like one of them that we meet could have the purple mask, even if this one doesn't.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm really excited for this movie, guys. Ant-Man best trilogy.
Could be.
Oh, that's not important. Okay. Armor Wars. They kind of transitioned from a trailer we're going to talk about a little later to Armor Wars. We got some news. We didn't get this at Comic-Con. We kind of left wondering what's the deal with the show. It is filming next year. And it's going to be set right after and will be influenced directly by Secret Invasion. Cool stuff.
Yeah. If you guys don't know what Armor Wars is, for the listeners at home, Armor Wars is a event where Tony Stark's his fortune and his technology gets out into the world, and just every villain on the planet gets hold of his technology and creates their own Iron Man suit. So it's all about trying to get technology back in the Stark hands. Now that Tony's dead, I'm sure people are just like stealing that shit left and right, and Rhodey's got to be like, ruh-roh.
I'm just waiting for that Sam Rockwell casting announcement.
There's no way he's not in it. There's no way he's not. Like if he's not, then it's a crime against humanity.
Considering someone else who they brought back at this convention, like Sam Rockwell's.
I want my bird.
I was saying this is really interesting. So they mentioned that there's no Avengers. The Avengers as an organization don't exist in the MCU anymore. They kind of made that clear. Mm-hmm. I was also curious if I think Stark Industries doesn't exist either. I was thinking about this because in No Way Home, you see a lot of people. You see like Damage Control taking things away from Stark Industries. I wonder if Pepper is out of a job, basically, and that's how the stuff leaves for Armor Wars. That's how things are getting out into the world.
I guarantee that's probably it, Brandon. I'm sure they have been purposely cagey about the Stark estate right now.
Mhm.
I guarantee you that it'll be like someone was able to lawyer their way in and destroy it from the inside out.
Yeah.
So real quick, Pepper still has control of Stark something because she gives that big fat check that Spider-Man has at the beginning of No Way Home.
That's
Sorry,
Far From Home.
Far From Home, which is still post Endgame.
No, I know, but Stark Industries wouldn't get shut down until the beginning of No Way Home.
We'll see.
That's,
I bet
that's what I'm saying.
Armor Wars will explain it all. I'm guaranteed. Yeah.
No, they won't.
Well, no,
Let's
it's
be
like,
honest. No,
At
they
least
won't.
better. At least better.
I was just saying because like if there's no Avengers team, if there's no Avengers organization, then it kind of also would make sense that the Stark Industries would also be gone because of the events of Far From Home leading into No Way Home, and so like that would be the in to have that technology kind of find its way into the world, and that's where that story will spring from, the MCU version anyway. But I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. Fantastic Four. They
All right,
just
that's
announced.
it.
And the cast is
And the cast for Fantastic Four is
So
okay.
this-
Real quick.
go.
This last week was the first time I started seeing the people talking about, Jodie Comer might be rumored to be Sue Storm, and I'm like, yeah, Jodie Comer's coming to the MCU. I don't care if it's Sue Storm or whatever she's going to be, and she's going to be great. But I'm so happy that people are talking about her.
because this has happened before, not like this, but contracts take a long time to get finished and done. I can almost guarantee you this was not the plan at D23 to say we're not talking about Fantastic Four. I guarantee you they weren't able to get the contract signed in time, something like that. Like, remember the Spider-Man situation where like he almost wasn't in that movie? Like, I guarantee you they had news that they just weren't able to talk about and they wanted to. There's no way they do that and say, oh, we can't talk about it. Like, I just don't believe that. I think something got caught up and they couldn't talk about something.
Well, there was one bit of news. We already kind of knew this was announced to be he was in talks, but Matt Shackman is confirmed to be directing Fantastic Four.
Yeah, he walked right out on stage and he shot Star Trek 4 right in the chest.
He did.
It was rude.
It was
Right in front
really
of Chris
rude.
Pine. Right in front of Chris Pine, and then he spat on him.
He had Chris Pine.
And Kevin Feige took a selfie with it. Yeah.
He had Chris Pine walk in with the Delta that says Star Trek 4 on it. It's just big old wobbly suit, and he walked out, and Matt Shackman just shot him in the face.
No footage anywhere online. It's crazy. Matt Jackman can't be found. Police are looking after him.
Break. I meant to talk to you about that. You might want to go into witness protection. I think you killed a man.
Matt killed a guy.
I made that joke just for Brandon.
Loki. Hey guys, Loki season 2 is happening. What's the guy's name, Sparks?
Ke-Huy Quan.
From Everything Everywhere All at Once, has joined the cast as a TVA employee.
So excited.
Cool.
Excited and thrilled for him.
He was like, wait, this isn't the Indiana Jones panel? I thought that was funny.
You're a funny guy.
I'm so happy for this guy. He deserves it.
He does.
I'm happy Loki is happening because I love that show.
More Jonathan Majors as Kang, please.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they did say like a lot of Jonathan Majors in the footage that was there at D23. I'm so excited.
Echo.
Oh.
We saw the behind the scenes footage. We knew this was happening. But Vincent D'Onofrio is confirmed to be returning as Kingpin.
The bandage.
Got an
With
eye
the
patch
bandage.
on. Yeah.
Bandage over his eye.
Confirming that the end shot of the season of Hawkeye was in fact stupid.
yes.
And confirmed, still stupid.
This just in, stupid.
I'm really excited for this show because what they talked about, it's going to go into her origin and dealing with a lot of like Native American like heritage and stuff like that. I think that's really cool. Again, seeing a different culture, a different side of people that we don't normally get to see in the MCU is always exciting to me. I really like Echo, even if I don't think her character was served well in the show. I really like the actress and I really like the character. So I am jonesing to watch the show where they can actually focus on her and allow that actor to shine.
Yeah.
I desperately, I am worried that it's gonna be like the Kingpin show, and they're just gonna it's like a middleman to get to Daredevil. And like I hope that's not the case because like I really think Echo is cool, and I want.
I
That
don't think
character to shine.
I will try to alleviate some of your concern, Ryan. I don't think it will be. I think Kingpin will be there mostly for like a follow up on the Hawkeye thing, but more importantly, a bridge to the Daredevil show. And the reason I think that is because I think in many ways Echo is somewhat going to be done with him because now we know that she shot him and didn't kill him, and she shot him and she left him bandaged in the eyeball, and that's it. And so Echo can move to a different part of her own story, and we don't have to linger with him too long.
That's true.
So I don't think
he's
he's
in the
going to
show,
be the
though.
main. He
That's
is
what
in
I
the
mean.
show, but I don't think he's going to be the main focus of the show.
I hope so because she's fighting tracksuits as the villains.
Yeah.
So I hope not.
After this, Kevin Feige shushed them off the stage, shushed them all. You know what he does? He gets like a big old hook and Looney Tunes them.
Everyone except Vincent D'Onofrio.
Except for D'Onofrio. And he did the best thing where he's just like, what about my show? And then Charlie Cox says, don't you mean my show?
What about my show?
And dreams do come true.
Dreams do come true. That's really all I wanted to say about that. There's no Daredevil news except they're going to start filming it soon.
But it was so cool to see photos and videos of Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio on stage with Kevin Feige and a big old Daredevil Born Again logo behind them. And I'm like, wow, we really did it, y'all. We really won.
We're back.
We won.
Congratulations, everyone. Pat yourself on the back and go home.
Yeah.
I'm just happy for Charlie Cox because I know that dude loves the character, and like I want all the Defenders, even Iron Fist. I think he deserves a chance. Like
I want you
but
to
of all the characters, like he deserves it.
Did you see him on the floor after like being asked about the levity of the character appearing in She-Hulk? Because there was a trailer for him appearing in She-Hulk this week.
Yeah.
Which was so good. And him being like, Daredevil exists in multitudes. There are runs where he's very dramatic and dark, and there are runs where he's got a lot of levity and he's having a lot of fun. We can be both. 18 episodes is a lot of runway for us to do both. And I was like, Charlie, I love you.
You did it. I'm so happy you're back. All right. Captain America, New World Order. We got a bit of news.
A bit.
Just a bit. Just a little tiny bit. Shira Haas from Unorthodox has been cast as the Israeli superhero Sabra.
Mm-hmm.
He's a mutant in the comics, correct?
Yeah.
Carl Lumley will return as Isaiah Bradley.
This is great.
I bet Eli is also in this movie.
I was about to say guaranteed Eli's in there too.
Yep.
Yeah. Really happy to see Isaiah Bradley come back. Danny Ramirez, who was Joaquin Torres in Falcon Winter Soldier, is coming back, and he will be donning the Falcon.
Right.
Nice.
Hell yeah, baby! Legacy characters, I love you.
More Inhumans erasure.
Oh, rip.
Because he's an Inhuman in the comics, isn't he?
Is he?
I think so.
I don't remember that.
I remember that being a big deal. I don't know. That's it. Interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't do that. Tim Blake
Nelson.
Nelson.
That's the next word, and I don't know why I paused there. Tim Blake Nelson will return as his Incredible Hulk character, Samuel Stearns, a.k.a. the Leader.
All right, y'all. So real quick, now that this is confirmed, I 100% think he is in She-Hulk now.
Yes.
I 100% because we haven't talked about it on the Fake Nerds Watch. Somebody's asking for She-Hulk's blood. That's not Kingpin. That's not. I 100% think it's the Leader. And this makes it even more like, oh, they're definitely bringing him back in a big way to make him the villain of Captain America. Hell yeah.
Very interesting place to put him.
Yeah. So the common people, when a villain gets announced for a movie, like, okay, what's the story they can pull from? There is a Hulk villain group called the Intelligentsia, which is all the smartest villains in the world teaming together. That they're just going to put into this Captain America movie. And I'm just like, sure, fine with me. Have smarts versus brawn, against like a power versus brains. Like, I'm all about it. That's awesome.
Yeah, this was the most exciting thing from the Captain America specifically, because I love the Incredible Hulk, and I've been so so loving seeing that film seep its way back into the MCU, first with General Ross, and then now Emil Blonsky in She-Hulk. Still waiting to see if they get back Liv Tyler.
You gotta, at this point, she's the only one. You gotta at least tell us what's up with Betty. Where is she?
Yeah.
You gotta tell
Give me
us.
a sentence.
I'm thoroughly convinced that they're gonna find some way to do like a funeral for General Ross, since William Hurt passed, and she'll be there, and that's how they're gonna do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that actor William Hurt passed away. So he's probably not in She-Hulk, huh?
No.
It's hard to say because She-Hulk did finish filming early enough he could be.
Yeah. That'd be cool. I always, it's always a bummer we never got a second Hulk film. But I'm really glad to see that, like, the Incredible Hulk is not the movie Lost. It's not the MCU movie that nobody talks about. That's Inhumans. It's really great to see that film get its love in the MCU.
I'll agree that, like, I won't call it a great movie, but I always love when the MCU respects its history, whether it's good or bad. That's something that like other like DC, like they're not the same about that stuff.
Well,
like,
and
even the worst movies, again, like Thor: The Dark World, like they use that as a plot device in a good movie. Like they all of it matters.
And Tim Blake Nelson, we all, I think, wanted back as the leader. A follow up on that more than we even wanted Blonsky to appear again.
Yeah.
So this is a dream fulfilled.
I had a theory in the early days of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that he was the clairvoyant.
I remember that.
I'm with you. Yep.
The main villain of the first season of Agents of
S.H.I.E.L.D. Would have been wild.
When it turned out to be Bill Pullman?
Paxton.
When it turned out to be just Bill Paxton, I was really bummed. I was like, oh, it's just Deathlock?
Yeah.
He was another Deathlock.
When I heard this and they described it as like, yeah, it's gonna be not like Winter Soldier-esque, but it is gonna be like a political thriller. And I'm like, all in the New World Order stuff dealing with like secret information and espionage and all that stuff. Like when you have a character like the leader who can like brainwash people and take over people's minds, like dealing with spy shit, that just makes it extra juicy and scary. Because again, who do you trust if you're being brainwashed? Like almost like Secret Invasion kind of stuff, but political.
Yeah, especially when you had a bunch of Skrulls running around recently.
Exactly.
I think it's really great that they chose not to make Sharon Carter the main villain of the movie.
Oh, thank God.
When it was announced that it was the writer of Falcon Winter Soldier, I was scared that would be the case.
100% with you. Yeah.
So, good.
I want to hear what Ben thinks about some of this Marvel stuff. Ben, what's up?
Do you have anything you want to say, Ben?
Not really. I mean, okay. I'm looking. All the stuff sounds good. I'm looking forward. I mean, obviously, I'm looking forward to Captain America. I'm just waiting with bated breath for Fantastic Four news. I really got nothing else to say. It's like cool. I'm just like looking forward to it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to talk about it, but I bought Fantastic Four Full Circle by Alex Ross. This might be the most beautiful comic ever made. Holy shit.
Speaking of all this Marvel news, I was kind of shocked that there was absolutely zero Guardians presence.
Yeah, me too. Especially with the holiday annual coming up.
Mm-hmm. I thought we'd at least see something about that one, if not, Guardians 3. Yeah. So I was stunned when there was absolutely nothing about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's no Avengers team, but there is a Thunderbolts. The Thunderbolts are coming. Jack Schreier was confirmed to direct the film. I think we heard that was happening prior. And they released what the lineup of this Thunderbolts team will be, which is Julie Louis-Dreyfus as Val. She's like the leader of it. David Harbour as Red Guardian. That surprised me. I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah.
Wyatt Russell as John Walker. Hannah John Kamen as Ghost. That also surprised me.
We heard her in the rumors, so I'm really glad that was true.
Florence Pugh as Yelena. Mm-hmm. Olga Kurylenko as Taskmaster. And Sebastian Stan as Bucky.
Yes. I like this team mostly because of the actors who are involved. If you're looking at it as a team dynamic, it's really bad because it's literally all just super soldier people. The only person with superpowers is Ghost. Like, really. I'm not talking about super strength. I think I I think this lineup is this specific because they're not telling us a second part of the story, which is the actual Thunderbolt story that's actually happening. Because this is a Suicide Squad. This isn't the Thunderbolts. You need Zemo if you're going to do a Thunderbolt story, and I know Kevin Feige knows that. You're not going to do a Thunderbolt story without having Zemo, who is the Thunderbolt character for decades. So I think there's a second part that we're not being revealed yet, but I think this is a fun team. I love Ghost. She is the only actual Thunderbolt on the team, which is really nice to see. Thanks for doing your duty, Marvel. Appreciate 1 out of 6.
Yeah. This is when, because of people talking about Zemo for the Thunderbolts movie, I learned something I definitely ignored, probably by choice, in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which is that, where is Zemo now, guys?
Yeah, I don't know. He's just gone. He's missing.
He went to a Wakandan prison.
Not true. He's in the raft. What? They show him at the end of the series in the raft, in the like wrap up montage sequence. He's sitting in the raft, even though the Wakandans took him away, and I blanked that out of my brain.
Okay,
the raft is still around.
Weird. Mm-hmm. They need Zemo. That's all I'm saying. Yes. Whatever. If he's in jail, he needs to get out. Because like I just don't see how you do a Thunderbolts movie without him. It's really odd. It's like it's like making an Avengers movie, the first Avengers movie, without a core Avenger, which they did, but you know what I mean. It's just the optics of it are really weird. But I'm just, more than anything, I'm glad that Thunderbolts is a movie that exists, because again, this is like one of those obscure teams that's like, man, that's for comic book fucking nerds, baby. Like that's like the C-listers right there. I love it. Like we're at a point where Ghost is on a team in a Marvel movie, and I'm like, it's just nice. Thank you, Marvel.
I'm really, really stoked we're getting more Ghost and more Red Guardian. I love both of those performers in those roles.
Red Guardian is a very interesting choice, but I think he's a really fun choice because I will watch David Harbour be a crazy Russian man all day, every day.
I think he's important to the team dynamic for this to work. I think it'll be fun. Do you guys think if William Hurt hadn't passed away that they would have included him as part of this film?
100%. Yeah. 100%. Taskmaster's on the team. Y'all know I love Taskmaster, and Black Widow's Taskmaster is not good. So I 100% know they're going to change that character. That character has to be given a personality. Otherwise, it just
doesn't work.
It's just going to be another Black Widow character, basically.
She is freed from the mind control at the end of that movie.
Yep.
And it's been many years at this point since Black Widow within the MCU. So it's very easy. You can retcon that character to be someone closer to the Taskmaster of the comics pretty easily at this point.
Yeah. And that actress Olga, who was in The Princess, like, and I've seen them in other stuff. Like, they're capable of being like a whip smart, quippy, like hard ass, like cool character, like cool badass character. So like, I want that for my Taskmaster really badly. Really badly.
And wielding whips, they're capable of wielding whips. We know too.
It's true.
The Marvels.
The Marvels.
We got some news there. It's going to focus on the 3 heroes: Captain Marvel, Monica Rambeau, and Miss Marvel.
Photon.
As they keep trading places with each other every time they use their powers, and they must team up to fix their problem.
Y'all, this is like a Freaky Friday situation. But like they keep switching, like every time.
They just change location, yeah.
They just change locations, but like they keep swapping. Like,
yeah.
I'm sure it's not going to be literally every time they do one power thing, but like they're going to keep swapping back and forth, and I think that sounds like a good time.
I love the concept. I'm really interested in how they explain why that's happening.
Yeah,
it's kind of like, it's kind of cool that they're kind of going off of the fact that they all kind of now have basically a similar power origin. Like it's all cosmic inspired, so kind of having like that be the connection there is kind of cool. I think specifically they just said it like everything, they're all light powers. Neil DaCosta said it on the stage, and I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm sorry. Well, Goose is gonna be in this movie was the next thing. The Flurkin.
I'm not surprised. The early word of what the tone was, they said it felt very Guardians, like more comedic, way more comedic than Captain Marvel 1, which I'm here for.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the Marvels. I really like the director. I mentioned the cast. you guys saw the clip of Brie Larson when she was asked, "How long are you going to do this?" and she was like, "Who does anybody even want me to do this anymore?" I don't blame her for that response at all.
Yeah.
Nope.
Laura Cartman, who scored Miss Marvel, will score the film.
Okay.
Cool.
I don't remember that score being particularly memorable, but like, hey man,
Yeah,
come back, do it again.
there was a cool Miss Marvel theme.
Yeah, I think Miss Marvel had a pretty distinct score. It was not bad. I remember it better than I remember some of the earlier ones that aren't WandaVision.
Is Brandon frozen? Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Back.
Yeah,
now you're back. I thought you were just like contemplative thinking right now.
I something happened. I'm sorry.
No, you're
It's
good.
okay.
All right, move on. Trailers.
More trailers.
More trailers. Secret Invasion.
Yes. Give me more Winter Soldier. Yes.
Man, wild. I just didn't expect this to. I'm really stoked to see Martin Freeman here.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
It makes it feel like really worldwide if he's getting involved. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited. I still want just a like a nugget more of like what's going on.
It's a secret. It's exactly what it is. It's like it's a secret. Like Nick Fury somehow found out about the Skrulls' secret invasion of Earth that's currently going underway. So he's going to Earth and like.
I guess I should elaborate that. Like I wish I had. This is a trailer. It's not a big deal. It's the first trailer. I just wish I had like more context of like I have no idea who Emilia Clarke is.
Oh, well, sure. Yeah.
You know, and like that's fine, but like I can't latch into anything with her yet.
I'm pretty sure she's Brand.
Well, but we'll see. So that's I'm excited. I just feel like other trailers have sold the concept of the show a little better than I think this one did. Like the basic premise of the show is very clear with the Skrull stuff, but
sure.
Yeah.
What you beat, B-Dog? Nope, he's gone.
Ben,
what about you?
Cool.
Okay.
No, I did. Okay, so I did watch this trailer. It's great to see Nick Fury back in the limelight again, but at the same time, it's just a teaser. There's not a lot of stuff going on. We don't see a whole lot of things. I did like Martin Freeman. I did like is it Ben Mendelsohn?
Ben Mendelsohn, yeah.
Ben Mendelsohn is also in there. Like when he stands up, and then a bunch of other people just like start to crowd him. It's like, oh shit, okay. Good so shit. He's not in control. He's not in total control. Shit's going down. So once again, it's just a teaser. There's not a whole lot we know, but so far it looks good, and it's like cool. It's Secret Invasion. Can't wait to. It's going to be good stuff. Good stuff.
The thing that I'm mostly.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
The thing that I'm really excited for is just like again like the tone and like the music. It's like that very like that ding ding like the very spooky spy music. I really dig it, and like I feel like the drama of like they don't. I will agree, Sparks, like because I know more about this than like the regular person does. Like I got a really good sense of like of what it's about.
I'm so glad you said that because what I wanted to say is that like I watched this with Forrest, and Forrest sat there and he's like, "What is actually this about?"
Yeah.
And I was like, they don't make it clear that this is about Skrulls.
That's true. They don't. Yeah.
And that's a fair question.
I do think I will agree with that. I do think the trailer, specifically, it's called Secret Invasion. Nick Fury's asking, "What do you know about your detail?" Like, there's an air of untrust in the air.
Yes.
So, like, I think if you can put enough together, but I will agree, if you're a complete like anti-Marvel, don't know anything about it, this trailer doesn't give you enough to warrant that. But like, yeah, I'll agree with that. Sure. Brandon, what do you think about this one?
Am I back? Am I good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I really dug this. I really like the last shot, seeing Fury with the goatee and the eye patch. I thought that was really cool. I thought this was exactly the show I thought it would be when they were like, we're doing Secret Invasion, but it's going to be smaller scale. We're not doing Secret Invasion, the event. We're doing smaller. And this is exactly the show I pictured.
Same. Yeah.
I'm excited.
It's exactly like, and it's funny. You'll when you watch it, you'll see sparks. But like the latest season of Westworld did a lot of this, like who can you trust this shit to, which I really like. There's specifically a scene of like someone going to talk to someone of like, what do you know about this person? And I'm like, oh, I'm immediately feeling that. And I just really love who can you trust, like stuff like that. So like,
Sure.
I as someone who's like very familiar with Secret Invasion, I am excited that we're at this point, and I agree, Brandon. The small nature of it looks really good.
Was really, I don't know. I don't think I knew Rhodey was in this before I watched this trailer, but I was excited. I was happy to see him in it. Ben Mendelsohn looks unhinged, like he's kind of been in this for a bit before Fury shows up, and I'm into that.
I have to imagine that like shit went wrong during the blip, and that's like when we're gonna see like what happened with the scrolls and stuff that like caused this secret divide or whatever. Between
last time we saw Talos, he was pretending to be Nick Fury. Him and his wife were Nick Fury and Maria Hill, and that was after Endgame because Dick's been off world.
It's true. It's a good point. It's true.
So, Werewolf by Night.
Oh, Michael Giacchino! Look at you directing shit.
Michael Giacchino confirmed as the director. We heard that already, but they confirmed it. This is only his second thing he's directed. After the Star Trek short film he did. Gael Garcia Bernal and Laura Donnelly are the leads of this one. But yeah, what do we think about this?
This is the one I accidentally missed.
Damn.
Oh no, Ben!
That's a shame.
Oh, I'm so sorry you missed like the
real
best
quick,
trailer of the bunch.
Because Gail Garcia is playing Werewolf by Night. But what's the actress's name again?
Laura Donnelly.
Laura Donnelly is playing Elsa Bloodstone.
Ben, literally go watch it right now.
It's like
talk about it and you come back.
Yeah. Elsa Bloodstone, cult fan favorite character, monster hunter, one of the most incredible like supernatural Marvel characters that only shows up in like side stuff as like she's like everyone's like favorite character that you've never heard of. Like she's like that kind of character. And the fact that she's showing up in a Marvel thing, I'm like, man, they're really building up the Midnight Suns. They're so good at doing this shit. Like. But the fact that like this is a black and white, I heard it was going to be 4x3, but I think Marvel said no to 4x3. But an old school classic Universal monster looking thing. I can't believe it. It's like WandaVision.
It's insane because like when I heard about these Halloween specials and the Christmas special, like I was like, okay, it's gonna look like a Marvel movie, but like 45 minutes long. And then I saw this and I was like, oh. They'll be really unique and fun and super cool. This looked incredible. I was stoked the moment I saw this trailer. Man-Thing is in this? Are you kidding me?
Come on, bro. Sparks, what are you feeling? I know you probably liked this one. You had to have.
I did, yeah. I'm really excited to see Giacchino direct this one. As far as I was concerned, this was the best trailer of the bunch from D23. Yeah. Just because like I didn't think that they would totally allow a trailer like this to exist, let alone the special.
It gave me such like, besides like Universal, like old school Universal, like Grindhouse vibes too, with like the cuts of the eyes. And I'm just like, oh, wow, like it's so cool that we're at this point where Marvel's just like, yeah, make your exploitation werewolf short. Go ahead, sure, yeah, go ahead.
Have a good Halloween, yeah.
The thing that I really like about this is that we haven't really seen anything unique from the MCU stuff on Disney Plus. Not really. There's been some good tone stuff. There's been some good kind of like playing with it. WandaVision was the most experimental.
WandaVision,
that's what I said. Like WandaVision was really the most experimental. But Werewolf by Night is a step further than that I didn't think they'd be willing to take ever, quite frankly. And the fact that they did that makes me super excited.
I got a theory that's probably wrong, but I'm leaning towards right. If you've noticed, there are people fighting in this trailer. Those are people from the TVA. Those are TVA agents, and they got the sticks that get rid of people. I think they came to our universe, and then Werewolf by Night's going to get transferred somehow to our universe somehow. I think this is a black and white world that we're looking at that the TVA come into. How you feel about that one? How you feel about that?
That's an interesting theory. I like it.
I like it too, but I'd be more down if it was just 616 MCU. Because
for sure.
Ben, you've watched it now, and
it looks scary as all hell.
Really? I didn't think it
for you.
looked that scary.
I mean, okay, maybe not scary as all hell, but it does look like the
It's like
most
Goosebumps scary.
different Marvel thing that I've ever seen. I mean,
Yeah.
any shot black and white, it looks like it's supposed to be an old campy horror film.
They do this thing in the trailer where they used to have like these like black dots that came up on the
Yeah,
screen
I saw that.
to simulate, to tell the projector when to switch reels. And when I saw that in the trailer, I was like, ooh, they really went all out.
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't need to do
I'm
that.
digging it. This is going to be a fun thing to watch on Halloween.
New
And
Halloween special drop.
it's so cool that Giacchino is like, I want to do this. Can I direct this? And they're like, yeah, go for it. I think that's fun.
Mag is in the comments, Ben, if you want to pull that up.
Let's see.
Yes.
He said, need more Halloween themed stuff for Marvel, and now hoping Agatha show will be too.
Yeah. So, I don't know if this rumor came with this or previous, but like they said that there's going to be Halloween special every year. And now that we know this one's coming out, like the next ones are most likely true, and the other ones are going to be about Elsa Bloodstone and Man-Thing. If the rumors are true, but like, shut your mouth, Man-Thing on Disney Plus. Shut your mouth.
When I saw that, it's just a frame of Man-Thing. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
what?
And the thing about Man-Thing showing up is Man-Thing isn't like Luke Cage. He's a dude who fights people on the streets. He's the guardian of the nexus of realities. He is like a cosmic character. He's like Swamp Thing, but almost bigger. So like the fact that he's involved too is like they're really, I don't know what they're setting up by having Man-Thing in here, but like it's really cool. Why are you in here, Man-Thing?
John Radley says, I am over the Moon Knight. I'm just kidding. About Man-Thing, cannot wait.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, rumors Moon Knight will show up. I doubt it. I think this thing's probably got enough stuff into it, but maybe we'll see. I'm excited.
This took the cake for me for the whole whole weekend.
The second it did like the special presentation, and I'm like, yeah, baby, that's not normal. Yeah,
it kind of reminds me of like it's like a different like imprint within Marvel Studios, like these Marvel special presentations. And James Gunn was asked, would the holiday special have the same thing? As like, yes, it's also a Marvel presentation, a special presentation.
Love it.
All right,
and like to show that like they're real about this. Werewolf by Night is on that Avengers Campus promo picture with Man-Thing. Yes. So like they're showing up again, probably. Like, yeah, baby, stupid werewolf people, man monsters, swamp monsters. Couldn't be happier.
Man monsters.
So that's everything from D23. What'd you guys think of D23 this year?
Pretty good stuff.
Pretty good
stuff.
Good stuff.
Personally, if I got some fantastic forecasting, it would have been real great. Other than that, it's pretty good. Real happy about it. I got to see, honestly, y'all, I got to see a Thunderbolts like real ass announcement, and that's when I knew like Marvel is like they are digging for franchises, because like they're going for the Thunderbolts now, y'all. Like, oh man, it's all kosher now. We made it.
Shall we get into our book club then?
We are at 4 hours. Are you guys cool with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Personally, I am. It's only 11:30. It's earlier than we normally go.
And I know, but
we're not going to talk about this for 45 minutes. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Never do.
All right, so it's my turn. Ben, I sorry, Ben. He said he was fading before we went into the thing. It was my turn, so I picked Aliens versus Predators. Versus Predator. I was still on a Yaucha kick when it became my turn to pick the book, so I figured, why not? I also own this as one of the 30th anniversary hardcover collections, like I do the Predator and Aliens books. So this is the first. So I picked the very first Alien versus Predator comic that ever published by Dark Horse Comics. What did you guys think? Anybody?
I'll tell you first. What year did this come out? Do you know?
1990.
1990. Okay. This being the very first AVP comic, I'll give it a pass for being the first. I personally found it to be dreadfully long, halfway boring, and the best part was the story that came after the regular story. I didn't really. I didn't really connect with a lot of the characters, and I'm someone who personally I love reading. I love words. I'm not someone who ever complains about having way too many words on a page, but this book is so wordy for no reason. There's a lot of extra words on these pages that I just don't think added to the story or the characters. I think the art's really cool. I think the idea is cool. Clearly, this is the inspiration for the movie. But overall, I think it's longer. I think if this were 6 issues, that'd be great. But it's like double that, and I felt the length.
I believe it's only 4 issues, 4 oversized issues.
So
Well,
8 issues.
five
It was 200. I read almost like 200 pages of comics.
Well, because it's sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
It's like 5 if you include issue 0.
Okay. Did I read the wrong? I hope
Oh yeah, so yeah, this volume collects issues 0 through 4 of Aliens vs. Predator. Yeah.
You read the rest of the collection past the first Alien versus Predator comic.
Yes, because
yeah.
I thought we were gonna read the whole thing. Yeah.
So you read War.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with the lady at the end. Yeah.
I
I thought that was cool.
I forgot to mention when I introduced this book so it's written by, I forgot to do this, Randy Stradley with art by Phil Norwood and Chris Warner, inked by Carl Story, Robert Caminella, and Phil Norwood. Yeah. Sparks or Ben?
I want to clarify, Brandon. Was it your intention for us to read War?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't do that.
Okay. I thought it was the best thing I read.
That's I believe that because like I did not finish the comic because I ran out of time, frankly. But I like the opening, the whole section where you hear the 2 guys just talking about the way they abuse
Scott
the system
and Tom,
of nature and everything.
Those are the 2 characters I connected with most. That's
the way they're having that intellectual conversation, but it's paralleling what you're seeing with the AVP encounter. I think that whole section is like, frankly, brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very well done. It's very in tone of both films.
Yeah.
And capturing their essence as it goes through it, both with the visuals, which are very, very good, and the conversation around it.
On that, if you don't mind, there's a scene I want to highlight, which was when the Queen, kind of bouncing off of what we read in the Aliens comic, that the Queens are really intelligent, kind of almost psychically so. The Queen uses her kind of thing to push the grabber thing away from the egg queen, so the queen egg, so that it just incinerates a drone egg, and that's how the queen egg ended up on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sparks, go finish your thought.
No, I was just saying that I thought that opening was very good, but once we got into the story after that, I found none of the characters are interesting, and kind of just wanted to get to the aliens and the predators, which took much longer than I felt it should have.
Ben?
I am so sorry, but this thing was putting me to sleep. And I don't mean figuratively. I actually mean literally. I was reading through this, and I was reading through this, and I nodded off for a good 20 minutes. I'm not to say that it was like super boring. Like once we got to the aliens and the predators actually, going at it, cool. But everything before that, even the intellectual conversation, and for me, I don't know, it's just because I was tired beforehand. I do like the art. I think the art is great, but for some reason, issue 0, it being all in black and white, it was very hard for me to discern what I was looking at.
I definitely did not see this in black and white.
No black and white for me.
Oh, that's weird.
Issue 0 is in full color.
Yep.
Here, I'll show you.
Sorry,
Well,
bud.
shit. Apparently, the one I was reading was in black and white.
I wonder if the original version was in black and white, and they colored it for this kind of collection, because this collection is on the site that we read comics on. I assume that's what Sparks and Ryan read.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? Maybe because I was using the regular issues, I wasn't reading the paperback version. That's probably why.
Maybe.
Oh, that's probably, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I was reading the one that had like issues 0 through 4. Because I was like, all right, cool. So I know.
I can definitely see reading
In black and white, that being hard.
black and white. There's a lot of shit going on. Yeah, I get that.
There's so much stuff going on, and I have to agree with Ryan. It was very wordy. Not to say that all comics that are wordy are bad. They're not. It's just for some reason this one story wasn't grabbing me. It wasn't like keeping my full attention. As I said, I kept falling asleep as I was reading.
It felt like a lot of fluff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Ben, do you have anything else you wanted to mention? Sorry. So you know what, I'm probably a bit hotter on it than you guys are. Not to say I disagree with any of your points, because there are things that I was bugged by. This being so early, and this being the first time these two crossed over, I felt it in issue 0 when all these eggs are planted on different planets, and then they show up and they're just the drones we've seen before. You know, this was before Alien 3 kind of changed the game on that. The parasite would take on the stuff of some stuff of the hosts.
I for
Right.
sure thought we were getting a bunch of rhino aliens in this
Yeah.
thing. And
Yeah.
that was so disappointing.
And so like they had the idea that, you know, this it's always the same thing, and I felt that to be just lazy, and I understand that they probably didn't think about that, but also they should have.
Yes, I agree with that.
I also don't like the Predator designs personally. Specifically, they're kind of like John Smith armor that they wear.
I do and I don't sometimes, and it varies from panel to panel.
Yeah.
There is I do like one aspect of the book. There is the friendly Predator, and there is one scene that I really actually do like. The Predator is everyone's trying to escape from aliens, and the Predator is hanging off like a cell tower, and she's like, "Wait, it's my patient. We must get him." And I'm like, "Oh, she cares about her Predator patient." And then they team up, and like that's again where like the movie gets inspired from. So like there are aspects of the book I really like. I just feel like even if it's only like 4 issues, like they're double-sized issues, there's a lot of talking in the middle of this book that I just feel like doesn't get us anywhere. I don't remember any of these characters' names except for Scott and Tom because they tell us right at the beginning who they are. I remember there's a lady doctor, she's cool.
Revna.
But like it just reminds me of the movie. I'm like, oh, I'd rather just watch the movie than read all this. I
think the main character's name is Machiko.
Sounds about right.
Yes, that sounds right.
It's a shame that y'all didn't read the war part because it's literally it's like a 10-page story about her going on another world with the Predators, and she's part of their tribe, and it's just them exterminating and how cool she is. And that was like nothing but cool action. I'm like, damn, this is sick. I wish this was the book, but that's probably like that's a single book.
I do agree with Sparks that it takes too long for the Predators to get there, for like the AVP part of it to happen.
They just don't make those characters engaging. You know, I'm not watching the cast of Alien in this.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing those kind of dynamics and relationships at play. I'm not connecting with them as a crew or a group. So when you're going through that much malarkey with them, it's very hard because I'm just not getting attached to anything.
And again, like the characters that I care about the most, like Scott and Tom, they both get aliens, and then one of them dies. The other's like, "You don't understand. We were together on that Lecter. That means I've got one side of me too. My life's over. I'm dead." And I'm like, "Oh, the one guy." Like, damn. That's good. That's good drama, but that's because like he's been established from the very beginning.
And I'll also admit, like, just to be fair, that you know, I said like I wasn't able to finish this. I just ran out of time amidst schoolwork and everything else going on, and that definitely contributed to me being kind of just frustrated with how long it took with the people stuff that just wasn't doing anything for me. Because I'm like, I'd rather get to the good part of this in time for this podcast, and I just didn't get quite deep enough into it.
I bet if it's 1990 and you're reading this week to week, it's like a slow burn. It's like a nice slow burn to like the big chaos, but like when you're reading this all together, I think, and especially again, like we are
in 2022.
Yeah, we are inundated with so much Alien vs Predator, Alien/Predator, and all that stuff. We have so much of it. So I think going back to the source, it's like this was the first attempt, and like again, it's not bad. I really do like the art. I think the aliens look pretty cool, and some of the Predator weaponry and stuff looks really sick. I just thought it was unnecessarily long for basically what should have been half the length, I think.
I always like it when Predators have handguns for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, what was I about to say? Oh, I had another thing. It was another negative.
Oh, real quick. Is the lady who becomes friends with the Predator at the end, is she white?
No.
Okay, because in war, she is white.
Wait, the lady. Wait, so I'm sorry.
The lady who gets the scar in this book, she's
Yeah,
not
she's
she's not
Asian.
white, right?
She's Asian.
Okay, she's a white lady in the 10 issue thing I read last time. They turn her into a white lady.
Huh.
She's just a white lady. So that's funny.
There's a line that I kind of like, which is but invisibility. That's how the warriors had gotten past our defenses. But invisibility has little meaning to creatures with no eyes.
Mhm.
That was a cool line.
Yeah.
It does. The length of this does feel longer because it is so wordy. It's not necessarily page count. It's just it's slow and it's using its page. It's using its normal amount of pages poorly.
Yeah.
Like it's not flowing the way it should. It's not structured the way it should. I think both the Alien and the Predator books that we've done on this show, written by Mark Verheiden, have been stellar. And this is
yeah,
not.
I love that, especially that one Alien book we read. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is just not that.
No, it isn't.
And it feels like for like again, like I know this is like the first time that this idea was like cemented, but it feels super safe. It's just like, well, we just release aliens and we fight them. Like there's not really much more to that. But it's just so wordy from the human side. I'm like, I don't care about any of this stuff. Where's the alien and predator stuff?
Yeah, but that said, like I do want to get some positives in here, which is just to say that I did enjoy this. I did like the main character, Machiko. I thought the art is pretty good. And I kind of like the scene, the themes it sets up in the beginning. So I'm not totally negative, and I just wanted to be sure because I have a tendency to when the three of you are kind of like on the same page with something, I have a tendency to just kind of like stick in that zone. And I do want to mention that like I did like a lot of stuff in this, and I did find it enjoyable. It's just
there's a lot I like too. It's just like unfortunately the human wordage overpowers almost everything else.
Yeah, and I wonder how much more I might be sharing in some of your positivity, Brandon, if I'd been able to finish the whole thing in time, but I just didn't. But definitely, like, you know, if you've got the positive, share them. Especially, you know, it's your book club. It just didn't. I can't stress enough that I really enjoyed issue 0, and I kind of wanted the rest of the story to kind of have a similar feel to it, and it just didn't. That's first issues following up.
That's why I feel so harshly on it, because it starts so strong. Like it starts as like, oh, it's being a heady alien book that involves predators, and then it kind of devolves into like, no, you know, just generic stuff.
All right, I'll do it.
AVP in the books.
Sparks, it's your book club next week. Do you know what it is?
No, I have no idea because I have none of my comics with me right now, so I gotta do some looking.
All right, so stay tuned for an announcement on that. In the meantime, we will be back next week, most likely, talking about something. There's a couple of options to talk about.
The Woman King.
Want to do the Woman King?
I do.
As I was also gonna. There's also Do Revenge and See How They Run, both of which I'm excited for. So, cool. So the Woman King, I guess.
I think we should.
Ooh, Sparks. There's a chance that I get to see that with you, because this is my last podcast in this vicinity.
There's a chance. There's a chance we could all see it together.
The Woman King.
No.
Next week. No.
Nope, not for Ben.
You're still going to be up there, Brandon?
Oh yeah. We don't get my dad's ashes until Wednesday, and then we're probably. I don't think there's a conceivable way I'm leaving there by this weekend. That's a whole other thing.
Gotcha.
All right.
Ben, are you not on next week?
Portland. No, I mentioned this. I'm going. No, not Portland. I'm going to Arizona.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, right.
You travel a lot.
About that.
I do.
That's not a bad thing. I wish I could travel.
And of course, guys, you know, this is 297. You know what that means? 298, 299, 300. Our 300th podcast is coming up, where we will be talking about the Evangelion Rebuild movie series.
I got 3 weeks to watch 3 Evangelion films. That's 1 film a week. I can
Nope,
do this.
nope. You have less. We are recording it in advance, and we've told you this. You have less time.
I have
We'll
less
talk
time.
about this off air.
Mag, always reliable in the chat, saying,
You're the best.
catch you later, gang. Take care and be safe. You too, sir.
Best Mag.
Cool. Thank you guys for the distraction today.
Hell
I
yeah.
really needed it. Cool. Guys, like this video, subscribe to this channel. Check out more. Grayson in the chat. Bringing up Ben.
I've seen one of the movies. I just have a few more to go.
Do yourself a favor and just do that this week.
He
All 3.
watched the shortest one.
Check out the rest of our videos on YouTube. Like I said, Fake Nerds Watch for She-Hulk is up. The first episode is up. The second episode will be coming soon. And stay tuned for Fake Nerds Watches for shows like Sandman and Star Trek Lower Decks. Although Star Trek Lower Decks might end up just being one long special, depending on how things go.
Maybe I'll have to talk to the homies, but there's going to be a big time jump halfway through the season of House of Dragon. So if we can, maybe there'll be a halfway season talk about, but we'll see. We'll see.
Maybe.
Stay tuned.
No
for
promises.
that.
Will Brandon watch? Who knows?
No, he won't.
No, not in that time. Basement Arcade. You can check out Basement Arcade. It's our video game Let's Play series, and of course, Basement Arcade Pause Mini, which released a most recent episode. Ben, say one last thing about that episode.
It's about games we don't like. Go listen / watch it. It's really good. Highly enjoy it.
With Patrick
Good guesses.
Brickhouse and Donnie G Retro.
Yep.
Fake Nerd Book Club and Animation Station are also on this channel that you can check out. So do that. Like this video, subscribe to this channel. You can check out our Patreon and our TeePublic, which are linked below. You can also, if you'd like to support us financially, and you can find those links as well on our website at fakenerdpodcast.com. And that's where you can find all the links. That link is below. You can find all the links there. Thank you to everyone who listens. Thank you to everyone who watches the live show, and thank you to everyone who watches the rewind. We had quite a few people in the live show today. I was surprised. You can check out Jeremy Vellucci, who did all the music you've heard here tonight and all the music for all of our shows. You can find him at Jeremy Vellucci Keyboards. You can find his podcast also, Suburban Proctologist, on iTunes, Suburban Proctologist Official on Facebook, and Subproc Podcast on Instagram. Thank you to Mike Matola. Mike Matola is a wonderful friend and collaborator with us. You can find his artwork at Mike Matola on Instagram and TikTok. Cool. Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, all at Fake Nerd Podcast. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. Nope, I should have said the Fake Nerd Podcast at Fake Nerd Guys at gmail.com. If you want to get in touch with us personally, I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. And also check out my writings on Screen Rant and my Infinity Saga pieces on Atomic Geekdom. And I edit and write for KaijuRamenMedia.com. Ben.
You can find me cramming in the Evangelion films at BenMaga27 on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. And you can also find me writing for Old School Gamer Magazine, Fusion Gaming Magazine, and GoNintendo.com.
Ryan.
Hey, y'all. You can find me just like being Marvel's biggest shill at DJ Tony Snark 616.
Sparks.
You can find me just trying to survive at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPARKZ Witty.
Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcasts, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. We greatly appreciate this. Like this video, subscribe to this channel, and until next time you see us, guys, stay fake nerds.
Oh,